going down the mansion stairs. Ginas von Rivand heard the maids say that Miss Ayola had regained consciousness. The girls were terrified by this, thinking that the atmosphere in the house would get worse again now. Furious because that wretch had woken up, Ginas went straight to her room, suddenly opening the door to her bedroom. The protagonist started screaming at the girl, full of rage. Smiling in response, Ayola was very happy to see her dear brother. While still screaming, Ginas didn't understand how she could have suddenly awakened someone she didn't know when she would. He was sure she had faked the fainting spell on purpose to get him into trouble. Ayola von Riband was the villainess of the novel about the maiden saint's color. But in reality, she was a victim of this world, carrying everyone's hatred so that the story seemed realistic. However, the most important thing was that, despite everything, she was a true saint. At that moment, pointing at her on the forehead, the protagonist thought he should come up with an excuse. Although Ginas was her brother, in reality, he looked more like a villain, going crazy because he couldn't get rid of his sister. Instead of stopping his father, who abused her, he even added fuel to the fire. Normally, Yola didn't care. But as soon as he knew she had woken up, he ran immediately. Apparently, in her past life, she kept silent, trying to hide the accident of the horsefall. The protagonist was surprised that, although they were clearly riding horses together, only she fell for some reason, which left Ginas completely in shock. According to the story, the girl had read, Yola should have been unconscious for much longer. Ginas envied his sister, who rode better than him, and by whipping her horse, he made Yola fall. With eyes wide open, the protagonist looked at the girl without understanding what she was saying. However, indignant because he was blaming his sister, Yola wanted her brother to apologize immediately. Smiling ironically, Ginas decided to ask who she was talking to, although there was no one else in the room. Thinking that she had gone completely mad, the protagonist didn't understand why he should apologize to someone so unpleasant. After all, he had to sacrifice his sister's favorite horse because she fell. So actually, Yola was the one who should apologize. Getting very close to him, the protagonist decided to find out if Ginas knew why she had fallen off the horse. Not understanding what was happening, the protagonist had never seen his sister behave like this. She knew it herself because in the original story, Yola couldn't even start a conversation. She couldn't even lift her head. Ginas was convinced that she fell because of her low origin and her terrible riding skills. Smiling calmly and starting to play with a lock of her hair, the girl decided to ask if that was the reason why he wasn't going to apologize. The brother didn't know what she believed in or why she acted with such confidence. But not even the crown prince had bothered to visit her during the coma, not understanding what those words were about. Yola didn't make any sense to them. However, Ginas was so surprised that he couldn't even attract his fiancée. And he considered her an insignificant person who only knew how to talk by pointing at his chest with his finger. The protagonist wondered if those were really the words of someone who had thrown his younger sister off the horse. She didn't know what he believed or why he acted like that. But that day at the racetrack, there were more people who surely saw everything. Full of confusion, the protagonist started yelling furiously at his sister, thinking that everything she said was nonsense. Determined to know if he really thought that, Yola grabbed Ginas by the collar of his shirt, scaring him until he trembled. He thought that maybe it was worth going to the imperial palace to check if those words were really nonsense. While the protagonist felt an inexplicable fear and terrifying towards her, she wanted to know how low a person could fall to act like that, believing that he was too selfish. Yola wanted her brother to be more careful with what he said from now on, and if he dared to say anything similar again in front of her, he would regret it very quickly. Seeing his trembling face, the protagonist understood that, using her sacred power and speaking bravely, she could make anyone tremble with fear. But it was nothing to be surprised about, because that didn't compare to the fear Yola felt. In the end, as soon as she let go of him, Gina ran out of her room at full speed. Seeing that scene, the girl let out such a loud laugh that tears came to her eyes, surprised by how easy it had been. She didn't understand why she had suffered so much before. However, now he was determined. That would be the last time she would cry over Ayola. The protagonist decided that she would no longer put up with insults directed at her, like that fake saint stuff. And besides, she absolutely didn't care, even if this world turned her into a villainess. The girl decided that she was going to survive, yes. Or yes, and she would live happily. Now, Ayola was no longer the same as before, and she was determined to start a new life. To do that, the first thing she did was go to the dining room, where her whole family was waiting for her seated at the table. Determined to change that rotten mansion, she pretended to be happy to see everyone present. The father was very tense and, right after her greeting, he abruptly shouted her name. And furious, she didn't understand how Ayola dared to deceive her family, while the mother looked at her with contempt. Looking back, she understood that Ayola's life had always been like this. To her family, the protagonist was not a candidate for saint, but at best, a piece of useless trash. To the servants, she was a reason for mockery, always occupying that place. And now, Ayola wondered if that was all her father wanted to tell her. Could he really only threat his own daughter, who had just come out of a deep coma? Considering her shameless, the man became enraged, thinking she had no right to say whatever she wanted. Upon also hearing that Ginas called her crazy, she looked at her brother with surprise, which made him shudder with fear. Smiling at her father, the protagonist decided that, to his chagrin, she was perfectly fine. Seeing that she answered her father with such bravery and naturalness, Ginas and the servants were bewildered, surprised that she dared to contradict him. The man slapped her hard, feeling the mark of the blow on her cheek. Ayola was glad to have that proof, and she looked closely at her father. Now, what would happen if everyone found out that she, candidate for saint, was abused in her own family? If her father wanted to, he could hit her again. Because with that pretty face, she didn't know if she could attract the crown prince. Confused and horrified by her words, the father looked at his daughter with fury, thinking that she had really gone mad. In response, Ayola thought he could try to win over the crown prince himself. Since he wanted it so much, he even raised his hand against his daughter. Everyone looked at her horrified, and the man even trembled, unable to say anything in response, thinking that he hadn't heard her correctly. The protagonist wished her father could take the place of the crown princess, not understanding how she dared to say all that. The man immediately chased her out of his sight. When she was alone, Ayola sighed in relief that for a while they wouldn't bother her. However, she couldn't relax, because she still had to sort things out with one person. Right now, she was going to meet the crown prince. Ayola von Riband and Akanda von Ernaz were two candidates for saint, born on the same day, at the same time. At 18, the ceremony will decide which of them will be the true saint, and the chosen one will become the heir's wife. The crown prince himself was sure that Akanda would be the saint. But there was a problem. He was already engaged to the Marquis Ribbon's daughter. And if it weren't for that, the heir would have been with Akanda a long time ago. While thinking about this sitting in the carriage, a knight knocked on the door to notify him of the arrival of a guest. Upon learning that it was Miss Ayola von Rivend, the prince was shocked by the young lady's unexpected visit. In this life, the saint's power could be used just before death. That meant that the protagonist clearly remembered the content of the original work, which she couldn't recall before. The crown prince, named Offit Benjias Hiln. In the original story, he was a character with an obsessive personality. For someone who doesn't like to deviate from his path, meeting Akanda seemed like an unexpected coincidence. He became hopelessly fascinated by the time he spent with her, and she assigned him all the responsibilities of the heir. It is impossible to describe how passionate Offit's gaze was towards Akanda in the original story. And later, he wouldn't even want to see Ayola. Therefore, to avoid trouble, the protagonist decided to advance the story by several months. and break off the engagement immediately. If her father found out, he would naturally be angry. But there was nothing to be done. Moreover, Ayola was determined to survive, to reject the role of villainess and, no matter what, be happy. She will also have to meet Cardinal Gris Vigros, and the time will come when she will need his power. In her past life, the girl sincerely begged Offit not to break the engagement. However, the heir was completely indifferent, and he left the protagonist as if he were getting rid of a dog he no longer wanted. Upon boarding his carriage, the first thing Ayola did was apologize for arriving suddenly. If you think about it, the girl's obsession with Offit was because he was a candidate for Saint and her official fiancé. But for the prince himself, she was just a fiancé in name only, while he was busy courting Akanda, whom he considered the true saint. Determined that such an unfaithful man was not for her, the protagonist also apologized in advance for her rudeness. Offit was glad that she acknowledged her ignorance, so he didn't have to point it out. Sighing with resignation, Ayola thought she simply couldn't do anything, and she hoped His Highness wouldn't get angry. Even though she was his fiancée, was the prince really so busy that they couldn't even see each other alone? Supposedly, the protagonist was waiting by chance near the Erna's mansion, and she heard that the heir might be there. So she went, changing expression immediately. Offit thought that, although he did visit Akanda often, they were just friends. Wanting to quickly change the subject, he became curious about why Ayola had come. Smiling sincerely at His Highness, the girl was happy to announce that they were breaking off the engagement. Surprised by what he heard, the prince didn't understand which engagement she was talking about. It was about them. Because if Offit found out that Ayola was the real saint, he surely wouldn't let her go. In the novel, His Highness was passionate enough to give his soul to Takanda. However, despite that, the protagonist saw him as an extremely cold person. No matter how much he loved Takanda, if it was all for his own benefit, he was capable of making the worst decision without hesitation. The engagement had to be broken before the truth came out. Looking at him, the girl thought that the real Ayola surely longed for his love. But now, contrary to the original story, she wanted to have total freedom of action. The protagonist did not want to continue suffering from the pressure of the imperial palace. Furthermore, she was tired of always obeying a family that used her without hesitation. Now, she only wanted to live for one person, for herself. And for that, Crown Prince Offit Ben Jashiln had to leave her life. To her surprise, His Highness was in no hurry to accept the engagement breakup, and he looked thoughtfully at Ayola. Unable to bear it any longer, she decided to ask him directly if the heir loved her. The protagonist doubted that, just as she doubted that he considered her the true saint. That's why she thought Lady Ernest suited him better. The prince was completely taken aback, not understanding why she brought up that topic so suddenly. However, Ayola did not see it as something sudden, because every citizen of the empire knew that Offit and Akanda had a close relationship. At first, the protagonist did not look at the holy maiden with envy, nor did she dare to think of His Highness as her fiancé. Therefore, those reasons were enough to break the engagement, something the girl desired with all her might. Surprised by what he heard, and by her very confident attitude, Offit wondered if she had always been like this. Until that moment, he thought he knew her quite well. But now, he felt like he was meeting Ayola for the first time. Thinking that she was quite amusing, the prince smiled enigmatically. As he looked closely at the protagonist, he didn't understand why he should agree to break the engagement. That question caught Ayola by surprise and left her completely confused. Then, Offit decided to ask again why he should break the engagement if he hadn't even thought about it. However, the protagonist knew that he had never considered her his fiancée. And to her surprise, the prince admitted it. He was truly indifferent to her, since Offit thought she wasn't a saint, which only increased Ayola's confusion. But it turned out the prince thought this before they had that conversation. Horrified by his words, the protagonist was surprised at how shameless he could be. For her, breaking the engagement was the most logical outcome. Since everyone around her was aware of what was happening, people kept murmuring about how the crown prince had abandoned his fiancée for Lady Erna's. Ayola endured all the shame and humiliation, and she told Offid. So how could he talk about it so easily? Moreover, he managed to maintain an honest expression and calm the entire time, biting her lip angrily. The girl thought there must be a limit to his impudence. At that moment, the prince looked at her calmly, as if he were analyzing her. Touching her lips with his hand, he decided that, if she kept judging him like that, it could draw blood. That angered the protagonist even more, because not only did he not intend to break the engagement, but he was also laughing about it. At that moment, she looked at him in such a way that Offid thought the girl was cursing him. However, if she wanted to fight, she could do it without fear and tell him everything she thought. Although, of course, His Highness was not going to allow it, which left Ayola completely bewildered. Offid decided that, no matter what happened, they would see each other much more often now. The protagonist was indignant at that decision and looked at the prince completely surprised. The prince thanked her because just like a badly fastened button falls off, he almost made a wrong decision. Suddenly, he abruptly moved closer to Ayola, and she, horrified, thought he wanted to kiss her. But suddenly, he silently opened the carriage door, implying that it was time for the girl to get out. Feeling relief that it wasn't a kiss, the protagonist suddenly heard that she and Akanda were just friends. Therefore, from that moment on, Offid wanted to strengthen his relationship with Ayola. That was necessary so she wouldn't become his pet, at least according to what his eyes showed. Furious at his words, the protagonist couldn't manage to say anything, because the prince simply threw her out of the carriage, straight into the arms of a knight who was nearby. By extending his hand to her, he expected that, without a doubt, they would see each other at the next meeting. As fiancés, the girl yelled again that she wanted to break off the engagement. But Offit slammed the window shut, and his carriage took off. At that very moment, a maid approached her who decided it was time for the young lady to go to her classes. Full of rage, Ayola thought she had planned to leave the indecisive protagonist. But everything got complicated from the first page. Maybe it was just a draft, but she was also a candidate for saint. And wasn't that a complete waste of time? Picking up a stone and throwing it furiously at the prince's carriage. The protagonist considered him crazy. At that moment, Offit heard a loud bang on the carriage, and the voice of the maid, who was horrified by what the young lady did. Realizing that she had just criticized him directly, the heir couldn't imagine that she also had such an adorable side. Bright eyes and a voice full of life, but still a firm stance. And she says what she wants. In other words, she is quite attractive. He remembered how, at one of the banquets, the aristocrats mocked Ayola, thinking that Akanda was more suitable for His Highness. Now, for the prince, it was a mystery why that rumor had spread in the first place. Admitting that he had also been arrogant, Offit thought he should have talked to her sooner. He felt a little sorry to see her come to break off the engagement with him. However, even if they judge him for this in the future, the prince didn't want to let Ayola go yet. Meanwhile, Cardinal Grisfigros, leaning against the trunk of a tree, thought the heir was a despicable, arrogant man. He didn't understand how Offit had fallen so low, to the point of abandoning his fiancée, and now wishing for another woman. At the same time, the protagonist watched as Ayola, furious, vented her anger by stomping the ground. Vigros thought she was crazy for daring to break off the engagement with the prince, and even telling him to his face. However, he also knew that to survive in this world, one had to be reckless. Later that night, the protagonist returned home, and her brother was waiting for her at the entrance, with a very annoyed expression. Not only was Ayola furious because of Offid, but Ginas's face also provoked her rage. Pushing him aside, the protagonist demanded that her brother let her pass immediately. He, enraged, considered her a fool, and wanted to know where she had been wandering so late. Being a noble lady, looking at the starry sky. The girl was surprised that it was really so late. In her past life, Ginas also did not allow his sister to go out so late at night. Instead, he wanted her to think at that hour about how to attract the crown prince, not understanding how he could say such nonsense to his own sister. The protagonist decided to ask him why he cared so much. According to him, since she was the crown prince's fiancée, she should be more careful with her actions so they wouldn't speak ill of their family. Looking at her brother severely, the girl also wanted to know since when he considered her part of his family. Startled by fear, Ginas couldn't answer anything. Looking at the family in bewilderment, she wasn't even amused anymore that, for showing strength just once, he reacted like this now. In the original story, he treated her like a leash dog and manipulated her without obstacles. Knowing all this, the girl felt great pity for her former self, who couldn't do anything. Seeing his silence and the confusion in his eyes, she decided to find out if he had any other questions. If he had nothing else to say, Ayola planned to continue on her way home. She found it pleasant to see how Gina was breaking down. And despite everything, he remained a lost cause. Upon entering the mansion, all the servants greeted the protagonist, bowing their heads respectfully. Before, they pretended Ayola didn't exist. And now suddenly they notice her. In fact, when an obedient girl rebels like this, the rumor quickly spreads throughout the mansion. How easy and radical the atmosphere changed. Just because of a small rebellion. It was almost depressing. During her life, the protagonist extended her hand kindly to everyone, but she never received a warm look in return. And now, as she passed, two maids wondered why they should pay attention to the lady, if everything was better before. Turning indignantly towards them, Ayola wanted to ask if they had perhaps forgotten who their owner was. The maids shuddered at her gaze, and the protagonist decided it was time to do something. Instead of bragging about her noble authority in front of them, wouldn't it be better to make them work? The maids immediately fell to their knees before her, admitting their guilt and begging for forgiveness. However, for Ayola, apologies meant nothing, because right now she remembered something. In the original story, when she asked for help, the servants would put on serious faces, as if they didn't see her. It was as if they deliberately praised Akanda in front of her and humiliated the villainess. Once, one of the maids even ruined her dress by cutting it with scissors. So now, the protagonist didn't intend to beat around the bush. And as she passed by them, she suddenly saw her mother on the stairs. At that moment, she remembered that in the past she had already experienced a similar situation. That time being in that same spot. Ayola was falsely accused, and she begged her mother to believe her that it wasn't her. In the end, the girl realized that there wasn't a single person in the mansion who believed her. And although the protagonist only defended herself once, now the woman acted much more cautiously. Ayola had always yearned for her family's love, but there was no doubt that she lived like a tethered dog. Shocked by those arrogant and foolish people, the protagonist greeted her mother. And foolish, the protagonist greeted her mother. Also, she wanted a loyal maid assigned to her, and a coachman who would be her bodyguard. The reason was that she didn't feel comfortable traveling alone. And the woman thought that finally her daughter had come to her senses. She didn't want to see her wandering around alone like a commoner. But luckily, everything went well, and she wished Ayola would go to her room. Looking at her mother ironically, the protagonist calmly decided that, as before, she should stay still and not cause a scene. The woman looked at her very confusedly, not understanding what was happening. The servants, who were watching everything, also didn't understand what had happened to the young lady or when she stopped fearing her mother. Meanwhile, Ayola thought that her brother, who used to humiliate her, now hesitated with every word she said. And her father had simply disappeared. At the same time, the mother, who previously watched everything without interest, now began to show curiosity about her. It wasn't different from a game, where changing a single choice altered everything. But the most absurd thing was that the protagonist of the novel was a man. Even before, Offit revolved around her, barely helping her and breaking Ayola's heart to pieces. However, now the protagonist wanted to do something for which the prince would surely be judged. And she was intrigued to know if he was ready for that. She suddenly remembered that Cardinal Gris Vigros was also in the novel. They had met a couple of times when Ayola was in her own body. And he was the only one who had been kind to her. But in the end, Vigros also chose Akanda, around whom the whole world revolved in that novel. Anyway, it was hard to believe that such a strong and free young man would ruin himself for Lady Ernest. Meanwhile, lying in her bed and stretching her hand upwards, Akanda decided she would never get tired of looking at her own body. Suddenly, her maid Jane entered, who hoped her mistress wasn't asleep yet. Upon learning that the maid wanted to tell her something fun, the girl was pleased and invited her closer. It turned out that Jane had heard an interesting rumor, which further piqued Akanda's curiosity. It was about Mrs. Rivand, who they said had been unrecognizable lately. They must all have gone crazy, because even Akanda herself knew what that woman was like. The maid believed that, even if the rumor was true, and everything changed, her mistress could still follow the path of holiness. Running her hand through the maid's hair, Akanda remembered that she had already forbidden her from saying such things. However, now she was curious to know what exactly had changed in Lady Rabant. Upon hearing that Ayola, known for her fierce character, suddenly seemed like another person, the girl's face darkened considerably. Meanwhile, the commander appointed Knight Kyron as Lady Rabant's bodyguard, which left him horrified. The hero didn't understand why him, and the commander thought perhaps he was going to disobey the order. Not intending to, the hero simply knew what that woman was like. Ayola, born as a candidate for saint, envied the successful candidate Akanda, and committed despicable acts. And all because her fiancé, the crown prince, and Lady Ernest were close. Kyron also knew that she, consumed by jealousy, had tried to separate them. And can someone like that be a saint? The hero couldn't believe he would have to protect such a foolish girl. And moreover, do it alone if they had offered him to protect Akanda. He would have accepted delighted, considering it an honor. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the Rivant mansion, he went straight to his room. And next to the door, he found the young lady's new personal maid, a young, short and plump girl. She was crying heartbrokenly because she had also heard things about Ayola. Kyron tried to calm her, although deep down he understood that he also felt like crying. He had heard that the young lady had a terrible temper, and he wasn't sure if such a fragile maid could handle her. It turned out that the maid accepted the job only because they paid well. But she didn't know she would have to be a maid. While still crying, she imagined the young lady hitting her, which left the hero in shock. He thought he had nothing to fear, since not even aristocrats can intentionally harm their employees. That girl reminded him of his younger brother, so Kyron couldn't leave her alone. Deep down, he decided that if she was mistreated, he wouldn't stand idly by, even if it cost him his job. Upon knocking on Ayola's door, he froze in confusion, without imagining how terrible that person was. The protagonist opened the door. She smiled sweetly and cheerfully greeted the servants. The knight expected her to look more sinister, but the lady's kind image left him bewildered. Realizing that Kyron was in front of her, Ayola was greatly surprised. He was the third son of Baron Vendes, loyal to Marquis Ribant, and also a knight in the service of the protagonist's father. This time, she thought the story would be different from the book, and that they wouldn't meet. Placing his hand on his chest, the hero greeted the young lady, introducing himself as her personal bodyguard. In the original story, he was assigned as Lady Ernest's protector. Kyron was so convincing that Akanda felt how her restless heart calmed down. In their first meeting, he knelt respectfully and kissed Lady Ernest's hand, later giving her unrequited love. Kyron was an ordinary hero, loyal to Akanda. And now Ayola didn't understand why he had become her bodyguard. Seeing that the young lady was distracted, The hero thought she wasn't listening to him. And at that moment, the maid suddenly shouted the greeting, clasping her hands and looking at the protagonist with teary eyes. The young girl introduced herself as Siana. Not understanding who that Puss in Boots was, Ayola was stunned by the tenderness of her new maid. Grateful for her arrival, she realized it was already late and sent the servants to rest. When they left, the protagonist collapsed onto the bed, wondering if it hadn't been too much for one day. Falling asleep, she dreamed she was in the place where the Saint girls trained, where a master was teaching a student. He was yelling furiously at her because she hadn't been able to remember a single word from the book. Young Ayola trembled with fear in front of him, while he was furious because she didn't remember even on the third try. The protagonist was surprised to see that this is how she looked before, when she didn't know she was the true saint. The master didn't understand how it was possible not to grasp the lesson even once, since even practice has a limit. The young lady was a problem for his pride. And, although it wasn't solved just by memorizing, couldn't she remember at least once? Apologizing, Ayola, with her head down, hoped the master would explain everything to her one more time. But the man hit the book in front of her, deciding it was useless since she couldn't even remember the simplest thing. So she started sobbing, which angered him even more. He thought the girl should still try harder, until she understood, because that is basic for any student. Upon hearing that if she understood at least half, like a kanda, it would be enough. Ayola shuddered with resignation. Seeing this, the master turned away, and with an arrogant snort, he thought she wasn't even listening to him. For her part, the girl felt intense fear, and she didn't know how much longer they were going to scold her. Will it be that, for not being able to catch up with Akanda? Will they always yell at her now? Looking at the student with contempt, the man thought that perhaps she found it ridiculous if he had to try so hard to explain it to her. Ayola started to deny it desperately, trying to show him that she really was trying hard, while he didn't understand why she couldn't follow the lessons every time. The girl thought he spoke too fast, even though she was one of the candidates. Ayola was completely sure she wasn't a saint. Looking at her past self, the protagonist wished she would stop blaming herself for everything. Overwhelmed by thoughts that came and went, Ayola just wanted to be happy. The protagonist wanted that too, even when she was Kim Jin in her previous life. Seeing her young and helpless self, Ayola didn't understand if she didn't deserve to be happy. Suddenly little Saul appeared, who wanted the protagonist not to dare to give up. Looking at her, Ayola decided to avoid the novel's curse, turning it into her own story. Waking up at that very moment, she thought that both now and before, Saul saved her again. The next day, sitting on the grass and leaning against the trunk of a tree, the protagonist decided that singing was perfect for relieving stress. Opening her mouth and starting to emit sounds, Ayola suddenly heard a wonderful song that caressed the ears. Surprised by how beautifully she sang, the girl wondered if that was also a saint's power. So she continued singing without worry, cheering up the animals in the area. Sitting on a tree at that moment, Big Rose had already heard that the saint's consecration ceremony had not yet taken place. However, he was now almost certain that the saint was precisely Ayola. He also knew that she was Ophid's fiancée, and a rejected candidate for saint. Jumping carefully to the other side of the tree, he wanted to leave without making a sound, hoping to speak with her next time. But suddenly, he accidentally stepped on a branch that cracked loudly, making him jump. Ayola looked surprised from behind the tree, noticing Vigrose, who froze in confusion. When she obtained the sacred power and rewound time, that was the only thing that disappointed her. The girl wanted to return to that moment when she didn't yet know Cardinal Gris. She was very curious to know how they first met. And finally, she understood. Smiling, she thought that there was the Marquis Ribbon's daughter. But the hero didn't understand what was special about that. The point was that not just anyone could come here. And if he did something reckless, he could get into trouble. Vigrose wondered if she was going to scream to call people. In response to this, Ayola just smiled enigmatically, which made the cardinal consider her cruel, since the poor unwanted guest could have their head cut off. When talking to her, Vigrose was surprised not to feel astonishment or confusion. Suddenly, the girl decided to give him a rose as an apology, which completely bewildered the hero. He was sure it was the first time they had met, so he didn't understand why she was apologizing to him. It turned out that Ayola thought that maybe they had met in a past life. That's why she decided to give him the flower. Upon also hearing that she liked talking to him, Vigrose was greatly surprised. He didn't understand how it was possible that she felt no fear. But for the protagonist, being next to him was the complete opposite. She felt very comfortable. In the original story, she couldn't say a single word correctly, and even breathing was difficult for her. And of course, now the protagonist didn't know that time. He was the reason Ayola could breathe deeply. Upon hearing for the first time that someone felt comfortable with him, Vigrose thanked the girl for the flower. He also really liked how beautifully she sang, which made the protagonist feel a little confused. Vigrose Vanilla was a person whom not even the emperor could approach easily. And although he was the one who gave Ayola a reprieve, in the novel, the protagonist was portrayed differently. The inhabitants of the empire used to jokingly frighten naughty children, saying that Illa might take them away if they behaved badly. Many people didn't even dare to approach him, or simply stay close. Even the most arrogant nobles behaved carefully next to him, not daring to be discourteous. It was all due to his power, since during the war, with a single spell, he eliminated many monsters and formed a river with his blood. But Akanda Bonnernas, upon meeting him, did not even flinch from fear, since she didn't judge people based only on rumors. She didn't fear him at all. He thought the girl would run away as soon as she knew his real name. But to his surprise, she had no intention of doing so. The reason was that Akanda perfectly understood that. At least towards her, he hadn't done anything. Then Vigrose understood why Offid always kept her close to him. The girl thought the hero was being disrespectful to the crown prince. But in reality, it was because he found her beautiful. At the same time, Vigrose also saw himself as an infinitely greedy person. That's why he decided that, if Akanda didn't leave at that moment, he would definitely kiss her. If you think about it, every time Vigrose appeared, the novel's popularity was in doubt. The protagonist was curious if she really remembered such short phrases thanks to the sacred power. Or perhaps some mysterious force in the novel was showing them to her on purpose. In the original story, the hero was very charming and extremely dangerous. But the person she met turned out to be quite kind, giving the girl magical moments. Realizing this, Ayola wondered if she was starting to feel something for him, and if she asked him to be on her side. Would Vigrose accept that proposal? The protagonist didn't understand why he had come, but according to the cardinal, he couldn't not come, since she sang so beautifully. Laughing, Ayola was surprised that he had the nerve to come without permission, and even listen to the song for free. Vigrose then wondered what he should pay with, because he couldn't return the rose he had been given as payment. Or yes, if the protagonist had any particular wish, he was willing to grant it. At that moment, Ayola still couldn't believe she was sitting talking to the hero. When he returned, she thought that someday she would undoubtedly meet him. However, she didn't expect Vigrose to show up before her like that. What she wanted most was for the hero to be on her side. But Ayola didn't dare ask him. Moreover, she was held back by the thought that perhaps that was too high a price for a song. The only thing she could really negotiate with was the saint's power. But perhaps the hero didn't want the saint's power, but Akanda herself, which greatly discouraged Ayola. Suddenly, Vigrose approached her, wanting to know the girl's name. It would have saddened him if their conversation ended before she introduced herself. Besides, she was the first to give him a flower, and his proposal greatly surprised Ayola. Upon introducing herself, the protagonist thought it was very funny that he came in person, and asked for her name. Upon also hearing that she wanted to know his name, the hero decided to clarify that he was quite a fearsome person. He hoped she wouldn't run away upon learning his real name. But she had already made that promise in her past life. So now it was easy for her to promise she wouldn't run away. And then Vigros told her his name. Yola was shocked, thinking he would only say it after several encounters. And she didn't expect him to answer so seriously. At that moment, he was looking at her with eyes reminiscent of a cold sea. And deep, and she was curious to know what he was thinking about. But the protagonist only wanted her to keep her promise and decide on her wish. Gathering all her courage, Yola dared to ask if the condition of the deal was the saint's power, he would be on her side. Vigros was silent for a moment, looking the girl in the eyes. But she herself understood that surely that sounded very unexpected. In her past life, sitting on the edge of her bed, the protagonist promised to give Yola something, specifically himself, and he wanted her to remember that she could ask him for help at any time. No matter what happened. In any situation, Vigro remained kind to her. However now, because of her clumsy judgment, could something change? Yola was already ready to receive a refusal. But suddenly, the cardinal took her hands, accepting the terms of the deal. Looking her in the eyes, he decided that from now on he would always be on her side. The girl was very surprised that he accepted her proposal so easily, knowing that he was the villain. She didn't understand if she could get close to him. Moreover, when he smiled, all worries seemed like tissue paper. The man who was so cruel in the novel. But now he smiled with so much tenderness. He turned out to be truly unpredictable. Big Rose didn't understand why she was worried that he was like a charming madman when signing the contract. So Yol wondered if he was truly so sure that others would find him attractive. Furthermore, everyone thought the protagonist was a fake saint and a villainess. But why did the hero want to help her? Based on those words, Vigros thought that was why she looked at him suspiciously. Although she was a candidate for saint, he had no reason to show up like this because everyone was convinced she wouldn't make it. Smiling, the hero decided he shouldn't doubt. Because above all, he had come here for her. Yola didn't understand the reason and, as it turned out, she simply liked him. Upon hearing this from his lips, the protagonist became very confused. However, it wasn't without reason. And there was another reason why he had come here. Touching her chin with his fingers, Vigros perceived the sacred aroma emanating from the girl. The hero was desperately seeking that sweet aroma. And pleasant, and that search had brought him here. Looking at him with bewilderment, Ayola couldn't believe such a thing existed. It seems the crown prince didn't know these things. But how did Vigros know? But now it was the hero's turn to hear a short story from the girl about herself. Not knowing what to say, the protagonist wondered if perhaps she should pretend it was all a joke and leave calmly. Or, since he called her a saint, should she tell him everything about herself? Probably the right thing to do would be to deny her sainthood, since she didn't even know if she could trust Vigros. Looking at him closely, Ayola confessed that she was a true saint, unlike Lady Ernest. However, the girl had no intention of actually becoming a saint, which surprised the hero quite a bit. He knew that the honor of being a saint wasn't something she could choose. But knowing how the saints had lived so far, Ayola decided not to do it, even if it was difficult. Besides, she really didn't like the crown prince, and she wanted to live her life only under her own name. Not only to Ophid, but also to the people of the empire, who blindly followed the saints. The protagonist wanted to mercilessly strike them down. But Yola didn't know how to tell the hero. So she decided they would talk about it later. Vigros was surprised, because if it was so important, why didn't she just tell him? The reason turned out to be simple. She liked him too. Stunned by what he heard, the cardinal turned away embarrassed, unable to believe what he was hearing. After that, he decided he couldn't stand on the sidelines of such a grand plan. Moreover, the saint's power was the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Holding Yola by the waist, Vigros decided he would be her lover to help with her plan. Upon pushing him away, the protagonist wasn't ready for such closeness. which amused the hero. He thought it wasn't so uncomfortable to be the one who sacrifices in a romantic relationship, because there is nothing strange in truly helping her. Blushing with shame, Ayola saw no need, whereas Vigros thought it would be an opportunity to take revenge. He never liked that wretch, the crown prince who even now left his fiancée to pursue another woman. The protagonist knew that even if they pretended to be a couple, Ophid wouldn't care. But the protagonist wasn't so sure, recalling that the prince had really changed his mind about breaking the engagement. It seemed this plan could actually work. Smiling, Ayola thought that then she could really hurt that wretch. The cardinal, the more he looked at her, the more interesting she seemed to him. For starters, the protagonist wanted a secret relationship to prolong the excitement. But Vigros believed that you shouldn't give the enemy extra time. However, according to Ayola, everything that arouses suspicion makes nerves even more on edge. The protagonist agreed, because surely for His Highness, it was the first time he hadn't gotten what he wanted, wanting everyone who saw them to feel tremendous envy. Vigros firmly decided to become her lover, realizing that she had met Vigros, and that everything had led to a contract love. Ayola thought everything turned out as it should. However, when drafting the contract, the protagonist was surprised to learn that she had never had a relationship, since they were just starting to date. Even seeing each other once a day didn't seem enough for him. So, why did the protagonist propose seeing each other every 3 days? Simply, the girl didn't want to distract him from his work. But Vigros thought that for her, it had always been free. So he wanted to see her at least once every day. It turned out he had read a bit of romance novels, and he knew that a simple love contract would be enough. Until that moment, Ayola didn't even believe she could really attract Vigros to her side. But upon signing the contract, she finally understood. Touching the saint's forehead with his finger, the hero decided it was time to leave. Wishing to see his beloved soon, he instantly disappeared in a black spot that appeared in the air. Meanwhile, a person was working on some documents when, suddenly, a black hole began to form in the air in front of him. Upon seeing his lord emerge from it, the man was shocked by his unexpected arrival. Feeling deep indignation, the hero didn't understand. What if he stayed up working too late and suddenly fainted? However, Vigros didn't understand why he was getting so angry, since he also had a quite high salary. Pointing his finger at the huge pile of documents, the man thought that even doubling his salary wouldn't be enough. But the cardinal thought he had no conscience, because he always left him some work before teleporting away. That's right. But the problem was that the Lord started yesterday and continued the same way. Upon finally receiving his expected signature, the man rejoiced, and the hero decided to ask him something. When Vigros wanted to know something, it always ended up being a headache. So the subordinate looked at him fearfully. Smiling, the hero confessed that, starting from that day, he had started a relationship. The man thought it was crazy. What lady would fall in love with a lord? But upon showing him the flower and telling him about the invitation received, the protagonist left his subordinate in shock, looking at the flower suspiciously. He didn't understand who could have given Vigros that flower. It turned out that first he was fascinated by a beautiful singing. He followed it and then received a big rose as a gift. They also made a deal. And since the lady was one who kept her promises, the cardinal also intended to keep his. Of course, he didn't tell his subordinate that it was just a fake contract, since that was a secret. However, the subordinate knew that the Lord usually broke his promises, and he hoped Vigros wouldn't kill anyone. Smiling proudly and crossing his arms, the protagonist decided that it would be so, and that he didn't intend to kill anyone. The man was shocked, knowing that Vigros wouldn't help just anyone. But that's what the protagonist found amusing. Right now, he couldn't remember it clearly. But upon meeting that lady, Vigros felt something incredibly familiar. Then the man understood that someone truly liked him. And since the Lord had taken the first step, now they wouldn't stop him. Still, he didn't understand who that woman was who decided to give a flower to that monster. The next morning, Siana went to the lady's room to wake her up. Before that, she had heard a lot from other servants. That Ayola not only lacked recognition, but was also greedy and foolish. The maids warned her that if something of the heroine's disappeared, she would immediately accuse her maid of theft. Siana remembered how, because of her behavior so different from her appearance, they never treated her well. Determined to be attentive and careful, she was very afraid that problems could arise here too. Upon entering the lady's room, she saw Ayola sleeping peacefully in her bed. Observing her closely, Siana thought the lady was incredibly beautiful. It seemed strange to the maid that, from her face, it wasn't apparent that she was a noble, arrogant and inconsiderate towards the staff. Recalling how the protagonist greeted her kindly the night before, Siana suddenly heard that she had woken up. Upon seeing the maid in front of her, Ayola smiled at her, greeting the girl cheerfully. Moved by that gesture, Siana hoped the lady had rested well. Knowing that the maid was nervous because of the rumors about her, the protagonist thought she must have been surprised when they called her suddenly. Realizing that they had never treated her so well, the girl confessed that she had only come to wake her up. In that case, Ayola hoped Siana would help her get ready, to which she immediately agreed. Running out quickly, the maid decided the first thing would be to bring water to wash. She was now sure that the lady was kind and sweet, so the rumors that she was a villainess were a lie. Upon discovering the truth, Siana decided to support the protagonist and show everyone that she wasn't as they said. Seeing the speed with which she ran out, Ayola wondered if she really looked that terrifying. According to her, Siana was proof that she was no longer the same as before. Since she hadn't had someone like that close before, the protagonist thought that perhaps that was why she felt such tenderness for her. For a while, the family dedicated themselves to avoiding talking or meeting Ayola. But today, for some unknown reason, they all gathered at the same table, waiting for her to arrive. Sitting down with complete calm in her chair, the protagonist wondered why everyone had decided to gather today. Banging the table with his fists, the father thought that this was not the time to speak lightly. It turned out that the Marquis had already heard the rumors at yesterday's tea party, and Ayola understood that he was furious about the Crown Prince situation. However, apparently the father forgot that, when she turned 12, he forbade her from attending those tea parties. Although the protagonist was a candidate for saint, how was she supposed to know what was happening in a place she had never been? And if the father wanted to scold her, couldn't he at least tell her the reason? Seeing the Marquis start to rise from the table with a furious face, Ayola wondered if he was really going to hit her. After all, she had already warned him that if he dared to lay a hand on her again, she wouldn't tolerate it. The Marquis considered that total insolence, because she was his daughter and therefore, he could educate her as he wished. While calmly chewing the steak, the protagonist was not at all impressed with the taste. Although in her past life, she couldn't resist meat. Seeing that she didn't even look at him, the Marquis jumped up in a rage, thinking his daughter was ignoring him. Suddenly, Ginas tried to calm him down, convinced that his sister had always been like this. So, he didn't want his father to get so angry. And the Marquis thought his son was too kind. But the girl thought he wasn't finished yet, which left her brother completely surprised. However, it turned out that he interrupted her. And that was very rude of him. Surely, Ginas simply forgot how he had embarrassed the protagonist in front of everyone on her 15th birthday. Because of him, she became an incomplete daughter, who was even mocked by the servants, who at that moment wished to disappear from shame. Angry, the mother didn't understand how Ayola dared to behave so badly in front of her father. Although at the same time, apparently she didn't mind Offit inviting Akanda. However, the protagonist knew it wasn't the first time, so she no longer cared. But the mother still thought Ayola didn't take good care of her husband, and that's why he acted like that. Looking severely at the woman, the girl didn't understand how much longer something she didn't even remember would last. Sighing tiredly, she decided that people don't change. which made the mother even angrier. But suddenly, Ayola abruptly stood up from the table, deciding that she had an upset stomach. She wanted to go to a very important saints class, and she hoped her parents would stop being angry about what happened at the tea party. Furthermore, that was a lesson her father had learned by being obedient in the imperial palace. Upon also hearing that they would be in trouble if she failed the class, the father got angry again. Smiling in response, the protagonist decided that she too would study obediently. That woman's jealousy was unimaginable, and her petty attitude had no end. Ayola went crazy with jealousy, and everyone around her criticized her for it. But that was something a girl lost in jealousy would never hear, even if the prince she loved told her so. Seeing how he walked away embracing Akanda, the protagonist, in tears, wished to kill her. That whisper, like a curse, reached Akanda's ears, who understood that Ayola didn't hate her yet. Her eyes were full of compassion and, in reality, she wanted to befriend the protagonist. Akanda, who had everything, couldn't give anything to the protagonist, who so much desired what she didn't have. Offit didn't understand why his chosen one felt pity for that villainess. Then he looked into the girl's tender eyes, and Akanda felt her face blush. Then she remembered what had happened between her and Vigros the night before. With guilt squeezing her heart, the girl stood on tiptoe and kissed the prince on the cheek. What happened the night before was not what she wanted, so Akanda decided that this was her first kiss. Closing her eyes, the girl felt Offit approach, looking at her with passion. Soon, a fiery and passionate kiss covered Akanda's full lips. Lying on her bed, the girl was reading that novel, and she didn't understand how this world could be so perfect. She was convinced that Akanda's life, whom everyone adored, was her bright future. Several years passed since she became obsessed with that novel, but luckily she adapted and calmly acted like the kind and saintly Akanda. For her, it was a very tender world, and sweet, where she had already built a good relationship with the prince, and she was preparing to meet Vigros. Everything was going very well, and a glance was enough for her, or an affectionate gesture for anyone to enter that world. Although she was embarrassed, because in the novel Ayola was Offit's fiancé. In the end, she turned out to be just a fake fiancé. Akanda was sure that the protagonist clearly would love the prince and be envious of her, because she decided to make this world a place where Offit was only affectionate towards her. The next day, Ayola was preparing for the trip and carefully choosing the right outfit, while Siana looked at her smiling. The other two maids didn't understand why she was taking so long. Suddenly, the protagonist decided to get rid of all the dresses, leaving the maids in shock. The jewel-encrusted dresses were something Kim Jin hadn't even touched in her previous life. But when she became Ayola, she wore them unintentionally, like a doll, just to look like a worthy saint candidate. One of the maids tried to reason with her, because today especially, the young lady should wear the violet dress. But it turned out that the protagonist simply couldn't stand clothes that squeezed her chest so tightly. Thinking that this was just a preference of the crown prince, Ayola started throwing the dresses to the sides. Moreover, in her wardrobe there was clothing specifically intended for the girl's private encounters with His Majesty. But in reality, Offit forgot about her and was always boating with Akanda. So everything turned out useless. Suddenly, she found a dress for the trip, and upon seeing it, Siana was surprised by her lady's choice. It was quite simple and discreet, but the maid was still convinced that her lady would look good in it. Seeing how well she got along with Ayola, the other maids looked at the girl with envy and bewilderment. Now that the issue of clothing was resolved, they had to leave for the saint's mansion as soon as possible. After changing, the protagonist got into the carriage with Siana, and so they began the journey. The more Ayola looked at the maid, the more she reminded her of Saul, Kim Jin's friend, recalling that girl who sacrificed herself for her. The protagonist hoped she would be happy now. Noticing that her lady looked a bit down, Siana decided to ask her if everything was all right. Ayola was surprised that she wasn't afraid of her. Since the first time they met, the maid trembled so much that the protagonist herself got scared, making a hasty bow as an apology. The maid simply, because of the rumors, mistakenly thought she looked like a ghost. But now she knew that Lady Rabant wasn't one to get angry without reason, and that she wasn't a villainess at all. Siana also noticed that other family members went too far with her. So, being her personal maid, the girl decided to always be on her side, which reminded Ayola greatly of Saul. Smiling sincerely in response, the protagonist wholeheartedly thanked her maid for her warm words. Meanwhile, the cart stopped and, as it turned out, they had already arrived at the location. As soon as they got out, Kiron approached Ayola, wanting to accompany the young lady. Upon accepting, the protagonist understood that the reason for his company was not as obvious as it seemed. A knight with a brilliant future had simply become the escort of a lady he probably couldn't stand. In her past life, after swearing to protect Akanda, he saved her from a bandit attack. And then Ophid arrived. That time, everything seemed as if Ayola had planned the attack, which made him furious. Maybe Kiron went crazy with jealousy and lost his noble dignity. But he couldn't believe that the protagonist wanted to kill Akanda, not understanding how she dared to treat such a good person like that. And sweet, the knight contained his fury and put away his sword. At that moment, the crown prince was embracing Akanda, looking around angrily. Kiron decided that this woman, Ayola, must disappear from this world as soon as possible. He wanted to take care of finishing off that disaster himself, so that Akanda would only enjoy beautiful things. Now that bothered the protagonist, who even when remembering, saw that scene. If you think about it, things like that already happened before the return. That time, during a hunting competition, there was a misunderstanding and she went to look for Akanda. In the end, she fell into the trap. And at that moment, it was torture again. In the end, the incident also turned out to be an invention of Akanda. But no one believed it. At that time, Ayola thought the girl was on her side. But now everything was different. Noticing her strange expression, Quiraine decided to ask if the young lady was all right. Turning towards him, the protagonist thought that maybe, as in the novel, the knight would one day decide to kill her. She decided not to let her guard down, and pretended she had just been thinking for a moment. Upon entering the sacred mansion, Ayola went straight to the library for her class with the master. Sitting at the table and glancing through the books, she thought it was high time she visited that place. Although she wanted to know more about the saint, the protagonist had no one to turn to or ask. Since Akanda was the center of the original story, there was no such description of the saint anywhere. Moreover, it was almost obvious that the imperial palace was hiding something. The only thing Ayola was sure of was that all saints married the emperor. Sometimes, the saint who became empress died first, and then the ruler took another wife, who gave him more children. However, the heir was always the one born directly from the saint. It gave the impression that they did not allow the saint's bloodline to leave the imperial palace. If this were just a typical novel story, the roles of Akanda and Ophid would be completely useless. But the fact that this hereditary succession has lasted until today seems strange and uncomfortable. However, since Ayola was a true saint, she should know it better than anyone. After all, the protagonist didn't want to be trapped as a saint or used in the imperial palace. Looking at the textbooks, she remembered that the master spoke to her as if he completely ignored her. The master's furious image was so ingrained in Ayola's mind that even after returning, she used to dream of him. In the end, Hoyle responded, not understanding why the professor compared her to Akanda. Wouldn't it be more logical to give education according to the student's level? But the master thought that, since both competed for the title of saint, Akanda should be the example for the protagonist. However, Ayola had come here to receive saint lessons, not to compete with anyone. Surprisingly, everything changed, and the professor seriously reflected on her words. He realized that people are truly not the same. So he should teach the protagonist in the way that was most comfortable for her. He regretted his mistake and would have understood if the protagonist decided to change masters. However, if she didn't, the professor decided to behave more carefully from now on. And then he withdrew. The moment she heard this, Ayola understood something very important. Maybe she could really change her future as she wished. She didn't understand why she had to live such a painful life, being ignored and compared to others. Suddenly, a person entered the library whom the protagonist never expected to see there. Upon approaching her, Offit confessed that he had come to fulfill his duty as a fiancé. He noticed that the expression in his eyes was different from what he saw in the carriage. The prince wanted to come sooner, but entering the residence of Marquis Rivent was not easy at all. Not even for him. Offit had always been cold towards her because, if he was seen, it would damage his reputation. Therefore, he secretly used his power as crown prince to enter the sacred mansion unseen. According to the protagonist, that building was a place no one should enter. Ayola was very surprised that he came to fulfill his duty as a fiancé. At that moment, Curran, who was nearby, behind the corner, coughed and apologized to those present. The protagonist thought he had come to break off the engagement. But it wasn't like that, which left her confused. Upon hearing that Ayola knew about His Highness's desire for her to give up the fiancé position, Offit nervously began playing with his fingers. He decided that, if he really wanted to break off the engagement, his family would object, which the protagonist found quite funny. She didn't know he had that talent for intimidation. But the girl didn't stand idly by either. And she looked into the exceptions of the law. The prince was in shock, because until that moment, he thought what happened in the carriage was just a simple childish whim on his part. Suddenly, he felt pity for what he had confused Ayola with. Or Feed wanted to see how the protagonist's expression changed if he apologized for what happened in the past. Would she throw sharp remarks like that time, when he was in her carriage? Or did he intend to accuse him of being a liar for continuing to treat her this way until now? Did he really have to unload all his anger on him? And hatred? Lowering his gaze, he pretended to admit that his previous behavior was unworthy of a fiancé, without remembering if he had ever apologized to anyone like that in his life. The prince looked intently at the protagonist. However, what he saw erased all his thoughts, leaving only a dark sense of terror. She looked at him calmly, unperturbed by his apologies, cutting off it with her gaze as if with a knife. At the same time, her face was like a glass bottle, as if Ayola was thinking without showing any emotion. He was curious if His Highness really came thinking that she was going to behave like a saint. If not, then the protagonist didn't understand why he was doing all that now. Looking at her scared, the prince couldn't believe that the real Ayola von Riband was in front of him, because real fury shone in her eyes, as if he were the enemy of her entire life. Still, Offit liked that expression on her face more than an empty one, since he had nothing more to say. The protagonist decided to reveal her deepest thoughts herself. She decided to quote the prince's words, that he would tell her much later in the original story. For starters, he was intrigued if truly Lady Rivent thought she would become a saint. Isn't that why she attends saint classes and never loses sight of the candidate's name? Why does she hope to obtain that power? It seems the rumors Offit had heard were not true, and he was interested in knowing if she was sure of her position. As everyone knew, things were not going well in the empire. That's why he wanted to further strengthen his imperial power. But Ayola was an obstacle, and no one had said she would become a saint. Offit considered himself safer and more perfect than anyone. That's why he wanted a saint woman as a wife. He wanted the protagonist to seriously consider if she could truly become a saint. The prince doubted that and couldn't choose her as his wife. That's why he wanted to break off the engagement with her that very day, something that she now sincerely wished for. Surprised by what he heard, Offit was completely sure he had never told her that. But the protagonist knew that in the future he would tell her. because he loved Lady Ernest. Annoyed by her words, the prince decided to remind her that he and Akanda were only friends. But when a man who already has a fiancée keeps seeing another woman, wouldn't anyone really think badly of it? Realizing that the reason for his anger was that he had met with another, Afid suddenly smiled, horrified that he didn't understand her. Ayola felt tremendous second-hand embarrassment. Surprised by his insistence, she thought that only if she clung to his pants and gave up, then he would agree to break the engagement. Apologizing to the lady, Afid decided to invite her as soon as possible. Full of rage, Ayola hoped he wanted to invite her to break off their engagement. Determined to contact her when the schedule was ready, the prince gently kissed the heroine's hand. Now that he knew everything, Afid didn't want to let her go first under any circumstances. Upon also hearing that he would never give her up, Jane, who was spying on the conversation, was horrified. She immediately ran towards her lady, not understanding how something like this could be happening. Running into the lady's room, she saw Akanda calmly having tea at the table. Falling to her knees before her, the maid gathered the strength to tell what had happened. Upon hearing how she started speaking breathlessly, Lady Ernest just wanted the girl to calm down. Upon learning from her that Afid had met with Ayola, Akanda looked thoughtfully at her teacup. That didn't worry her much. But upon also hearing that he had decided to remain the fiancé, Lady Ernest became furious, slamming the table with her fist full of rage. She managed to frighten Jane so much she got goosebumps. Closing her eyes in fear and lowering her head, the maid had never seen her lady so angry. Lifting her head, Akanda understood that the girl was not to blame for anything. Knowing that everything was Afid's fault, Lady Ernest wanted to ask Jane a favor, not knowing beforehand what it was about. The maid was sure she could handle it. She also started blaming the air for everything. And she was willing to do anything, even poison Ayola. Upon returning home in the evening, the protagonist was greeted at the door by her furious brother. He wanted to know what she had done to Ayola for the crown prince himself to send her a letter, ordering her to step aside. And not to get in the way, the girl stomped hard on him with her heel. That left Cyan and Curran in shock, who were accompanying her to her chambers. They started climbing the stairs, silently behind the lady, hearing Ginas's groans of pain, who was rolling on the floor clutching his foot. Throughout the day, the knight watched the protagonist very closely. It was a real shock for him when she herself asked to break off the engagement as soon as possible. Moreover, the crown prince was practically clinging to her, which was very different from the rumors. Upon reaching her room, she suddenly stopped, leaving her servants confused. Upon starting to open the door, she turned to them, thinking Siana was free for today. As for Kyrn, he should stop thinking about useless things and go to rest once and for all. After a while, she saw Saul again, who didn't understand why the protagonist ate so little. Staring intently into Kim Jin's eyes, she wanted to go eat with her. Daily expenses were modest, but still there was no money for school. And she was also cheated in her part-time job. Just when she was crying, as if there was no one else in the world, Saul appeared as if by magic. Kim was sure she only felt pity for her, since she was still under the influence of others. However, in reality, it wasn't just pity. It was much deeper. Kim was her most valuable friend, and she did all that just for the affection she had for her. Upon waking up and opening her eyes, Ayola felt tears streaming down her face. The protagonist couldn't believe that, because of that disgusting crown prince, she even cried in her dreams. Suddenly, a bird on the window also thought that Afid was a scoundrel, which surprised the girl. However, the intonation with which the crow said it sounded familiar to Ayola. And suddenly she understood. She rushed to open the window wide so the hero could enter the room. Once inside, Vigro instantly transformed into a human, appearing before the protagonist. Upon approaching and taking her face in his hands, he didn't understand why she was crying. Remembering his promise to be on her side, he wanted to know exactly what had bothered Ayola so much. However, the girl was so surprised by his question that she couldn't say anything in response. So he collapsed onto the bed next to her, deciding to ask if she knew how fearsome Duke Hyla was on the continent. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered that she had seen a crow from the library window and understood that it was also the cardinal. The protagonist didn't want her to be surprised by that. Since he had many talents, it didn't matter if she got angry. But first, he wanted Ayola to have something. After that, he snapped his fingers and, at that instant, a tablecloth appeared on the bed with several snacks. The protagonist was completely confused, but Vigros thought it wasn't a big deal. Looking at her intently, the cardinal thought Ayola was too thin, as if she were intentionally starving herself. He decided she needed to eat more to regain strength and take revenge on everyone who had mocked her. Realizing that she was almost quoting Saul's words, the protagonist also thought she shouldn't keep fasting. Carefully taking a cookie and bringing it to her mouth, Ayola was surprised by the incredible taste of the food. Vigros wasn't a fan of late-night snacks, but he still thought it was better than starving. And while she ate, he decided to show her the contract they had signed. They were magical documents that were absorbed into the body and stored in the heart of each one. And if one of the parties broke the agreement before the ally canceled it, that person felt pain in their heart. The girl was surprised that he himself brought such a terrifying contract along with the food, determined that they would officially start dating from the next day. Ayola didn't know what to do first. The hero thought he could dare and give passionate kisses right in the city square. However, seeing the shock in the lady's eyes, he quickly clarified that it was a joke. Instead, they could organize a casual encounter so that rumors would spread secretly. Taking a lock of her hair, Vigros hoped that by the next day the heroine would be his alone. Honestly, he felt sorry seeing her with the crown prince, which was strange since they weren't even dating. Suddenly, Ayola realized that the hero was too close to her and wondered if it bothered him. However, since the first time they met, the heroine felt that Vigros had a strange scent, similar to blood. Looking at him suspiciously, she didn't understand what the hero had done this time. But if one thought about what that person was like, it wasn't hard to imagine he was plotting something. Not understanding why he wanted that, the heroine suddenly heard the invitation to go out the next day again. The hero planned to organize a date so sweet that the crown prince would surely go crazy with jealousy. Surprised by how fast her heart was beating, the girl accepted. The next day, Offid was walking through the imperial palace, accompanied by servants. Meanwhile, he was thinking a lot, and he didn't understand why he had hated Ayola even before meeting her, and why he didn't want to see her. Suddenly, he saw Akanda further ahead, whom he already liked before meeting. The prince thought she had come to see the emperor, but it turned out that she actually missed him. If you think about it, Akanda could enter and leave the palace whenever she wanted, while fiancée Ayola couldn't do it so easily. Offid was also surprised, since she wasn't even a saint, when suddenly the girl wondered if he planned to keep her. Since it was already late, the prince decided it would be better for her to stay in a room in the imperial palace. She agreed and asked His Highness to accompany her there. The next morning, standing in front of the ribboned mansion, Sienna tried to convince Kieran that her lady was a very kind person. However, no matter how much he thought about it, the knight couldn't believe it, although the maid thought he was simply not very perceptive. Then, leaning towards her, Kieran thought that Sienna had already fallen for that witch's false charm, which greatly indignant the protagonist. Ayola was not a witch at all. And besides, how could he speak like that about his own lady? Sighing, the knight wished the maid would stop giving him life lessons, considering Ayola a villainess. Stunned by those words, Sienna's eyes filled with tears, and she started hitting the knight's armor, trying to make him see reason. Upon hearing that she continued to defend the lady, Curran thought it was completely absurd. Wasn't she the first one to cry like a victim, dragged here by a villainess? On the other hand, the knight also knew that this mansion was strange, but he tried not to think about it. Who knows? There could be hidden circumstances everywhere. So Curran was not rushing to conclusions. However, Sayana knew that he was always outside. And it seemed strange to her, because everyone treated her Lady Ayola badly. When he told her that even the dogs laughed at the protagonist, she didn't understand why he hated the lady so much. But according to Curran, many people in the Empire hated Ayola von Ribbendt. Looking at him intently, Sayana thought it was because they hadn't met the lady in person. Faced with this, the knight didn't know what to answer. And he looked at the girl, confused. She wanted to know if perhaps he had started to detest the lady after meeting her. But Curran didn't think that was important. Confused by his words, Sayana didn't understand what was important to the hero. So, after thinking a little, he decided that Marquis Rivent was truly not an affectionate father. But was the problem that Ayola was raised coldly, and not with love and care? On top of everything, she was a famous woman who, because of her behavior, had brought shame to the entire empire. On the other hand, the hero had seen with his own eyes that the crown prince's attitude towards her was totally different from the rumors. Covering his face with his hand, Chiron thought he was a horrible guardian for having those thoughts about his lady. He only dreamed of the day he would brandish his sword for Lady Akanda. Suddenly, the heroes heard a loud bang coming from the mansion. Running there, the knight thought if perhaps everything was as Sayana said. What if she was really right? Upon entering, they saw the mother of the family, and in front of her, a maid holding her face. Upon approaching the other two servants, they wanted to know what was happening. But it turned out that the woman was just setting an example. Not understanding what example they were referring to, Sayana decided to ask about it. To her horror, they discovered that it was an example of how she planned to educate her disobedient daughter. Observing the maids closely, the knight was surprised that, even though they were hitting her, she kept behaving the same. Once again, he became convinced that not only the Marquise, but everyone in that mansion was strange. Suddenly, Ayola started coming down the stairs, not understanding what her mother was doing there. Upon hearing her voice, the woman turned around and looked at her daughter with fury, as if she were an annoying insect. At that very moment, she hit the maid again, and the other servants blamed Ayola for now having to endure that humiliation. The protagonist had already asked the question, but not receiving an answer. She thought her mother didn't want to talk, and decided she could leave. Observing the situation, Chiron thought that perhaps all this was for educational purposes. However, seeing the woman's look, he didn't understand how a mother could look at her own child like that. The Marquise wanted to know if Ayola had really rejected the dress she had prepared for her. And so it was, because that dress was not at all to her liking. The woman became even more enraged, not understanding how she had dared to do such a thing. In response, Ayola thought that, since she was not a doll but her daughter, she could afford to choose the dress she wanted. At that very moment, the woman became furious, and she slapped her with all her might. Upon feeling the pain of the blow, the protagonist didn't understand why she always had to be the scapegoat. Smiling at her mother, she thought she would have serious problems if she hit her like that again. The mother was horrified upon hearing her, realizing that her daughter was threatening to sue her again, and thinking she had gone completely mad. Noticing how similar the spouses were, the protagonist also felt that this was sad. Now even Chiron understood that this was not education, but abuse. However, he kept convincing himself that there was clearly something wrong with that woman. Suddenly, Sayana couldn't take it anymore, and she decided to defend the lady. Not understanding how the lady could behave like that, the servants immediately started contradicting her, believing that everything was Ayola's fault, although some were already starting to doubt it. But suddenly, the protagonist's loud voice was heard, who wanted everyone to be quiet. Moreover, they even tore one of her dresses to pieces, instead of selling it and helping those who needed it. Her mother, gritting her teeth, she didn't understand since when her daughter had become so good, and she thought she should hit her again. However, the protagonist decided that her mother must stop now. if they didn't want to end up in a lawsuit with her father. Touching her earring, Ayola didn't know how they felt, but she was sure she had nothing to fear. Pulling away her hand, the woman still didn't understand how the girl dared to defy her like this. Moreover, seeing the maid beat, the protagonist wished her mother would stop taking out her anger on those she cared about. Because they had done nothing wrong, and they didn't deserve to be treated that way. You shouldn't be treated badly just because they paid you. Blushing with shame and fury, the woman couldn't answer anything and, humiliated, she left. Surprised, the other maids looked at each other, not understanding when their lady had become so cool. Later, the protagonist was having tea at the table, accompanied by Gina and with the servants present. Seeing her disgusted face, she thought this mansion wouldn't leave her in peace. In a moment, she couldn't take it anymore, and decided that, if he had something to say, he should say it and not ruin her mood. Gina just wanted to know why she treated her parents like that, if in the end they were all a family. The protagonist was not in the mood for a pleasant chat, so she didn't want her brother to start a fight. Gina's was sure that it didn't matter if she became a saint or not, she would still live according to her father's will. Hearing this, Ayola was curious to know who had decided that, because her little brother couldn't have thought of it alone. Right. However, according to him, that was the law of the aristocracy, and it wouldn't work if his sister went crazy on her own. But the protagonist was not losing her mind. She was just planning to leave there, so her brother should watch what he said. Ginas wanted to answer, but at that moment, a maid approached Ayola and, apologizing for interrupting, handed her a letter. Seeing the imperial seal, the brother was bewildered. Ayola was surprised how well everything matched and, apparently, they really put in the effort. Seeing Ginas's face, the protagonist ordered him not to even think about calling their parents. He was in shock because they had been waiting for this for so long. But the girl also knew it perfectly well. Then the brother demanded that she explain what kind of relationship she had with the crown prince. But she decided not to say anything. Until now, His Highness had never sent her letters. And this time, it even seemed like an invitation. Smiling, Ayola thought that before. The prince surely had a different mood. However, this was not a family matter, and deciding to handle it alone. The protagonist didn't want her brother to worry. He started shouting furiously, not understanding how much longer she intended to behave like this. Because even patience has a limit. Staying still for a second, the girl smiled sinisterly, and then looked at Ginas with an attentive smile. Suddenly, she jumped over the table and appeared right in front of him, greatly frightening Kyrn. And Zian, grabbing her brother by the shirt collar. She decided that even if nobody knew, he had no right to say those things to her. And even if Ayola remained silent, she was not going to forget what happened at the racetrack either. Hearing this, Gina shuddered in fear and looked at her sister in horror. After that, she roughly pushed him aside, and several servants ran to help the hero stand up. Meanwhile, Ayola hoped that her brother would finally understand that to her, he was already a stranger. So he shouldn't be condescending, because she wouldn't be either. And he had better remember what could happen in the future. A little later, at His Highness's invitation, the heroine arrived at the imperial palace. Of course, the heir sometimes invites people here. But this time, he proposed meeting in the same place where, in her past life, he broke off the engagement with Ayola. At that moment, the only thing the girl wanted was to die. When she first came here, she hoped something would change. The heroine was so full of fear and expectations that the despair upon seeing everything destroyed was too great. Apparently, Ophid was the damned male protagonist of this story. While continuing to walk, she thought she had never observed this place so closely before, since it was the imperial palace. In the reception hall, there were books of incredible rarity. Now that didn't matter, because she didn't understand the prince's actions anyway. Did he really call her just to chat? Maybe tomorrow, the rumors will have spread in high society. And the parents will find out too. Moreover, it was definitely not the time for her sacred power to be revealed. a short time ago, thanks to information found in a book. The protagonist checked her abilities. And if Offit discovers that she has the sacred power, he will never break off the engagement with her. Upon meeting him, she greeted the little Saul of the Empire. And the prince decided that formalities were unnecessary. He just hoped Ayola had spent a quiet night. And as it turned out, everything was still the same. However, for His Highness, who desired her tranquility, those words were not enough. If the protagonist didn't know everything, she would think there was tenderness in his words. But things like that wouldn't affect her anymore. She believed that, as in the original story, the prince would live with Akanda, and Ayola would have her happy life. The girl was curious why the prince invited her. And as it turned out, remembering his promise, he wanted to spend more time with her. However, in her opinion, if he continued like this, problems could arise. In this situation, everyone considered Akanda the saint. And Offit would have problems if his actions did not align with the interests of others, especially if he was seen with a woman as unwanted as Ayola. Those words confused His Highness and left him perplexed, deciding to apologize for having caused the girl trouble. He was a little confused and felt terrible fear and painful, as if something he knew very well had been mercilessly shaken. Seeing the trembling prince, the protagonist didn't understand where his arrogance had suddenly gone. Why did he now look like a child who might start crying at any moment? It was similar to herself when Offit broke off their engagement in the past. In front of him, Ayola suffered as if the world had ended, while he calmly rejected her. And coldly. But after breaking the engagement, although he was indifferent, he helped the protagonist several times. She decided to clarify that she didn't hate him, and that maybe they could become friends. But their engagement would break anyway, and His Highness would marry Lady Ernez. And if the prince doesn't intend to take responsibility, then he shouldn't be so kind. Upon hearing about responsibility, Offit thoughtfully rested his head in his hand and looked away. Ayola thought it was better for the fiancé to lose his composure than to be harsh but pretend to be good little by little. Offit was bewildered. Could his actions really hurt the girl? Deep down, he believed the protagonist still loved him, but now he was starting to doubt it. Before, looking into her eyes, he saw himself in them. But now his reflection had disappeared. Determined to tell her something, the prince suddenly heard the announcement of a visitor's arrival. He froze and looked at the door confused, not understanding who it could be. Unlike him, Ayola was happy that the time had finally come when the romance story began again. Only one person would dare such disrespect, without even notifying his visit through the servants. Moreover, she was the only lady in the world who was forgiven everything, no matter what she did. Upon entering the reception hall, Akanda von Ernez threw herself into the prince's arms with a hug, greeting him cheerfully. It turned out that the place and the manner of the first meeting between Akanda and Ayola were the same as before the return. In the past, Lady Ernez appeared here just as the engagement was broken, causing suffering to Ayola. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted from her tea upon noticing something strange, and looked closely at that couple, while the cheerful Akanda shamelessly stuck to His Highness. Offit seemed very disconcerted, not understanding why he was reacting like that. Ayola continued to observe the prince. Suddenly she realized, from the expression on his face, that His Highness was not happy to see Lady Ernez, which left her in shock. Although Akanda used to visit the imperial palace, she always officially notified His Highness before coming. The prince knew perfectly well that this time there was no notice, and that the girl had already been there that morning. But for some reason she returned. Noticing his bewilderment, Akanda was very surprised, and waved her hand in front of his face, pretending she had only been surprised by her arrival. Offit remembered with horror that Lady Riband was still there. At that moment, Ayola was sitting, and calmly observing everything that happened. Looking at her, the prince suddenly felt a deep disappointment. He wondered if Lady Erna's expected the protagonist to be jealous, although they hadn't even been invited. Deciding that, in comparison, the rumors about Ayola's poisonous jealousy seemed even funny. Ovid wanted to get rid of Akanda as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lady Erna's decided to greet the protagonist. And the prince was surprised how familiar she sounded when speaking to her. However, he suddenly realized that he had never noticed that before. And that Ovid also didn't understand why it was happening. At that moment, upon introducing herself, Akanda clarified that she was the one going with Ayola to the saints' classes. Smiling, the protagonist remembered that in the original story, Hayes's first dialogue was the same, and in the same situation. If Lady Erna's were a common character, everything would be different, but she got the chills because she was also possessed by the novel. Akanda knew the story development perfectly well. But even so, everything in the novel had gone as it should until now. Looking at Akanda with a smile, Ayola respectfully greeted the lady. Knowing that in the original plot, everything should have been different, the girl was shocked. Smiling even more, the protagonist thought that her reaction was not what Akanda expected. For her, Ayola was just a perfect doll to play with, because that decoration would make her life much more beautiful. For that very reason, Lady Erna's didn't let the protagonist get rid of the villainous role, pushing her to be true to her role. For Lady Erna's, Ayola's life was just a pastime, as if it were a play. Although the protagonist seemed calm, Akanda decided, following the original story, that she was angry. The lady pretended she wasn't expecting visitors, since it was still too early. At that moment, Ayola even felt pity for the girl, who didn't know that she didn't intend to play along. Ignoring the lady, the protagonist addressed His Highness, leaving her confused, making a face of surprise and bewilderment. Ayola wondered if the prince had invited Lady Erna's. Coughing, Ovid thought it was all a misunderstanding, since he and Akanda were friends, and there were no restrictions for entering the palace. Seeing how decisively she defended him, Ayola wondered if it was because she was the protagonist. Although he had always been like this, even in the past, when presenting the girls at society gatherings, Ovid fell for Lady Ernest's trap. At the reception in her honor, she and Akanda ended up wearing identical dresses, and the protagonist received a sea of criticism. In reality, Lady Ernest had told Ayola that she intended to wear an orange dress. But in the end, she tricked her and made her look ridiculous, while everyone embarrassed the protagonist. Who was bewildered, the prince simply walked past and went to console Lady Ernest. Now, Ayola didn't want Akanda to apologize, since her visit was because her relationship with His Highness was special. In any case, it was a good option, and the protagonist had a date right after that one. Upon saying goodbye, she wished them both a nice time alone. After that, Ayola got up from the table. She bowed and calmly walked towards the door. Akanda stood still, completely in shock, while Ovid tried to stop Lady Riband by calling her back. But the protagonist slammed the door shut, and a brief silence fell in the waiting room. The prince was about to scold Lady Ernest, thinking that her behavior was not entirely correct. But he didn't manage to say a word, when suddenly he froze upon hearing that. According to Akanda, all this was very strange. The girl was standing there with an expression of bewilderment, not understanding at all what was happening. Ovid had never seen such a grim face on a lady, when suddenly she decided that this couldn't go on. After that, she left silently, leaving the prince completely confused. Meanwhile, already on the street, Ayola was happy to have left that place. However, it was the first time she was in the imperial palace, and she had no idea how to get out. No matter which way she walked, she always ended up in the same place, which started to annoy her. If she had known earlier, she would have called Siana and Curran, who had stayed in the carriage by His Majesty's order, surprised that someone could build such a tangled palace. To the protagonist, all paths looked the same. Moreover, there was no one to ask, because there wasn't a single person nearby. Ayola was already starting to think that Perhaps just like before returning, she would now have an emotional encounter with Vigros, sitting by the tree with her head down. She didn't know what to do now, as they had agreed to meet the cardinal. Suddenly, the hero appeared out of nowhere, bringing with him a gentle breeze, and greeted his beloved. It turns out the hero had heard that the heir had called her there, and he didn't understand why she was alone at that moment. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Ayola confessed that her companions were waiting outside, and that they had been forbidden from entering the hall. Realizing that they had left her alone, Vigros became furious, thinking once again that Ophid was a scoundrel. For some reason, at that moment, a scene from the novel came to the protagonist's mind, which surprised her greatly. Akanda felt uncomfortable, but the cardinal, in love with her, didn't notice and took every opportunity to court her. Again and again, the hero confessed his feelings, hoping they would be reciprocated. But he only received cruelty in return. In her sweet smile hid a sincere rejection towards Vigros, who was always clinging to her. Every time he approached, she immediately got angry, although with others she was kind and sweet. Moreover, when the hero saw her smile directed at the unfortunate prince, his eyes filled with jealousy. From time to time, Vigros wondered if Akanda would be his if he eliminated everyone in the empire. Every day he doubted, truly wishing to lock the girl away from everyone. The hero wanted to keep that divine light only for himself. But if he did, she would end up losing her mind. Unable to accept his dark and annoying obsession, he had to calm his wild heart once more. On her birthday, when she was perfect and only deserved happiness, the cardinal put all his strength into it. In breaths, Ayola didn't understand why that scene of the hero, who was willing to do anything for Akanda, came to her mind, without knowing if Vigros truly loved Lady Ernest. The protagonist became thoughtful, which disconcerted the cardinal. Ayola wondered if, upon encountering that scene in real life, and not in a novel, would her mood really be ruined. Perhaps it would be due to the feeling that her ally was being taken away. Determined to end her thoughts, Vigros took the girl by the waist, because it was time to start the date. The first thing they did was go to his carriage, and Ayola hoped her servants would agree to go home alone. Siana had no problem, but Kyron kept looking in silence, not wanting to go anywhere without his lady. Surprised that he didn't understand anything, the protagonist already felt sorry for using sacred power. She approached and repeated the request in his ear, using her power to influence him. However, the knight only started sweating, but he maintained the same calm expression. Not understanding anything, Ayola remembered that he obeyed Ophida, and thought Kyron was incredibly stubborn. Still, she didn't give up and kept insisting that he should go home. In the end, no longer enduring, and confessing that she had a date, the protagonist received a surprised positive response. Still with his calm attitude, the hero turned around and headed towards the carriage, which greatly pleased the girl. Sighing in relief, she suddenly noticed Vigros's strange look on her. He was curious to see how Ayola used her sacred power. Moreover, he found it quite sexy, which left the protagonist completely disconcerted. In particular, he liked how the girl whispered her request in the knight's ear. That made the protagonist very nervous, and she turned away so as not to look at him, which amused the hero. But now that no one interrupts them, it's time to go to the date. After that, he took her hand, and in the blink of an eye, they moved to another place. Ayola wanted to ask if he was a mage, but Vigros wanted to know what she thought about who he was. However, the cardinal already knew that the protagonist was a saint, so denying it would be unfair on his part. But thinking about it, no great mage could use their abilities as variedly as Vigros did. Reflecting, Ayola thought that his power resembled a miracle. And then the hero's face changed, as if he had gotten scared. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered that only saints had miraculous powers, and she looked at him surprised, deciding to quickly change the subject. Vigros thought it wasn't right to get distracted during the date, and hurried her to the restaurant, seating the girl at the table. The hero wanted her to wait there while he brought something delicious. Vigros's behavior seemed strange to Ayola, as if he were deliberately avoiding the conversation. But she decided not to complicate things too much. Meanwhile, the hero was completely in shock, unable to show any expression. Meanwhile, by order of the emperor, his eldest son, Ophid, arrived for an audience with him. Looking severely at his son, the monarch was intrigued to know why he had invited Lady Riband to the palace. Looking away shyly, the prince replied that she was his fiancée. But that poor answer was not enough for the emperor. Ophid knew that for his father, Akanda had always been an undisputed priority. Probably, he thought she should become the future empress, instead of the imperfect Ayola. The prince himself, from the beginning, approached Lady Ernaz without hesitation, despite already having a fiancé. However, now Ophid didn't understand if it was really necessary for the crown prince's companion to be a saint. These thoughts started swirling after that encounter with Ayola in the carriage. That changed everything. But His Majesty, the Emperor, considered all that as simple nonsense. The prince knew his father's goal was to strengthen imperial power, and that it was about an unbreakable empire. To achieve this, it was necessary to keep the saint in the imperial line. So many sacrifices were inevitable. However, besides that, both Ophid and the emperor knew that Ayola was also a saint candidate. After thinking it over, the monarch decided his son should marry the saint and mercilessly eliminate all others from his life. But yes, knowing all this, he says something like that. The emperor decided to see her personally. Meanwhile, cautiously approaching from behind, Vigros covered the girl's eyes with his hands. Ayola thought it was somewhat outdated, but the hero just wanted her to notice how soft his fingers were. What surprised the protagonist most was that the cardinal was with her, and not with Akanda. She didn't understand at what point the content of the book had managed to distort so much. If nothing is as it should be, could it be that Lady Ernaz's story and the cardinal's story has not yet begun? Suddenly, the hero uncovered her eyes, and the girl was stunned by what she saw. Right in front of her, on a pretty napkin, there was a large bowl decorated with engravings and full of huge scoops of ice cream. The people sitting around started looking at them, while Vigros hoped everything looked appetizing enough. Fascinated by its beauty, the ladies around couldn't guess which family this knight came from. At the same time, Ayola understood that if Vigros and Akanda met like in the novel, he would fall helplessly in love with her, thinking that then he would hate her. The protagonist suddenly heard the cardinal's voice, curious to know what she was thinking. Looking intently at the girl, the hero wanted her not to keep anything to herself, and to ask him whatever she wanted. Ayola thought he was a mind reader, but Vigros was willing to be whatever his beloved wanted. So she wanted to know if he was destined to love someone, and that person turned out to be his enemy. What would happen? However, the cardinal was shocked by the question, thinking it was a vision, and not destiny. Above all, he was willing to destroy with his own hands anyone who was his enemy. However, even if that were to happen, the protagonist had absolutely nothing to fear. After all, both had a contract in their hearts. So if someone broke it, the culprit would die. According to Vigros, only a madman would ignore that and act as if nothing happened, but he considered himself completely sane. So he took a spoonful of ice cream and brought it to Ayola's lips, seeing the desire in his eyes to feed her. The protagonist obeyed and ate the ice cream. But suddenly, the protagonist noticed that on her cheek, near her lips, there was a small piece left. Thinking she was doing it on purpose, Vigros gently removed it with his finger. Meanwhile, the girl remained still, feeling deep shame. Then, he cleaned the ice cream from his finger with his tongue, leaving everyone present in shock. At that moment, the protagonist remembered that the last time she had a relationship was when she was still Kim Jin. And although she had boyfriends back then, she never reached a deep connection with them. That's why her suitors often got annoyed, thinking she was cold or believing she didn't love them. At that time, the girl's life was so busy that every day was very difficult. And as sad as it was, her poverty made people distance themselves from her. So she understood that only in movies was the man always by her side. Even despite the difficulties. Suddenly, Big Rose thought he was captivated. Although he himself was also attractive. He hoped that, in the protagonist's eyes, he looked much sweeter than that ice cream. In response, Ayola couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, leaving him confused. She decided he looked like a mischievous cat with malicious intentions. Closing her eyes dramatically, she pretended she was laughing because Vigrose was very sweet. Hoping to look manly and sexy, the protagonist was bewildered upon hearing her words. By the expression on his face, the girl started laughing even louder, until tears came to her eyes. Suddenly, she also took a spoon and, after scooping ice cream, she put it in the protagonist's mouth, leaving a piece on his cheek. After that, she quickly wiped it off with her finger, thinking one cannot eat so carelessly. Smiling embarrassed, Vigrose knew perfectly well that she had smeared him on purpose. Looking at him mischievously, the protagonist winked at the cardinal and licked the ice cream off her finger. Seeing that, Vigrose thought that this saint was really funny. Meanwhile, the people sitting around considered what they saw a sensation and urgently wanted to find out the man's identity. After the restaurant, the protagonists went for a walk, and the protagonist discovered that Ayola hated poverty. Some think happiness is not in money. But if you don't have money, you don't have a chance to be happy either. Because even things like sleeping, water and food cost money in this world. Vigrose was very surprised to hear that from someone who came from one of the richest families in the empire. However, his father would never give her the inheritance. And even if he did, the protagonist planned to refuse it. She wanted to earn her own money to secure a stable future. Therefore, Ayola decided to hide that she was a saint and break off her engagement with the crown prince. Upon hearing that she also planned to leave, Vigrose hoped she would move in with him. Pretending not to have heard that, the protagonist thought she had to earn well if she wanted to leave her house. Therefore, she also wanted to go with the hero to a secluded place and talk about the contract. However, shortly after, Ayola was surprised by the place the cardinal took her. It was the site where she first met Vigrose. Before returning, right at that moment, chaos occurred with Akanda's appearance. Yaphet insisted on breaking the engagement. After that, the protagonist walked aimlessly. She got lost and ended up in that place, crying non-stop for what had happened. And then, suddenly, she heard Vigrose's voice from above, surprised by the amount of tears she had shed. He wanted to talk to her earlier, but he couldn't while she kept crying. At that moment, Ayola wondered who the stranger was and why he was watching her cry. But it turned out the hero had arrived first, and the unwanted guest was her. The protagonist thought that he could at least have hinted that he was there. But Big Rose knew she wouldn't have listened to him anyway. With her head down and resigned, Ayola didn't know what to do if he started spreading rumors. Because if that happened, her family wouldn't leave her in peace. And that was what she feared the most. Seeing no other way out, she decided to offer him a reward in exchange for his silence. Hanging her legs towards him, the cardinal considered the protagonist's proposal quite tempting. After thinking about it for a bit, he decided that for keeping the secret, he wanted to be paid with a single apple. Not immediately understanding what he had heard, Ayola was confused, thinking he was just joking. The girl got tired of looking at his legs and wanted to talk face to face. Vigrose was surprised because everyone liked his legs, but apparently she had peculiar tastes. The protagonist hoped he would stop joking about the apple, but the cardinal was completely serious. She had no other option, so Ayola started looking around, looking for the necessary fruit. It turned out that all around were apple trees. But to her great misfortune, she couldn't climb in that dress. But Vigrose didn't worry, because the apples were closer than they seemed. You just had to lower your head. Upon doing so, the protagonist found a large apple, and beautiful right at his feet. At the hero's request, she threw the fruit to him, which turned out to be the result of their 2 hours of waiting. Happy that she could finally enjoy it, Big Rose started eating immediately. At that very moment, a long growl came from the girl's stomach, hinting at a hungry emptiness. Sighing, the hero split the apple in two, willing to share it with her. Thinking she looked like she was asking for food, Vigrose threw half the fruit to her. Lowering her head, the protagonist pretended she was just tired and scared. Suddenly, the cardinal jumped from the tree, appearing in front of the girl and wanting to know her name. She looked at him in shock, which pleased Vigrose, thinking it was because of her fairy tale beauty. He also thought she should close her mouth so flies wouldn't get in, for which Ayola considered him attentive. Freezing, the hero thought that normally he didn't like those things. But that compliment was unique. Apparently, the protagonist didn't understand people. Since childhood, they told her she had a corrupt character. Vigrose couldn't believe she called him attentive, and he thought the protagonist had been betrayed by those she trusted. Meanwhile, Ayola tried to discover his true personality, wondering if he really was a knight from the imperial palace. The hero also knew that someone had hurt her, and that she then left without saying a word. He didn't understand why it was so important, since she was no longer a child. But the girl became even sadder at those words. So, if there was no reason for her not to introduce herself, Vigrose wanted to know the protagonist's name. Looking down sadly, Ayola understood that, if he found out her name, he would no longer be so kind to her. However, gathering courage, she decided to tell him her name, expecting in return to know who he was. Vigrose was surprised to see that standing in front of him was none other than Ayola, the fiancée of the crown prince. It seemed strange to him that she came here, since people didn't usually pass through this place. Upon confessing that she perfectly knew the daughter of Marquis Ribbant, the cardinal suddenly saw tears in the protagonist's eyes. The girl knew she was the prince's fiancée, only in words, but in reality, everything was different. Suddenly, the protagonist started drying Ayola's tears from her face with his fingers. She suddenly screamed, wanting him to stop immediately, which greatly surprised Vigrose. He was shocked to discover that it actually hurt her, since the protagonist was drying the tears very roughly. Bewildered, Vigrose thought he hadn't actually done it that hard. But the protagonist started wiping her own tears, insisting that it had hurt her a lot. At that very moment, she started crying heartbrokenly again, falling face first onto the ground and leaving the cardinal confused. Smiling, he decided that the best thing was to give the girl time to vent. When she finished, the sky was already covered by the mantle of night, and Ayola felt uncomfortable for having made the hero wait. On the other hand, she felt relieved, and she didn't even remember the last time she had talked so long with someone. Thanks to the stranger, she felt better, and she was grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. The cardinal didn't understand why she had to suffer for so long. But according to the protagonist, some people find it hard to express everything at once. Looking at the moon in the night sky, Ayola was surprised how much time had passed, and she wanted to go home quickly so as not to anger her father. After all, she still had to tell him about the broken engagement, and the Marquis surely wouldn't let it slide easily. Moreover, she already felt bad for making that man wait any longer. And thinking about it, she unintentionally grabbed his sleeve. Realizing it, she immediately withdrew her hand and apologized for the trouble. The hero was surprised that she was still so cautious, even after 5 hours of conversation. If she really felt bad, Vigrose hoped that next time she wouldn't run away when she saw him. Because it's horrible when someone you know forgets to greet you when you run into each other. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly became curious to know the name of that stranger. Vigrose looked at her confused, surprised that she only wanted to know now. Then he tapped Ayola's forehead, which left her bewildered. However, the cardinal was simply curious to know what she was thinking at that moment. Then the protagonist wondered if he could really read others' minds. Laughing at her words, the protagonist thought that was impossible. The girl found it strange that this peculiar man was not unpleasant to her. Seeing him laugh, she got scared, thinking that perhaps that man could indeed read her thoughts. Tapping her on the forehead, Vigros wanted that strange girl, who had held him hostage for 5 hours, to finally get serious. Remembering that she had already promised to do so, Ayola swore she would never run away from him. After those words, the cardinal finally introduced himself and said his name. And now, remembering that encounter in her past life, the protagonist couldn't help but laugh. Vigros became curious to know what caused her so much amusement. But Ayola pretended it was nothing special. She thought that place was simple, and that anyone could see them. But the protagonist had a different opinion about that place, that not just anyone could enter. So the girl wanted to know how he managed to get there in her past life. However, that question remained in her mind. While Vigros stared fixedly at her, he leaned in gently, and Ayola heard a whisper that none of this had been a coincidence. Those words left her in shock, not understanding anything and looking at the cardinal in surprise. But he immediately decided to continue talking about money, as if nothing had happened. And the girl thought she had only imagined it. First of all, Vigros wanted to know if the protagonist had any business ideas. Seeing the place where they sat in her past life, Ayola decided to sit there with him. The cardinal kept looking at her confused, not understanding what he was planning. The protagonist remembered discovering her power while studying the records of saints in the palace library. It turned out that the power of saints manifested in different ways, and was not limited only to healing. If one truly wished it, one could use it in other ways in this life. Ayola only wanted 2 things. She desired immense wealth that required nothing in return, and the power of persuasion so that no one else in this world would influence her life. Determined to show Vigros her first step towards wealth, the protagonist created a flower using magic. However, it was made entirely of precious crystals that shone beautifully under the sun. The first time she got yellow flowers, but this time they were roses, and the girl wondered what that depended on. But what interested her most was the protagonist's reaction. So Ayola looked at him with hope. To her surprise, the cardinal froze in astonishment, with his eyes fixed on the flower. These flowers had no scent, but they didn't wither either. Moreover, they were made of precious stones, so they had great value to sell. The girl knew that only she could create such a rarity. That would surely sell like hotcakes. And if she also invented a nice legend about them, the price would surely skyrocket. The protagonist understood that she wanted to take advantage of the fact that aristocrats are attracted to all sorts of rarities. Therefore, according to him, one had to resort to the black market, which left Ayola completely surprised. Due to her status, the protagonist would be quickly discovered in the palace. But the market was another story. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, he didn't understand what exactly was worrying the girl. Everything was safe, since the owner of the black market was none other than Vigros. Meanwhile, Siana, tired of working, finally finished her tasks. When everyone found out she had a good relationship with Ayola, the other servants started making fun of her. They were mostly those maids who still saw the lady as a villain. However, the girl wasn't planning to give up because of them, and she was determined to defend her lady's honor. For that, she now had to do everything so that the misunderstandings about Ayola disappeared. Observing her, Siana realized that the protagonist wasn't paying attention to the rumors about her, as if she was already used to people wanting to harm her. That indifference, on the one hand, seemed impressive, but on the other, it was quite sad. Moreover, Mr. Curran remained stubborn and didn't recognize the lady, so they had to find a way to make him change his mind. The black market was a place nobles often went because there were no restrictions on doing business there. The things sold there were so valuable that not even the empress herself could get them. And in other words, it was like a dark auction. Even in the original story, the owner of this place was never mentioned. Therefore, upon learning it was Vigros, Ayola was shocked. However, she should have already understood that even if the cardinal knows how to talk nicely, he never lies. Upon assimilating this news, the protagonist came to the incredible conclusion that the hero was richer than the imperial family. Accustomed to his jokes, the girl had completely forgotten that Vigrose was a dark person. And now she understood even less why. In the original novel, everything went to hell. After all, if they had had him as an ally, they could have conquered the empire easily. Meanwhile, the hero decided that if his saint desired it, he had to fill her with gold. But for that, they needed to meet an expert on the subject, so they could call him or go see him themselves. Knowing they would visit Ayola's residence, the protagonist expressed a strong desire to go in person. Smiling and taking her hand, Vigrose created a portal and invited the saint to enter. A second later, the girl felt wood under her feet and realized they were inside a building. At that moment, not far away, was a subordinate of the cardinal, who was shocked to see them appear. Noticing that the hero was accompanied by a girl, he screamed in terror, leaving Vigrose and Ayola in a state of shock. The cardinal wanted the servant to calm down immediately, since they were receiving a guest. Upon hearing about the guest, the man covered his mouth with his hands and turned pale with amazement. At that moment, the cardinal introduced the girl to that loud boy and money lover, whose name was Rake. Upon hearing that the protagonist's name was Ayola, the servant recognized her immediately and was very surprised. However, what scared him most was that she was in such a dangerous place. In that madman's house, Rake thought the owner had kidnapped the young lady, which was already starting to irritate Vigrose quite a bit. The girl admitted that the cardinal was quite intimidating, but she didn't consider him a madman. She had come here for advice on starting her own business, and according to Vigrose, Rake could help her. The first thing the man did was find out that it was about selling the only precious flower in the world. Later, they stepped aside with Rake and began to discuss the business details in depth. Seeing them, it seemed strange to the protagonist to hear laughter in that place, and the girl clearly didn't fit in there. The only detail that worried Ayola a lot was the lack of initial capital. But both protagonists didn't see it as a problem. Moreover, Vigrose was surprised that she didn't have selfish intentions, which was completely different from the rumors about her. The secret of the precious flower was her life. That's why Rake insisted on putting a high price on it. And as for the initial capital, now she could freely dispose of Vigrose's money. But first the patent had to be registered, so that no one had problems with counterfeits. Ayola was a girl who failed the sacred ceremony, but who could control her power. Moreover, Vigrose was sure she was not an imposter, because that sweet aroma came from her. So could she be the bearer of the dreams and hopes of the hero? However, from time to time she called him Dark Man, which was strange and suspicious. The more he knew her, the more mysterious the saint became, and that drove the cardinal crazy. Later during a class, the protagonist suddenly wanted to reduce her lessons. Confused, the teacher thought she had gotten bored with the classes, but in reality, it was for another reason. As expected, the rumors about her and Vigrose spread throughout the empire. Everywhere people shouted that Lady Ribboned Saint candidate had a lover. The girl decided to confess to the teacher that she didn't actually intend to become a saint. The man was even more surprised, since lately she had been trying hard. Moreover, Ayola even found the classes useful. But her heart wasn't in it, and she wanted to quickly move on to what she desired. The professor suddenly began to worry that her parents might scold her, but the protagonist decided to handle it herself. Before, the teacher's words made her cry, but at the same time, he was the first to apologize. And now, he was also worried about her. Now the girl knew for sure that the characters in novels could indeed control their actions. She wondered if he had ever cared about Ayola before she returned. In any case, she was very happy and grateful to him for worrying. Today, for the first time, the protagonist wanted to go home in a good mood. But upon entering, the maid soaked her with dirty water from a bucket. Moreover, they were right in front of her, and they pretended it was an accident. openly mocking the protagonist. They truly enjoyed the fact that the Marquis's daughter couldn't defend herself. But in the end, the fault was Akanda's. The protagonist didn't understand how the previous Ayolas had endured all this, both before and after returning. Anyway, it was better now. Because last time, they threw the water directly from the mansion's roof. Suddenly, the crown prince appeared, who didn't understand what was happening there. At that moment, the maids were speechless, not knowing how to justify themselves. Offit thought that, if they knew who Ayola was, and still threw water at her, then perhaps they no longer wanted to live. Upon starting to beg for forgiveness, the girls admitted their fault, trembling with fear. At the same time, they themselves didn't understand why they had done it, knowing that Lady Rivent was also noble. Upon approaching the protagonist, the prince was curious to know if this happened often. Upon learning that they always treated her like that, Offit was shocked. Ayola was very surprised to see that worried look on his face again. Thinking he only looked at Akanda like that, she turned around and saw Jane behind one of the columns. Lady Ernest's personal maid was spying on her again, convinced that no one noticed her. Of course, she would surely run off to tell Akanda everything she saw and found out. Understanding this, the protagonist decided it was time to play a little prank. Turning towards the prince, she didn't want His Highness to worry about her. After that, she leaned gently against his chest, leaving the air completely paralyzed. Red as a beet, he didn't understand why she suddenly did something like that. Laughing softly, Ayola smiled and stared fixedly at Jane. At that moment, Lady Ernest's maid was in shock and filled with fury. It was the start of new rumors. Akanda cried all night because of the villainess who seduced the crown prince. Furious as never before, Jane marched angrily towards her lady's chambers. Seeing this, the girl separated from Offit and walked calmly towards the maids. Upon approaching the girls, who were trembling with fear, Ayola didn't know how to bother them to fuel the rumors. Looking at those defenseless ladies with puppy eyes, the protagonist couldn't believe that they were the ones who had soaked her. Although those girls were common characters, that was no reason to have pity on them. First of all, she wanted to hear directly from them if they truly hated her that much. With their minds clouded by fear and trembling voices, the maids started apologizing again. Looking at them with disgust, the protagonist thought that people simply tend to ask for forgiveness. But did they truly feel no remorse for mistreating someone just because of their status? Ayola decided to show, with an example, how she would answer that question. And she took a lock of hair from one of the maids, pulling roughly and ripping it out by the root. Ayola thought she would never do something like that. And if those girls planned to trample her, she wasn't going to stand still either. For now, let guilt torment them. Seeing the genuine fear in the girl's eyes, the protagonist didn't understand why she put up with all that before. If the maids wanted to ruin everything, they could keep striving on that path. But if this happened again, next time Ayola would force them to drink that garbage from the bucket. Upon hearing this, the maids ran away from her in tears, as if fleeing from a monster. After that, the protagonist calmly turned towards His Highness, who had been observing everything. Ayola was sure that Offit would be disappointed in her, because she wasn't as charming as Akanda. However, to her surprise, it wasn't like that at all, which left her completely bewildered. The prince, after clearing his throat, thought that such a thing hadn't even crossed his mind. The protagonist didn't understand why he had come. Since Lady Ernest didn't have classes, Offit was about to answer, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence and froze. It was clear he wanted to say something, but simply couldn't. Ayola supposed that the rumors about her had finally reached him. And Vigros, the prince had changed completely. And now he behaved differently from the one in the original novel. And before returning, the protagonist knew that if he kept coming so often, they could misinterpret his intentions. People always want new gossip. But Ayola didn't want to be the center of horrible rumors anymore. Blushing with shame and confusion, Offit apologized to the girl again. Looking at him intently, she was surprised to see that expression on his face again. Now the heir to the empire's throne looked more than ever like a puppy abandoned in the rain. However, the protagonist knew perfectly well that he was the one who left her. So she didn't fall for that game. Since he had nothing to say. She was about to leave, but the prince suddenly grabbed her hand. The only thing Offit wanted at that moment was for Lady to dedicate a minute to him. But he received an immediate refusal. He thought it was due to his lack of attractiveness. But even 3-year-old children knew he was the best match in the empire. Suddenly, Ayola noticed his hypnotized gaze. Completely focused on her. That left her completely bewildered. Because the prince didn't even look at Akanda like that. It turned out that he didn't care about others' opinions. He only took into account what the protagonist thought. The girl thought that, with his good heart, his attractiveness and his title as heir, he would surely be a wonderful husband. However, Ayola couldn't even imagine her first kiss with him. There was even a compelling reason. For them not to even be simple friends. Offit was the protagonist of the novel. And even if he changed his mind, Akanda would remain firm until the end. In the end, everything would surely end the same way as in the original novel. The prince would kill Ayola. Maybe he wouldn't have changed if she hadn't mentioned breaking off the engagement. That time in the carriage, the crown prince was the center of this world, and Lady Ernest's main character. So now that he was finished, the protagonist just wanted to leave immediately. Offit had nothing to say, but only his gaze said it all. Seeing his fiancée turn around and leave, he felt immersed in a dense darkness. And impenetrable. As if trying to reach her. He extended his hand towards that person he couldn't get out of his mind. The prince didn't want to let her go. Even though he knew that the further everything progressed, the more absurd the situation became. But now, Offit only thought of Ayola. And missed her relentlessly. Reproaching himself, the heir didn't know how to deal with those painful feelings. Late at night, in a tavern, a lady in a pink cloak was sitting at the bar, emptying jugs of beer, plunged into deep despair. Akanda didn't understand at what point the story had become so distorted. As at the beginning, she was supposed to meet Vigros here. However, after spending several hours waiting, the hero didn't show up, which was unbearable for the lady. The next day, Ayola, along with Siana and Kyrn, went to a coffee shop to eat ice cream. But that was right when she should have been in class, which greatly worried the maid. However, the protagonist thought she could skip classes calmly, without worrying about the consequences. To Siana's surprise, she wasn't even uncomfortable about being a saint candidate. There were too many nice things and fun activities around her that she had never tasted until now. In her past life, Ayola hadn't even traveled abroad. Something she also wanted to change. Considering her previous life boring, the protagonist was determined to live as she pleased from now on. Suddenly, Kyrn decided that the lady should not eat ice cream, since the place was dirty. According to him, street food was completely unhealthy, and one had to be careful not to get a stomach ache. Taking her ice cream, Ayola today wanted to do everything she felt like, and refused to listen to the knight's warnings. Looking at her with disgust, the protagonist thought that behavior was childish. The protagonist didn't understand if he was really annoyed that she couldn't always be grumbling at him. Suddenly, a crowd of people gathered to one side, watching something with amazement. Looking over there, Ayola wondered why people were making such a fuss. Kyrn decided to go see what was happening. And Siana, upon discovering the reason for the fuss, was confused. It turned out to be the crown prince who had come to the cafe along with Akanda. Siana started nervously playing with her fingers, thinking that perhaps her lady was upset by what she had seen. Kyrn wanted Ayola to stop staring so intently at that couple. The first thing the protagonist did was smile calmly and make it clear that she was not actually upset. Pushing the knight aside, she kept watching, deciding that next time she would put chocolate syrup on his ice cream. Imagining it, Sienna was surprised by how delicious it sounded. But at that very moment, recalling what was happening, she looked at her lady again, hoping she was truly okay. That's right, although Ayola didn't really like remembering that moment from the original story. Apparently, it was the scene where Akanda was nervous before the consecration ceremony, and Offid invited her out to cheer her up. Probably that happened before their love story began. So the prince had not yet fallen in love with Lady Ernest. Enjoying the ice cream, Ayola was surprised by the girl's timid tears, pretending to be Miss Goodness. Akanda impressed with her acting skills. The protagonist couldn't see the prince's face, and wondered if he was smiling at that moment. Or perhaps he felt uncomfortable looking at Lady Ernest, considering her recent changes. In any case, Ayola was already sick of that boredom, and decided to leave there. Later, in the sky, above the mansion of Marquis Ribbant, a black crow appeared and flew straight towards the building. Entering through the window and perching on the protagonist's head, Vigrose wanted to congratulate her for having become rich. After that, he started dancing on her crown, convinced that it was all thanks to him. Moreover, Rake finished the patent matters. So now Ayola could sit back while money poured in heaps. Upon hearing this, the protagonist couldn't even find words of gratitude due to sheer shock. The hero understood that it's always strange at the beginning, and the same happened to him when he took over the black market. However, everything was thanks to Rake, because following his advice, you can even make money while sleeping. And since Vigrose helped her, he hoped the protagonist was ready to take a decisive step. But it turned out the girl wasn't wasting time either. Although the hero knew, she spent her time eating ice cream. Without waiting to hear that, Ayola froze in shock, thinking that she was pretending that the saints didn't interest her, thinking that he probably wanted to try every flavor. The crow started dancing on her head again. Catching it, the protagonist decided that if she ended up going bald, he would be the only one to blame. Vigrose was a little worried that the Marquis would meddle in his daughter's affairs, but she was sure he wouldn't catch her. Rake's legal confirmation was enough, and she would have gained her freedom a long time ago if she had known about that method. Despite how brilliant his subordinate was, the cardinal was very annoyed because he always insulted him and called him crazy. Suddenly, Ayola became curious to know when the hero would finally become human. She also wanted to ask him if there would be sweets today, which made the crow suddenly blush and turn away. Surprised by his shyness, the protagonist thought Vigrose was quite sweet. Late at night, sitting on Ayola's bed, the hero didn't understand how it was possible that she trusted him so much as to fall asleep so easily in front of him. Lately, Rake hadn't stopped grumbling because the cardinal had become somewhat strange. Vigrose spent a lot of time doing nothing. He didn't answer questions and was always lost in thought, looking at the sleeping girl. He perfectly understood who all that was for. Moreover, the hero noticed that, since Ayola appeared in his life, he smiled every time he was close to her. Vigrose didn't understand why she wasn't afraid of him or despised him like everyone else. Where could such a special girl as her come from? The gods were not as kind as people thought, and the saint born in this world didn't even answer the most sincere prayers. So Ayola, who possessed the saint's power, was an extraordinary being for both the empire and the hero himself. Even though the saint belonged to the imperial family, the cardinal considered the girl as his own. He always thought that, upon looking into her bright eyes, he immediately got nervous. Or maybe it was because of the crown prince's completely changed behavior. Mostly, Vigrose wanted to protect that self-assured little girl, and with a radiant smile, and so that no one would ever hurt her. He was even willing to lock her up. However, he couldn't do it, knowing the future she needed, and wishing to see her in it. Now, the hero also wondered what Ayola was thinking while she slept. Leaning over her, he decided that he was truly very interested in this lady. Vigrose's life was monotonous, and he was like a chained dog that was always restrained. Hostility was not enough to arouse his interest. But everything changed after meeting Zola. Every day, he was curious to know what she would be like today. It was as if many portraits of the girl hung in front of him. That were always different, but always captivatingly the same. Even facing the most terrifying death, her image came to his mind. As Vigros brandished his blood-soaked sword, in days of deep sadness, he sent birds to inquire about her. And this was repeated almost daily. But along with the protagonist were those who always bothered her. And even her own family turned their backs on her. However, despite everything, Ayola wasn't trembling with fear, but was completely self-assured. From time to time, in front of the windows where she passed, a black crow would perch on the tree branches. And at that moment, many miles from the mansion, Vigros admired her direct gaze. It was so beautiful that the protagonist couldn't look away. Moreover, the girl reacted very calmly to annoying things. While he watched her rake, behind his back, could barely defend himself from attacks by enemy knights, complaining about his master. However, the cardinal thought he shouldn't yell so much, because with those skills, the servant only had 2 steps left before dying. Moreover, although sending birds was a rather brazen act, he didn't regret it at all. Although Vigros himself didn't know if he did it to protect her or to watch her, either way, he missed her terribly. The moment Ayola looked at him with a smile, without fear or hatred, his heart literally broke. Before, to get an answer to his question, the protagonist would have been capable of harming anyone. But now that was unacceptable, and the protagonist feared that the girl might lose all interest in him. Taking her hand, he hoped that the sweet and saintly Ayola could remove the leash from his neck and free him from all his suffering. Determined to spy on her dreams, the cardinal instantly moved into the protagonist's subconscious. He appeared in her room and saw a small girl huddled in a corner out of fear, crying heartbrokenly. Desperate, she begged her parents to forgive her. Feeling an internal fury, Vigros was shocked, wondering if she really dreamed this all the time. And did she always curl up and cry alone? Determined to stroke the girl's head, the hero also swore he would kill all the wretches who made her cry. But before he could touch her, Ayola suddenly stopped crying and started raising her head. Then she stared fixedly at Vigros, which made him flinch. Not understanding what was happening, the hero was completely sure she was looking at him. However, it even seemed funny to imagine that the girl could see him at that moment. No power in the world could achieve that. And that's why Vigros felt his hands trembling. Shouting, he tried to stop Ayola so she wouldn't touch him. But at that very instant, upon seeing her palm in front of him, the hero realized with horror that he had been caught. A second later, he woke up, seeing the sky above him and feeling the grass moving and brushing against his neck. After lying there for a while, Vigros understood that he was no longer in Ayola's dream. Looking at his trembling hand, the hero thought everything was madness. And besides, he was impressed by the sacred power. Everything happened too suddenly, and the cardinal was completely bewildered. He just wanted to spy on her while she slept. But the protagonist threw him out without ceremony, thinking that now she would make him show his own dreams. The hero burst out laughing. Upon raising his head and looking around, that place was surprisingly familiar to him. Suddenly, a whisper was heard among the bushes, and in front of Vigros appeared himself, only a few years younger. It was then that the cardinal understood that, no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to forget that time. That was the most painful period of his life, and the hero missed it terribly. Shining and crying with happiness, the child ran into the arms of a woman, whose hair was as dark as his own. The mother was very surprised to see Vigros sitting in a large cage right on the street. Looking closely at him, she decided to find out how he had gotten there. Completely confused, the little hero wanted to leave that place immediately, together with his mom. But fear suddenly appeared in the woman's eyes, and she didn't know what they were going to do now. The child also didn't understand why his mother had been locked up in the imperial palace garden, where no one could enter. the woman decided to pretend everything was fine. And she wanted Vigros to do nothing and return immediately, clarifying that it had only been a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he saw a bright light. The boy smiled and, wishing to return home with his mother, he used a spell to destroy the cage. Even though the woman tried to stop him, Vigros instantly shattered the thick steel bars with his energy. He himself thought that his mother's imprisonment was clearly a mistake, since she was the emperor's younger cousin. Moreover, his father was a loyal knight of his majesty, and also a duke of the empire. Hugging the woman, he thought she was too good, so he accepted everything as if it were normal. Upon hearing his mother's ragged breathing after trying to stop him, the boy hoped she was okay. But suddenly, her breathing calmed down. And now, the woman wanted her son to listen to her very carefully. At that moment, behind them, slow, firm footsteps were heard approaching. The only thing the mother wanted now was for Vigros to survive at all costs. Upon seeing the emperor and the crown prince approaching, she wanted her son to remember that mom and dad loved him. Of course, there will be difficult times, but no matter how many misfortunes there are, one must keep living. The woman also understood that one day the hero's power might fright, and that he would want to get rid of him. But that is part of Vigros, and proof that he is a blessed person. Upon approaching, the emperor remembered how much he loved and valued his cousin. That's why he didn't understand her current actions. However, the woman had already decided that she didn't need His Majesty's false love, thinking they were just empty words. The monarch suddenly heard his son's voice, who was furious because the traitors dared to flee. At that moment, little Vigros looked at young Ophid in horror and didn't understand what was happening. The father perfectly understood his son's indignation and decided to ask him how he should act towards those wretches, looking coldly at the hero. And his mother, the crown prince, decided they should die so that something like this would never happen again. Even more confused, Vigros didn't understand why he spoke like that. And besides, with such an intense look. Meanwhile, the emperor felt proud of his son, who had made such a wise decision. Ophid's eyes burned with anger, because those people dared to hurt his mother. But in them, there was no trace of remorse. But suddenly, His Majesty decided that even in that situation, one had to be generous. First of all, one had to think about the empire, which still needed Dukela. Meanwhile, Vigros didn't understand how he and his mother could be related to the death of His Majesty. Caressing his son's head, the emperor sent him for a walk, leaving himself alone with the prisoners. In reality, he never thought his younger cousin would turn out like that. By being happy that he finally knew it, the woman also opened her eyes to how insensitive he was. The monarch was surprised that she realized it only now, since he thought that having his head cut off was enough for that. Moreover, looking at the boy with contempt, the emperor didn't understand why she had hidden that disgrace. Did the lady dare to forget that she is part of the royal family? But he immediately demanded that they stop calling his son that, looking indignantly at his cousin. Until then, he thought she was a useless person who would show her strength only in danger. But it turned out the useless one was the boy. The ruler was displeased because Duke Hyla's head was cut off. The woman will soon die, and without that detail, the position of Duke will remain empty. The woman was shocked that he still cared about the well-being of the empire, which was already in decline. However, the emperor still sincerely believed that everything was for his tranquility. It was strange to the woman that he understood violence as tranquility. But the monarch was determined to continue with what he had started. Suddenly, he extended his hand and grabbed little Vigros by the face, leaving his mother horrified. The emperor considered the most important thing was that no more useless people like that would be born in this world. However, even he, however vile he was, saw the love for his mother in the boy's eyes. So the monarch decided to spare that boy's life, if the woman promised him something. By snatching him from his cousin's hands, she understood that he wanted to turn her son into the crown prince's dog. In any case, Duke Hyla was still necessary for the empire, and for the imperial family in particular. Vigros didn't understand what they were talking about, and he only felt a strong headache. He only wanted to see his mom. But now something terrible was happening. Placing his hand on his face, the woman started using a spell to make him sleep. Her tears fell onto her son's face, and the mother hoped everything would go well for him, understanding that the only way to save his life was to agree. She gave her consent, and then the emperor's sword headed for her neck. According to him, his cousin had nothing to worry about, because Vigros would now become the Duke of Ayola and live for his son. At that very moment, the emperor made a sharp movement with the sword and attacked the woman. At the same time, Vigros felt as if he had received a strong blow to the stomach, and he gasped for breath. Suddenly, he woke up startled and drenched in cold sweat. He fell to the floor and hit his back against the wall. Suddenly, the hero heard a noise from Ayola's side, who had woken up because of the commotion. Looking around confusedly, the girl was surprised to see Vigros in the corner. After that, she sat on the edge of the bed and observed him intently for a few seconds. Bewildered, the hero didn't know how he was going to explain all that now. The heroine slowly got up and walked towards him, while Vigros thought about how to tell her things so that she wouldn't end up hating him. Leaning down and looking at him with concern, Ayola hoped the hero was okay. Placing the palm of her hand on his cheek, she wished, above all, that the cardinal would stop crying. Realizing that she also had tears running down her cheeks, Vigros was even more taken aback. For a while, they sat on the floor, and the protagonist closed his eyes, enjoying the girl's contact. Suddenly, she rested her face against his. She closed her eyes and whispered his name in a passionate voice. Then she settled on his shoulder and fell into a deep sleep instantly. Vigros was in shock from what had just happened, and for a moment he was bewildered. Smiling, he thought the protagonist looked a lot like his mother. Lifting her up in his arms, he imagined the look of astonishment Rake would have if he found out about this. Carefully placing the girl and tenderly on the bed, Vigros thought it was truly incredible. It remained a mystery to him how, with that innocent little face, she had managed to make him cry. At that moment, the protagonist started breathing sweetly in her sleep and turned to the other side. Moved by this, the protagonist approached her again without understanding how she could fall asleep so easily. He decided he wouldn't let her forget him, tempting Ayola as if she were a nightmare. The next morning, Siana cheerfully started opening the curtains of the ladies' room, trying to wake her up. Upon feeling the sunbeam in her eyes, the protagonist came to, noticing an incredible headache. Upon approaching, the maid thought the girl had simply gone to bed very late the night before. However, Ayola was sure she had had a strange dream, and now her head hurt a lot. But anyway, it was time to get up and change clothes. So 1 minute later, the protagonist was in front of the mirror while Siana helped her. Ayola decided to ask the maid if she knew anything about Duke Hyla. However, as soon as she pronounced his name, Siana let out a hiccup and shuddered in fear, remembering that terrifying man. Smiling and deciding to drop the subject, the girl understood that reaction was to be expected. Vigros was the symbol of fear in the Giln Empire, and the darkest figure in the novel. But Ayola had completely forgotten about that, because she always felt so comfortable with him. And now, moreover, he was her admirer. And Siana would probably faint if she found out. The maid wanted to know why the lady was asking about him. But Ayola didn't want to make her hysterical, and said it was just curiosity, remembering her dream and Vigros's tears. The protagonist didn't understand. Where have you ever seen a villain cry like that? Moreover, the girl did not understand why she had dreamed something like that in the first place. Neither before returning nor this time. The cardinal had never shown her his weaknesses. Ayola was confused, wondering if she was becoming too weak towards crying men. Looking at the dove outside the window, she decided that, after all, a dream is just a dream. Meanwhile, Akanda walked slowly by the water of a small fountain. heading towards the altar. There, in a small box, was a book, which she took and began to leaf through with trembling hands. She finally found information stating that Vigros was a ruthless person, capable of even killing. Moreover, he was the most powerful man in the empire, who, in the original story, could do anything for Lady Ernest. Akanda was horrified, not understanding how she had gotten to the point of letting such a hero slip away. She knew her life was only going downhill. But at what point did everything start to go wrong? The lady turned the pages again, until she finally stopped at the place where the answer to her question lay. Upon reading about Ayola and comparing what had happened, she didn't understand how that imposter dared to ruin her perfect life. Many scholars investigated the saints, but most of the findings remained sealed in the library, and only a few details came to light. Saints were fragments of divine power and fruits of miracles whose breath could bring the dead back to life. They possessed a mysterious power and could change everything around them with just a wave of their hand. Thanks to their mercy, that's why the people of the empire loved them. And moreover, it was natural for saints to marry the emperor, according to the oracle. However, no one suspected that all that was just part of a big show. But there were also creatures whose power was similar to that of the saints. And the first Emperor Hillen called them waste. They were born constantly in our world. And along with them, the oracles appeared. But the emperor was not willing to tolerate it, and forced the priests to remain silent, hiding the truth. And now, one of them, named Eddies, decided to ask the high priest how long they would have to live like this. Didn't the high priest already know how many people had been murdered? Looking timidly at Eddies, the high priest only wanted him to calm down first. However, there was never an oracle that said the saint had to marry the emperor. And that greatly enraged the protagonist. At that moment, there were only 2 saint candidates in the empire, Akanda and Ayola. That means one of them will be humiliated, and the other will live like a doll until death. Realizing that they were the main culprits, the high priest was confused. He didn't understand how the emperor dared to punish the representative of God for using the oracle. Suddenly, they heard a crack, and turning around, they saw a large crack in the stone slab with inscriptions. Eddies was in shock, and the high priest was horrified to see that this had happened again. Could it be that the tragedy that occurred with Duke Ala a few years ago would repeat itself? How many more people will have to die just for being born? Running towards the manuscript, the high priest frantically started examining it. And as he did so, his face deformed more and more with astonishment. From what was written, it could be concluded that the revelation had already arrived. According to him, this was not the best time for that. But Eddies suddenly thought it was God's will. Hugging the high priest, he thought that perhaps his last chance to repent had arrived. And even if the high priest backed down again, Eddies could no longer live like this. And he wanted to try to change something. Because at that moment, they were not priests, but rather simple murderers. At that instant, the high priest remembered that a long time ago, he also had a revelation. Despite opposing the emperor and having lost a leg, he tried to hide Duke Hyla's secret. In the end, fearing for his life, he ended up bowing his head to his majesty. After that, his days were spent between memories of past times, both as a priest and as a person. Determined to put an end to all that, he agreed with Eddies that action must be taken. First of all, they had to contact the others and decide on the next steps together. One day, Ayola was calmly having tea with Siana, while nearby maids criticized her for seeing an inappropriate man. Upon hearing all that and looking at her cup, the protagonist realized that, since she returned, she had completely lost her appetite. However, the exception was the food she shared with Big Rose, which truly gave her great pleasure. Meanwhile, the maids thought that Lady Ribbon didn't have an ounce of pride, and that His Highness only had eyes for Akanda. Continuing with their sarcastic comments towards Yola, they managed to infuriate Siana, who didn't understand how they dared to speak like that in front of her lady. But the protagonist was very happy that the rumors were spreading, and she wanted the maids to speak even louder. But there is always a trick. And now the question was how exactly that news would reach the emperor. Considering that the cafe where they were sitting with the protagonist was full of people, the news would surely reach His Majesty quickly. Anyway, it wasn't pleasant to have people talking about you behind your back, as was happening now. Knowing that Ophid was the first to leave towards Akanda, it could be understood that, no matter what happened, Ayola and Vigros would always be the villains to others. Suddenly, Siana thought that she and the lady should return now. It turned out it was all the fault of the maids. And the little maid didn't understand how they dared to openly insult the lady. The protagonist remembered she had a pending matter today, and that she needed to tell the crown prince something important. She knew the maids were cunning, but they were only half right. Upon hearing that the maids were leaving, Ayola decided that she and Siana should also set off. As they made their way, the maid didn't understand where exactly her lady was heading. On the way, they ran into Kirin, whose appearance surprised the protagonist. Suddenly, Akanda's voice was heard, who couldn't believe that Ophid had really done that. She wanted to know more details, but the prince thought it would be better to talk in the imperial palace. However, the girl saw no reason to go there, since the weather was so nice today. Looking tenderly at His Highness, she also thought that everything in his palace was boring and quiet. Ayola remembered that before, when she saw them together, she felt her heart break into pieces. It seemed that the protagonist no longer had any good stories with happy endings. At the same time, looking at Ophid and Akanda, Ayola understood that only those two could be happy. But she no longer let herself be carried away by those feelings. And now she looked at them smiling. Upon seeing the protagonist ahead, Lady Ernez was stunned for a second. She clearly didn't expect to find her here. But regaining composure, she smiled and greeted Ayola cheerfully. Akanda didn't understand how that could have happened. If Lady Riband was supposed to have a class today, without showing any emotion, the protagonist knew perfectly well that the girl was aware of her cancelled classes. The servants around immediately began to admire Akanda's beauty, glancing sideways at Ayola. Upon hearing derogatory comments towards her again, the protagonist was in shock over this romance. Lady Ernez pretended to be worried about not having seen Ayola lately, because she really wanted to befriend her, and was happy that they had met like this by chance. The protagonist knew that Akanda knew the original story, and surely already knew about this meeting. In her past life, Ayola had been cruelly deceived by that magnificent actress. Upon seeing the silent gaze and pensive look of the protagonist, Lady Ernez thought she was angry with her for the last encounter. Ayola understood that everything would start now. Because of the way Akanda pretended to be the victim, everyone would end up despising the protagonist. This also applied to the crown prince, but only concern was visible on his face, not contempt. This greatly surprised Ayola, and also Lady Ernez, who expected a completely different effect. Because in the original story, Ophid looked threatening at that time, and bitter hatred burned in his gaze. Does she really not know whose fault all this started with? Or does she suspect it's Akanda's doing? Lady Ernez knew she was the protagonist adored by everyone, and shamelessly took advantage of it. In her past life, she even locked herself up with Ayola, and bet on who the prince would believe. And then she slapped herself. That time being nearby, Ophid heard the slap, and Akanda's sharp cry directed at the protagonist. Upon opening the door leading to them, he rushed into the room without understanding what was happening. Lady Ernez was sitting on the floor, holding her reddened cheek, and sobbing in pain. The prince immediately went to help her, and at that moment, Ayola felt chills all over her body. Akanda pretended that she had angered the protagonist, and that's why she received the blow. But she also didn't want Ophid to blame Ayola. Looking humbly at the girl, she feigned remorse, and then Lady Ernez admitted her guilt. Ayola was shocked by her words, thinking that Akanda had no reason to say that. However, the prince, of course, believed Lady Ernez and gave the protagonist no chance to defend herself. Looking indignantly at Ayola, he didn't understand how she could be so cruel if Akanda was barely recovering from the kidnapping. Until that moment, Offid dreamed of the hope that the protagonist was a good girl. But apparently he was wrong. And right now, Lady Ernest's voice brought Ayola out of her thoughts. After which she apologized for being distracted. The first thing the protagonist did was greet respectfully, bowing to the little son of the Empire. Offid found out that she came after classes. And it turned out that Ayola actually didn't want to interrupt their pleasant time together. Moreover, the protagonist sincerely hoped that Akanda would not hold a grudge against her, since she had been slow to greet. However, the reason was that she first had to greet His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Since Lady Ernest was everyone's favorite, she had completely lost her manners. That's why now her face twisted and darkened with the shock of anger, which greatly bewildered the prince and the surrounding servants. Realizing this and apologizing, the nervous girl said she was so happy to see Ayola that she couldn't control her emotions. She also apologized to Lady Riband, but the protagonist felt uncomfortable about it, because, in her opinion, anyone could make a mistake. And Akanda immediately agreed, realizing that she had just admitted hers in public. Ayola expected Lady Ernest to be more careful next time, since not everyone has a heart as kind as His Highness. Upon seeing how Akanda's face twisted again, the protagonist decided it was time to end it there. Barely restraining her trembling, Lady Ernest clenched her dress in her hands and thanked Ayola. At that moment, the protagonist wondered if she really wasn't an actress. Suddenly, Akanda became curious. They could spend some time together. After all, they hadn't even had a chance to talk properly between them. And that had to be fixed as soon as possible. Moreover, Lady Ernest even prepared cold drinks on the terrace, which surprised Ayola even more. Upon not receiving a reply, Akanda thought the protagonist was still angry with her. But Ayola understood that the lady was trying to blame her for something bad again. So the protagonist decided that she was not actually angry, but concerned for His Highness. First of all, Ayola wanted to know what the prince thought about her joining them. Because although they were close friends, for some reason, Lady Ernest didn't ask his opinion. Upon hearing that, Offid was confused and agreed, while Akanda was surprised that the protagonist acted so differently. For her part, Ayola realized that Lady Ernest was trying to follow the original story of the novel. That meant their meeting should have happened much later. But it happened today. Thinking about that and smiling to herself, the protagonist began to wonder what she should do first now. Meanwhile, Rake and the knights desperately tried to rouse Vigros, who was in a trance. The big problem was that, apparently, the Lord was using his power at that moment. However, if he exerted himself too much, side effects could appear. Rake was sure that Vigros would stop when he heard the message from the temple. When the hero uttered those words, the cardinal barely moved his head. But he didn't wake up. News about fake relationships arrived from the temple, and the knights didn't know what to do about that now. But Rake decided they would only find out when the master finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Ayola was calmly having a cold drink on the terrace, accompanied by Offid and Akanda. However, the protagonist was already tired of listening to Lady Ernest recount in detail her relationship with the prince. At one point, she decided it was time to leave, which greatly surprised Akanda. Making a sad face, Lady Ernest thought it was because she had talked too much. Upon hearing her apologies, Ayola was perplexed, since Akanda had surely intentionally shown off her relationship with the prince. Before, upon hearing that, the protagonist would have worried and suffered, but now she simply thought she had a very busy schedule. Lady Ernest pretended to worry about the busy Ayola, who moreover had very few classes lately for the saints. Upon also hearing that the teacher was worried, the protagonist remembered that she herself had reduced them. Agreeing with the teacher, Offid was completely bewildered upon learning that Ayola had issues with classes. Looking at her surprisingly, he didn't understand why there were fewer now. not knowing why he had so much interest in her. Ayola pretended there was no special reason. Moreover, there were many classes these days. But it wasn't like that before, so she simply returned to her previous pace. However, Ovid thought that reducing them was the same as not wanting to become a saint. Not expecting that verdict from him, Ayola was stunned for a second, which Akanda noticed. Staring intently at the protagonist, Lady Ernest decided that giving up was not an option under any circumstances. After all, no one knows which of the two will ultimately be the saint. She believed that to truly understand the essence, it was essential to attend classes. Smiling back, Ayola didn't understand if she really wasn't trying hard enough. Did she just adapt the classes to her own pace? Making a worried face, Akanda really didn't want to invite her to compete, but she had to try harder than the others. However, the protagonist thought she was already doing enough. And besides, she didn't need her approval. Surprised by her response, Lady Ernest thought Ayola was simply annoyed that she was moving too fast. But the protagonist only found it amusing, because they were talking about completely different things. Tearfully, Akanda started begging her for forgiveness, clarifying that she just wanted to talk to her. Ayola didn't know how she could respond harshly to that tearful face. But at the same time, if she were in her place, everything would be different. The first thing she did was ask Siana what her schedule was for today. According to the maid, her lady had to go downtown, where she was already running late. So they had to leave immediately. In that case, the protagonist decided it was time to leave, and got up from the table, approaching Akanda and extending her hand. Ayola hoped the lady wouldn't think she was truly angry with her. At that moment, the girl felt a chill run down her body again, and her face turned blue with fright. Suddenly, Akanda had an idea, and smiling, she took the protagonist's hand. However, at that very instant, she knocked over the chair and started to fall, pretending that Ayola had pushed her. Lady Erna knew that, since she was very thin, something like that could easily happen. According to the original story, that's what happened. The prince caught her immediately, and the maids cried out in alarm. With that turn, Ayola would end up being the villain, putting Akanda in the spotlight. So now, she stared intently at the protagonist, thinking that such a ridiculous expression was worth it. But to her horror, Ayola was standing there with a calm smile, holding Lady Ernest's hand, by catching her during the fall, thus saving Akanda in front of everyone. Lady Ernest was confused upon seeing the protagonist's relaxed smile, something she had never seen in her before. Ayola thought perhaps Akanda had weak legs, and that studying was fine. But she shouldn't forget to go for a walk. Moreover, the protagonist knew that she also had anemia, and recommended she see a doctor, just as the prince came running over. At that moment, Lady Ernest felt a wave of fear wash over her, and uncertainty clouded her mind. Holding her carefully, Ayola was surprised that Akanda managed to fall even though no one had touched her. Clenching her teeth in anger and frustration, Lady Ernest tried to reply to something, but the protagonist didn't allow it, deciding to ask Siana how everything happened. The maid completely agreed with her lady's words, since she was nearby and saw everything. Not only her, but everyone, including the prince, saw how Akanda almost fell, but Ayola heroically saved her. Ovid looked at Lady Ernest with bewilderment, not understanding what was suddenly wrong with her. Smiling and looking into her eyes, the protagonist knew she had already tricked the lady several times. Akanda was surely already wondering why Ayola had hired a maid who didn't even exist in her past life. And although it was sad for Lady Ernest, the protagonist no longer intended to harm herself. Hoping the girl would be more careful next time, Ayola was glad that everything was fine, and prepared to leave. Akanda didn't reply to him, looking around confusedly, while Ovid, for his part, looked very serious. The protagonist calmly started to leave accompanied by her servants, and the prince suddenly followed her. He took her hand as they walked, and Ayola looked at him surprised. She didn't understand what Ovid wanted, since he knew she had a full schedule. The protagonist thought it would be strange to plan anything more with him. But it turned out the prince wanted to see her from the beginning. Ayola was surprised that he spoke as if there was already an agreement between them. At that moment, the prince didn't know what to reply, bitterly recalling what had happened some time ago. Through his servant, he found out that Lady Ribbent had not responded to his invitation. However, Ophid believed it impossible that she truly saw him that way, turning everything over in his head. Suddenly, he clutched his head, greatly frightening the servant. Upon hearing the suggestion to call a doctor, the prince immediately refused, deciding that he was fine and only needed to rest. For some reason, despite everything, Ophid was convinced that Lady Ribband loved him without hesitation. That's why it seemed incredible to him that she hadn't replied to the invitation letter. And strange, feeling a suffocating heat, he decided to take a walk in the garden. Upon opening the door to his office, he heard two knights talking about the latest news concerning Lady Ribband. Upon hearing that she had been in a carriage with a man, the prince froze in surprise. The knights were shocked by her behavior, thinking that lady had gone completely mad, since she had a fiancé. But suddenly, upon seeing His Highness, and realizing he had heard everything, the warriors were horrified and greeted him. Ophid didn't reply to anything and continued on his way, leaving the knights completely desperate for their long tongues. And now, Ayola wondered if the prince had really come here to see her. It seems Ophid forgot that, despite their engagement, they hadn't exchanged letters. So, whatever his intention, he must know that this situation might be uncomfortable for the protagonist. The prince also understood that he just wanted to see her, but he had no other option since, as she herself said, they were not close. Ophid thought it was his fault, and he looked sadly at the girl, who at that moment remembered that she truly already had a fiancé. Then His Highness decided to ask if it was about a man, which left her completely bewildered. Until the end, he believed that she wasn't going out with him, because Ayola was not like that. Not understanding her at all, the prince didn't even notice that Akanda was behind him. Meanwhile, the protagonist wanted to hear Ophid's opinion on what kind of person she was. But the prince just kept looking at her confusedly, finding no words to reply. Ayola found it funny that now he looked like an abandoned puppy again. However, now she didn't know what was best to do, because today was China's birthday. Going there meant enduring relatives, but staying here didn't promise anything good either. In any case, she had to hurry before Ophid said anything else. Suddenly, Akanda became curious. Was the protagonist really planning to leave? At that moment, only Ayola could see her face, and she had a sinister smile, not understanding what caused her so much amusement. The protagonist heard a loud crash of breaking glass. Upon seeing the fragments fall from the broken window, the maid screamed in horror. Meanwhile, returning to her body, Kim Jae-en, the protagonist, saw a truck in front of her that couldn't brake in time. Upon turning back into Ayola, her body remained motionless, as if bound by invisible chains. At that moment, Akanda was screaming in fear, clutching her head and closing her eyes. But suddenly, for just a second, she opened her eyes and smiled at Ayola. Noticing this, the protagonist understood that everything would continue like this until the end. Curran was horrified by what was happening, and he ran towards the girl. At the same time, Siana was apart, covering her mouth with her hand, and unable to stop trembling. The fragments fell downwards, and Ayola suddenly ended up crushed against the floor by a male body. Meanwhile, Akanda was also on the floor, and Curran was on top of her, who protected her from the fragments with his own body. Looking at her lady, Siana sincerely hoped she was okay. Upon recovering after what happened, the protagonist was surprised to discover that Ophid was covering her with his body, sitting her on his knees. The prince hoped Ayola was fine, and started checking her. At that moment, he himself was bleeding in several places, including his head. The protagonist was completely confused by what was happening, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. Upon seeing the wound on his head, she instinctively reached out her hand to heal him. Noticing this, Offid looked at her confusedly, not understanding what Ayola was planning. By abruptly pulling her hand away, the protagonist pretended she wasn't going to do anything, and that she was fine. By smiling at him, the prince was extremely happy, unable to take his eyes off Ayola. Meanwhile, the protagonist was stunned by the shock and stopped understanding what was happening. By remembering how she almost exposed herself by healing the prince, Ayola didn't know if she still had the self-control of the original heroine. Later, sitting in his office, the heir remembered how the girl sincerely thanked him for saving her. At that moment, he decided that she shouldn't take what had happened too seriously. After that, Ayola looked at him for a while with a distant look, and then left. Before leaving, she also thought that Offid should worry more about his wound than about her. And now, the prince's heart beat fast because she had noticed that, although Akanda was nearby, the protagonist survived thanks to Offid saving her. However, she left with the knight who saved Lady Erna's, without hesitation. And then, if Akanda hadn't clung to him, the prince would have followed Ayola. So now, Offid also didn't understand if it had always been like this. Looking at him, the servant thought that perhaps His Highness wasn't feeling well due to the injuries he had sustained. Then the prince wondered if he looked strange, and the servant decided to be honest and admit that he did. Offid laughed because he felt the same way, which left the butler even more confused. But either way, thanks to the wound, Ayola will surely remember him now. And the prince had high hopes that this would really awaken her feelings for him. At that moment, Offid felt inside as if he had just been released from prison. The servant was even more surprised to hear those words, and no longer understood His Highness at all. Suddenly, the prince ordered him that from that day on, he was to investigate the case that Akanda wanted to hide. She herself confessed to Offid that she did not want to worsen what had happened, and before, he would have listened to her and would have hidden it. But when the prince saw the protagonist walking away, he wanted to kneel down and start begging for forgiveness. Looking at her back, he had the strange feeling that he had seen that before. Moreover, Ayola constantly appeared in Offid's nightmares, not letting him rest. He was sure that she cried all the time, non-stop, and that it was all his fault. Upon seeing her sad face, the servant thought it was due to the pain of the wound, and he wanted to call the doctor again. However, the prince decided he would just rest, and everything would pass, besides wanting to receive the reports upon completion of the investigation. Later, when he was alone, he remembered Ayola's question about whether he knew what kind of person she was. Approaching the window, he thought that he almost told her that he knew her perfectly. Meanwhile, Ayola was in her carriage on the way home to the event in honor of Ginas, and reflecting on what had happened. Looking out the window, the protagonist realized that many things had changed since she returned. She herself was proof of that, and of course, others might have changed too. When they arrived at the house, Curran suddenly offered her his hand to help her get out of the carriage, which greatly surprised Ayola. But suddenly, he also knelt before her, which left her completely bewildered. She decided to immediately clarify that she didn't have the strength to argue. Moreover, she still had to attend that banquet. But suddenly, the knight admitted that he had been wrong, which left her in shock. Curran understood that, although he was her guardian, the moment the glass fell, he didn't save her, but another lady. The protagonist slowly reached out her hand towards him and, at that moment, the hero looked into her eyes. His eyes looked like glass beads reflecting her image. But there was no hope in them. Had she always looked at him like that? Since the beginning of their relationship, why did the knight feel despair upon looking at that lady? At first, he didn't even want to be her knight, because she was an evil fake saint who tormented Akanda. But now, the question of whether that girl was really a villain and a fraud kept lingering in Chiron's mind. Since when had his nobility fallen into the trap of such limited thinking? Not understanding when all this started, the first thing he wanted was to ask for forgiveness. Kyron knew that maybe the lady no longer wanted to see him as her knight. However, even in that case, the hero was determined to do everything possible to protect her from now on. Smiling, the protagonist thought it was too late for that, which left the knight confused. What Ayola wanted most was for him to truly take care of her in the future. After that, she went to the banquet for her brother's birthday, where they immediately started criticizing her. People openly spoke of her supposed affairs outside of the prince, referring to the protagonist with contempt. In shock upon hearing all that, Ayola wondered if a villain's life truly awaited her. Now she was glad she had let Siana leave with Kyron, because even for the daughter of a marquis, that was too much. Upon approaching the table with the glasses, the protagonist met her mother's gaze. Putting aside the social chatter, the woman looked at her furiously and snapped her tongue loudly. Ayola was already tired of looking at her mother, and the others as if they were monkeys in a zoo. Could it be that, regardless of honor and dignity, all people were the same? And did these aristocrats have any honor? They all looked more like animals, waiting for the opportune moment. Upon looking around, she also caught the eyes of her father and her brother, who became defensive upon seeing her. Ayola thought that, if it weren't for the banquet, she would have killed them all already, because her patience was at its limit. Suddenly, she realized that the rumor about Vigros had surely reached her father's ears. Suddenly, her aunt approached her along with her daughter, who didn't understand what was happening. Ayola remembered that, in the original story, that woman tried to humiliate her every chance she got. Before, the protagonist barely noticed it. But now, everything had completely changed. The aunt was convinced that her daughter was more suitable for the role of saint. And now, she tried to reproach the protagonist for not having greeted her. Ayola knew that, despite her position, no one would doubt her rudeness. Sighing deeply, she felt incredible tiredness from everything that had happened, and was still happening. Looking at her aunt, the protagonist was surprised by that greeting, since it was so rude that she didn't even understand it. Upon hearing such a sharp response from her for the first time, the woman was in shock for a few seconds. While the aunt was outraged by Ayola's insolence, the protagonist noticed her brother's frightened look, who was watching her. Apparently, he only feared she might ruin the party. But today the girl was not in the mood for that. Thinking about it, Ayola suddenly felt the water her aunt threw at her from her glass. Meanwhile, the woman remained outraged by that lady's impudence, while her daughter laughed satisfied upon seeing that the water had splashed all over the floor. The protagonist thought that was the height of absurdity. Until that moment, she believed the rest of the time would pass without problems. But now Ayola walked decisively towards the waiter. The young man thought she needed help, but the protagonist simply took a glass of wine from the tray he was holding, seeing how she filled the glass to the brim without hurry. The aunt didn't understand what she was doing. When the glass was filled to the top, Ayola turned towards her with a smile and threw all the wine on top of the woman and her daughter. The aunt stood still, confused, while the guests around exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist thought that, although she had kept silent before, now it was time to strike back. Of course, it was uncomfortable not having water handy, but according to Ayola, this way it was even better. Finally, upon coming out of shock, the aunt and her daughter started furiously yelling at the protagonist, calling her foolish. They didn't understand how she had dared to show up there. And it turned out Ayola simply had nothing better to do. The woman lunged at the protagonist, wanting to catch her, but suddenly heard someone ask her to be careful. At that very instant, tripping on the rug, the aunt crashed straight into the food table. Ayola couldn't get over how clumsy the aunt turned out to be, even though they had warned her. A short while later, the carriage with the furious aunt and her daughter departed back home, feeling incredibly humiliated. The woman thought the protagonist was a complete fool. Meanwhile, her daughter cried heartbrokenly, believing she looked terrible. But the mother was sure she had always been beautiful, and that it was all that brat's fault. The girl hoped her mom would punish the villain, and the woman decided she had nothing to worry about. Knowing Ginas, Ayola would get off with a light punishment. But the aunt thought that this time she wouldn't let her off easily. Suddenly, the carriage started shaking, leaving both women completely confused and terrified. Meanwhile, Vigros was watching them through a magic orb and cast a spell to overturn the carriage. Meanwhile, he watched with satisfaction as the carriage overturned and rolled into the forest. Rake, who was beside him, couldn't believe the Lord was smiling watching such a cruel scene. But the hero thought that woman was useless. Did she not even understand why they treated her that way? And how dare she treat his precious saint like that? The cardinal planned to kill her, but it seems he failed. However, Rake was already fed up with all his madness, and he wanted the Lord to stop drawing so much attention. Taking a paper from the table and tearing it in half, the hero decided that, in that case, he would do this. Upon seeing the smoke that appeared, Rake thought it was better for the Lord not to touch that in his current state. Meanwhile, Ayola remained locked in her room. She thought, don't people in this world know what human rights are? Moreover, not even her angry father came running. Suddenly, the door opened, and Siana appeared, hoping her lady was all right. But the protagonist felt calm, since it wasn't the first time she was locked up, and she wanted to know what was happening with her father. It turned out that the carriage in which the aunt was traveling had suddenly overturned, and Marquis Rivent went there, stunned by the unexpected news. Ayola didn't understand what was happening. After letting the maid go, she started laughing out loud, thinking that in this horrible world karma truly exists. It was simply great, because it would have been unfair to let that woman go just like that. Suddenly, she saw a basket with apples next to the window that hadn't been there before. Smiling, the protagonist realized that the Crow Knight had visited her recently, thinking that he simply couldn't stand seeing her starve. Ayola immediately approached the gift. After eating a few apples, she found a card from Vigros at the bottom of the basket. However, upon seeing a rainy forest on the back of the card, she became confused. But suddenly, the protagonist understood that he had been watching her again, and that perhaps it had something to do with the aunt's carriage accident. Moreover, the cardinal also considered Ayola a brave one, as stated on the card, which made her laugh. The next day, 2 knights unexpectedly came to see the protagonist, and each brought a basket of flowers. This left Ayola completely in shock, because she didn't expect everything to turn out like this. Observing the messengers closely, she concluded that they were exact copies of their masters. The crown prince was the first to decide to send a bouquet, and upon learning of this, Vigros also sent flowers, but about 5 times more. Furthermore, the cardinal sent Cosmos, which symbolized happiness in love and private life, and were also a symbol of affection. Sighing somewhat dramatically, the protagonist couldn't believe Vigros knew the language of flowers. But her thoughts were interrupted by the prince's knight, who immediately demanded she give an answer for His Highness. Just by looking into his eyes, it was clear he didn't understand how this fake saint dared to exchange letters with the crown prince. Looking at him with a smile, Ayola thought out loud that His Highness had clearly been mistaken in choosing his aide. After all, the protagonist hadn't asked for flowers to be sent to her, and now a strange knight was demanding an answer from her. Confused and automatically placing his hand on his sword, the warrior didn't understand what the lady meant. Upon seeing his hand and the sword, Ayola concluded that the knight had forgotten where and in front of whom he was. At that very instant, he hid his hands behind his back. Frightened, he became nervous and looked away. Approaching the cardinal's knight, she wanted to convey enormous gratitude to her master for such a wonderful gift. While the prince's knight looked around, confused, the duke's warrior remembered something important. Inside the duke's basket, there was a note written by him to the lady. Surprised, Ayola thought that, in that case, maybe she should reply to him. Shouldn't she? However, it turned out Ayola only had to read the note when she was alone. Unable to bear it any longer, the prince's knight, offended by the lady, decided to leave. and tell His Highness everything. Taking the gift basket, he left furiously, under the confused gaze of the protagonist. She didn't understand who he planned to complain to, because the crown prince would be on her side when he knew everything. After that, he said goodbye to the duke's knight and returned to his quarters with the gift. Without issues. Already in the room, she took out the note. And as she found out, Vigrose was planning to kidnap her. Later, when the knight sent arrived back with the cardinal, the hero was curious to know how the protagonist had reacted. Upon learning that she was happy, he also wanted to know how the messenger reacted. It turned out he smiled from ear to ear, which also pleased the duke. But what pleased Vigrose most was that Ayola managed to decipher the meaning of those flowers. Upon getting out of bed, the hero stepped on the flowers the prince sent him, which now lay in a pool of blood. The cardinal decided that, after crushing the crown prince, he would fulfill all her wishes. He couldn't believe Ophid had dared to bother his precious saint. Those words the prince said many years ago, in the imperial garden, about the hero. And his mother still echoed in Vigrose's mind. He wondered if the arrogant prince would still despise him if the hero discovered his true feelings. But perhaps it was better to keep pretending he didn't know anything. The cardinal considered Ophid a coward, who not only had his father and mother, but also wanted to take the saint away from him. Meanwhile, the corpse of the prince's messenger lay to one side, bleeding out. Looking at him, Vigrose decided he was no longer useful to him, and ordered the knight to take him away. The warrior thought at that moment that his master was showing Miss Agile what kind of person she was getting involved with. Upon starting to choose his attire, the hero didn't know what his dear saint would like. A little later, the heroine also decided to choose a dress for the outing. Her heart was beating fast, even though she already knew everything beforehand. Moreover, Yol wondered if Vigrose himself had chosen the flowers for the gift, but not being sure if the hero was capable of that. She thought perhaps it had been his servants. At that moment, Siana wondered what her lady was thinking about. It turned out the heroine simply couldn't decide what to wear. Luckily, everyone had gone to visit the aunt, so no one would criticize her outfit. Upon seeing the dress the lady chose, her maid became very emotional, thinking that the protagonist shone even brighter in it. Ayola turned to her with a smile, and was very happy to hear that compliment. But suddenly, Cyan became curious to know if the lady had a boyfriend, aside from the crown prince. Yola, not expecting that question at all, was blank for a few seconds. The other maids immediately started scolding the little one, saying she was too young for such things. Suddenly, the protagonist approached her, and the girls nervously waited for her not to hit her. But at that very instant, Ayola's hand fell softly on Cyan's head, and she stroked her hair. The protagonist agreed with her and, moreover, Lady Erna's suited His Highness better, so she could do whatever she wanted. Then the maid wanted to know if that young man truly loved and valued the lady. Ayola remembered that she was not only a candidate for saint, but also the fiancé of the crown prince. When rumors started circulating that she was seeing someone else, people looked down on her, as if they knew that would happen. However, on the face of that sweet and little girl, it was clear she only wished Ayola happiness. Upon noticing that Cyan also strongly resembled Saul, Ayola stroked her hair again. Moreover, the maid had nothing to worry about, because that young man took great care of his lady, and together they had fun and a good time. The other maids looked at each other surprised, and Cyan thought that if the lady was happy, then she would be too. Upon leaving, a new problem arose. Kyron didn't want to leave the lady alone, thinking it was dangerous. Until that moment, the protagonist saw him as a weak knight who only thought of Akanda. Even physically, he looked quite fragile. But now Ayola had the impression that he was concerned about her. Suddenly Siana appeared, who took the knight's hand and took him aside, wanting to talk to him. Surprised by that move, Kyron turned back towards the protagonist, calling her desperately. But Ayola, holding her dress, was already running at full speed, laughing out loud. Turning towards her servants, she wished them fun and hoped to see them later. Siana was also shouting good wishes to her, while Kyron was left with his mouth wide open, in shock at what was happening. As she continued on her way, Yola was surprised how much time had passed since the last time she simply ran like that. Moreover, if it weren't for Siana's cunning, she would still be trapped by Kyron. Since the morning, the protagonist had difficulty controlling her nerves. Maybe it was because she was going to meet Vigros soon. Entering the forest, she saw the hero in a small clearing, where he was already waiting for her. Upon noticing how sweaty she was, the cardinal immediately understood that she had run fast. So he decided to sit down with her immediately, so that the protagonist could catch her breath. Sitting on the bench, Vigros purposely messed up his hair, showing off his elegant suit. Unable to resist so much beauty, Ayola sighed deeply while looking at him. The Duke took it as a compliment, and the protagonist thought he had really made an effort today. Before, she had heard that good-looking people always have a special aura. Now, looking at Vigros, she confirmed for herself that it was totally true. Suddenly, the protagonist moved closer, making the girl startle instantly. Ayola didn't understand why he had to dress so well, if now she couldn't even concentrate. Moreover, since when does the protagonist smile so easily if he never did it before? The protagonist didn't understand why she suddenly liked his smile so much, that her heart felt like it was going to explode. Suddenly, the cardinal's gaze turned serious, and he stared intently at Ayola's face, by running his hand over her cheek. Suddenly, he noticed a wound, which left the protagonist confused. She couldn't even imagine what Vigros felt upon realizing that. Looking at him, Ayola was shocked, because she thought no one would discover that wound, since she had healed it with holy magic. Everything happened so fast, and when the prince saved her from the fragments, one cut her cheek, but no one noticed due to the chaos. Vigros was bewildered. Does she really think he is the same as the others? He wanted to personally catch both the one who broke the window and the one who saved her, to kill them all. At least, the protagonist didn't end up with a scar, since she healed herself with holy power. However, even so, the hero wanted to be by her side in dangerous moments. Surprised by his words and behavior, Ayola looked at him silently, intently. Upon looking again at the spot where the cut was, the cardinal thought that he would undoubtedly have killed whoever did it. But now, how they would get rid of the culprit depended directly on the protagonist. Therefore, at that moment, the Duke wanted to hear words of thanks from her for restraining herself so much, and not having killed that wretch. At that instant, Ayola remembered the rumors that Duke Hyla could silence even a crying child. After that, he suddenly kissed the girl on the lips, leaving her in shock. That was enough as thanks. While the protagonist didn't understand what had just happened, Vigros was sure that, if he had been nearby, not a single hair on her would have been harmed. Taking a lock of Ayola's hair in his hand, the hero decided that at that moment, only he was in front of her. That's why he wanted that, at that instant, the protagonist should only think of him. A while later, as sunset approached, they sat down again on the terrace of one of the restaurants. Meanwhile, the girl remembered how, upon arriving in this novel, she also recovered the memories of Kim Jin's past life. Ayola didn't understand if she had gone through even stranger situations in her life. Sweating from nervousness, she was sure this moment was the strangest of all. Looking at the smiling cardinal, she couldn't grasp who he really was. Besides, hadn't she gotten used to him too quickly? As if they had known each other for a long time. By touching his hand, the Duke didn't understand why Ayola looked at him so little. At that instant, the protagonist seemed very tender to him, which made her blush. But upon reacting, she became wary of his behavior, thinking that perhaps the hero had had a little to drink. Determined not to waste time, she immediately wanted to know if Vigros had consumed anything before the meeting. She thought the reason was that the hero's gaze was somewhat distracted. The hero was surprised that she would say that to her supposed lover, who was looking at her smiling. But according to the girl, they were not true lovers. And she couldn't get used to his frequent smile. Smiling again, Vigros thought he was doing it because she liked him. Surprised by that, the protagonist thought he was probably indeed crazy. Realizing she had said it out loud, Ayola covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassed, and looked at the hero. Looking away, the cardinal was glad she liked the flowers he sent her. However, if she came to hate him, Vigros would bother her even more. Thinking that he had a pleasant character, the protagonist decided that she had truly enjoyed herself today. And even if the Duke truly started all this just for fun, Ayola truly liked him. Even if their relationship was fake, Vigros liked her so much he couldn't help but smile. Ayola finally dared to ask him why he was in such a good mood. But the protagonist pretended not to know, and thought the protagonist could guess it herself. Ayola thought that would be possible if she knew how to read other people's fate. Then Vigros wondered if a saint could do such a thing. However, the protagonist thought the Duke should stop joking like that. After that, she put on her hat exaggeratedly to hide the blush of her embarrassment. Upon lifting it, Vigros wondered if it would be too sad to leave in that manner. But she didn't want him to get that close, because it was dangerous for her heart. And then the protagonist realized he was too handsome. Suddenly, Ayola realized she was starting to fall under his influence. Just like Akanda in the original. In the novel, upon taking Lady Ernest, he didn't understand why she was looking at him like that. But the girl just wanted to leave, feeling consumed by a burning desire. And uncontrollable greed, Vigros kept desiring that woman. It was like a blind crow flying towards the sun. But doesn't the sun shine for everyone? Akanda's kindness annoyed the cardinal. And next to her, he went crazy. He transformed into a wild beast who had lost his mind. However, Lady Ernest tried to slip out of his arms, thinking she didn't need any of that. What Akanda wanted most was to say goodbye to the Duke and simply go home. Then Vigros wondered if he killed that boy who was with her, would she be his? Would Lady Ernest only be with him if he took away everything she cared about? Terrified by his words, Akanda didn't understand why he spoke like that. But the reason was simply that the hero sincerely loved the girl and didn't want to let her go. Because in the end, she would get scared. And she would run away, and then the sun would go out. And in the cardinal's arms, only the skin of the girl he desires would remain. As Ayola remembered that content, her face showed deep horror. And the hero suddenly called her. Not understanding what was wrong with him, he offered her a small spoon with a piece of cake. Upon seeing the confusion in her eyes, he thought she had simply remembered something unpleasant. Upon leaning over to eat the cake, the heroine was annoyed that this kind of story came to her mind. After that, she ate the small cake Vigros offered her with the spoon, smiling at him. At that moment, all eyes around were on them, and everyone was shocked by what was happening. Later, when night fell upon the earth, and the moon rose majestically in the sky, the imperial castle was filled with tranquility. The only person there who didn't feel comfortable was Prince Offid, who was having nightmares again while sleeping. Suddenly, some birds passing by brushed the window, and he woke up startled and drenched in cold sweat. Immediately, a knight ran in, hoping His Highness was well. Closing his eyes calmly, Offid decided he was fine, and that the guard could leave. It wasn't on the first try, but the knight agreed to leave him alone, and calmly left the crown prince's chambers. The heir didn't understand why that horrible dream tormented him again. Different situations passed in it, like when he held Ayola in his arms, trying to make her react, or when he was sitting on the bed, and she was resting on his lap, with tears running down the heroine's face. Then another scene followed, and what they all had in common was that none of it had actually happened, because Offid had never seen Ayola cry in front of him, or in his presence. That bothered him a little, as he had never asked her to be kind to him. Suddenly, another knight entered the room, greeting His Highness. Like the previous one, the crown prince also ordered him to leave immediately. But it turned out the knight had brought His Highness a report on the work done. From that report, Ophid learned that the knight, sent to Ayola with flowers, had returned dead. Furiously gripping the sheet, he confirmed that this was indeed true. Realizing that this was not very different from a dream, the prince looked thoughtfully out the window, both now and in the dream. Ophid couldn't cheer up the heroine, no matter how much he tried. However, that detestable guy sent the head of the knight, as if he were mocking him. So, the prince concluded that Duke Hyla was simply laughing at him along with Ayola. Horrified by what was happening, Ophid didn't understand if Vigros was planning again to take away what was his. Meanwhile, the heroine and the cardinal were boating on the river, admiring the reflection of the starry sky on the water. Upon noticing the smile on the hero's face again, Ayola still didn't understand, since when he smiled like that, looking at her intently, he pretended not to know what she was talking about. Upon hearing that he was always smiling, Vigros thought that only happened when he was near her. The heroine became curious to know if he was now acting like a lover who gets nervous after hearing such nice words. Laughing, the Duke thought that probably the girl simply didn't trust him. After clarifying that it was a joke, Ayola also laughed and then glanced at him. But it turned out that if she kept looking at him like that, Vigros might not resist. The protagonist thought she was just playing a game of seeing who would blink first. But according to the cardinal, she was testing his patience. It was dangerous to provoke like that, especially if it was him. Upon hearing that, Ayola let out a little laugh and remembered that the fearsome Duke Ayola was in front of her. If people found out she was speaking so bluntly, everyone would be shocked. After clarifying this, the girl took water from the river with her hand and splashed it on the protagonist. After that, he fell silent. And looking at him, she agreed that when someone is quiet, they seem like a completely different person. By taking his hand, Vigros was curious to know what the protagonist was thinking at that moment. At that instant, she remembered the maid's words about the rumors already circulating about their relationship. Ayola wanted to say something else, but upon looking into the Duke's eyes, she blushed and stopped mid-sentence. At the same time, inside she felt an explosion of emotions, and she decided that she simply couldn't talk to someone so handsome. Upon calming down, she also remembered that there were major changes in the imperial palace, and the protagonist was interested in knowing what was happening with his family. It turned out they were planning to take advantage of the empire's laws. Because the more laws you have, the more power you have. However, knowing that she was the crown prince's fiancée, Vigros understood that the family wouldn't let her go so easily. Upon hearing those words, Ayola suddenly realized and looked at the cardinal in surprise. Before that, he himself had proposed moving in with him. And if those weren't just empty words, she wanted it too. At that very moment, they both laughed, and Vigros decided he would eagerly await that day. He was curious to see their faces when he suddenly stole that treasure that they didn't even know about. Noticing the bewilderment and confusion in Ayola's eyes, he clarified that he was talking about her family. But the protagonist knew perfectly well that they saw her as trash, not as a treasure. Those words caused shock and anger in the protagonist, who didn't want the girl to even joke about that. Ayola remembered how her family forced her to die alone. Although even before that, she already felt with them as if she didn't exist in this world. Looking at her intently, Vigros decided to ask if she truly didn't love them at all. It turned out it wasn't exactly like that, because the protagonist actually hated them. Moreover, in her past life, the crown prince had asked her the same question. Ophid was shocked to learn that Ayola suffered mistreatment from her family. At that moment, the girl's pride was wounded, and she felt immense shame. And now, touching the water with her hand, she decided she would never forgive them. So the Duke wanted to know if perhaps he should just kill them. Although the girl was afraid to ask, she decided to make sure. Was he really serious? Upon receiving confirmation, she could already imagine people calling her an immoral villainess. However, she didn't see the need to kill them. She preferred them to suffer their whole lives. Smiling ironically, the protagonist felt no compassion for them. nor did she want to give them even a single chance to redeem themselves. Upon hearing her, the hero was surprised that her entire objective was limited to that decision. Ayola was also interested in knowing Vigros's opinion on the matter. Taking her hands, the Duke wanted to approach the subject with more seriousness. He decided they had to have the nails driven into their hearts and crush those people so they could never rise again. The hero was also willing to support, and he hoped she would accept. According to Vigros, those people deserved a greater punishment, and they had to be made to cry out of repentance. Some things bothered Ayola a little, but overall, she liked that option better. So, the Duke decided to show her family how valuable the protagonist was, and that they shouldn't look down on her. Moreover, he wanted to immediately start practicing insults. Upon hearing that, Ayola became confused and looked at Vigros with bewilderment. He wanted to give her a masterclass on how to insult, so it sounded really strong. Trembling from head to toe, the girl accepted, and the protagonist was ready to start teaching her immediately. However, it was already too late, and they didn't want to end the date with a fight, so they decided to postpone the lesson. At that moment, Ginas was in front of his sister's room door, holding a candle in his hand. Upon knocking, he was surprised to find the door was open. Upon entering, he thought it was already very late, and he wondered if she hadn't returned yet. Not finding her, the brother was in shock. He didn't understand how Ayola dared to go out so late. Where could she be now? And is what they say about her secret romance true? The aristocrats wouldn't stop talking about her affairs with another man, criticizing the girl. Moreover, the entire Rivent family was the subject of criticism, and no one understood how she could be a candidate for saint. Ginas was horrified, knowing how angry his parents were, and all because of Ayola. Realizing that resisting made no sense, the protagonist suddenly heard a noise. A small hand grabbed the edge of his jacket, and the childish voice of a girl called him brother. Frightened, Ginas turned around thinking he hadn't done anything wrong. But little Ayola kept holding onto his jacket, begging for help and fearing him. In shock, Ginas remembered that all this was just because of her. However, the girl didn't stop begging him to save her, falling in tears at her brother's feet. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to ask Vigros what kind of person His Majesty the Emperor was. It turned out the hero wasn't sure what that person was really like. But at first glance, he was cruel, greedy, and given to intrigues, in addition to the Emperor doing whatever it took to get what he wanted. Upon hearing that, Ayola felt even more fear and sighed sadly. But upon hearing that, according to the cardinal, she had nothing to fear. The girl looked at him immediately. As long as he was near, no one could even touch her. The protagonist wanted to clarify. If her enemy was the Emperor, was Vigros planning to betray the country? Radiant with joy, the cardinal didn't understand what was so surprising about that. He also wanted to know if the girl doubted because she was afraid of dying. She would have lied if she denied it. Although there was another reason. Even if it was selfish, Ayola didn't care who bled, as long as it wasn't her. That's what the protagonist thought, remembering her past life and everything she had suffered. But now she had loved ones by her side, and she didn't want anything to happen to them. Therefore, she decided to protect them all, at any cost, including Vigros. By the end of the novel, it seems the Duke wants infinite devotion towards Akanda. But he dies tragically, like a dark villain. And in the end, the book ends with a bad outcome. Now the girl understood that not only she had influenced the course of history, Ayola's life and Vigros's, in essence, were the same. So she decided that, in this life, the protagonist would not be that cardinal who goes crazy over Lady Ernaz. The protagonist wanted to help Vigros achieve the ending he desired, no matter what, and she didn't want him to lose it all, or for anyone to take advantage of him. Her only wish regarding the protagonist was that he found his ending not with pain, sadness, and loneliness, but with a smile. Suddenly, Vigros proposed changing location, which left Ayola perplexed. The protagonist was curious to know where he was going at that hour. But the cardinal simply didn't want to say goodbye like that. Extending his hand forward, he decided to show the girl his secret hideout. Not understanding anything, she trusted, and gave him her hand, and then the cardinal suddenly pulled her. A second later, both were standing right on a boat that started moving violently due to the tug. Looking at the protagonist with bewilderment, Ayola thought there was no need to scare her like that. Besides, the hideout was nice. But wasn't it dangerous to stand on the boat? And so close to each other. However, Vigros did not want in any way to endanger his precious saint. So he calmly created a portal right on the boat, which left the girl even more bewildered. Now she was curious, where would his secret hideout be? It turned out to be a place where rich people gathered, with high ranks and plenty of free time. Moreover, according to Big Rose, it was time to start spreading rumors again. The date in the city center was fun. Of course, but now everything needed to be made clearer to everyone. Somewhat uneasy about those words, Ayola decided to ask exactly what he meant, covering her mouth with a finger. He thought that soon she herself would see it and understand everything, because today was their secret date. And with that thought, the protagonists disappeared into the portal, which closed behind them. Meanwhile, another portal appeared next to a majestic building, far from the city. Exiting it, Vigros landed softly on the ground, carrying Ayola in his arms. The heroine didn't understand how Duke Ayola, famous for his cruelty, could be so tender. The cardinal was surprised, wondering if she didn't perceive the tenderness. But the girl was also curious if he would feel proud if she called him a villain. By putting a mask on her face, the hero decided there was nothing wrong with that. He was already used to everyone fearing him and cursing him behind his back, so he didn't pay attention to it. Moreover, that meant Vigros was strong enough to withstand any attack. At that very instant, a white dress suddenly appeared over Ayola, and luxurious, which left her confused. They came here to start spreading rumors, but the hero didn't want to reveal everything immediately, although he also understood that it was impossible not to recognize that beautiful silver hair. After that, they headed towards the entrance of the building, where a masked guard stood. Without saying anything, the servant opened the door before them and bowed respectfully to the lords. While walking through the corridors, Ayola saw different paintings and statues, and at a certain point, she began to suspect where they were. Her suspicions turned out to be correct, and that place was none other than the black market. Although the protagonist expected it to be darker here and dangerous. Moreover, how could they bring such a valuable saint to such a place? It turned out that coming here to spread rumors was one of the main objectives, but not the only one. For some time, Big Rose had wanted to show her something, and after saying this, they entered behind a curtain and found themselves next to the stage. On the other side sat the rich people, and in the middle of the stage, there was a vendor showing different lots. Ayola was very surprised by the incredible number of people there. According to the hero, things that were difficult or impossible to find were put up for sale here. However, he brought the protagonist here for the last lot, which was the main event of the day. As an employee, solemnly carried it onto the stage. Another enthusiastically presented the day's great event to the guests. Ayola was shocked to see that it was her precious flower made of crystals. Bids started directly at 500,000, and in an instant, they rose to several million. The protagonist was surprised by how much those people desired to buy her flower. Paralyzed by the impression, Ayola was now sure that Rake's words were true. After the preparations for the auction finished, he met up with her and the lord in the Ayola mansion. Rake decided that when there were too many things, and they weren't especially valuable, then he would put his lot up for auction. Twirling the flower in her hand, the protagonist feared that no one would like it, and that no one would buy it. However, Vigros's subordinate was willing to swear on his life that wouldn't happen. Because the flower was made of precious stones, it had a delicate scent and would also bloom forever. The cardinal was calm, since Rake would never set his sights on something that didn't bring in money. So he could be trusted. Moreover, as the owner of the black market, he himself could ensure that this flower would become the new symbol of the empire. Meanwhile, guest number 28 won the auction and became the happy owner of the valuable flower. In reality, Big Rose wanted to buy everything here so that no one else could keep anything. But then, his dear saint would have trouble. So he didn't do it. While in happy ecstasy, Yola also felt something strange inside. She was always told that a loser like her would achieve nothing, and that no one would truly want her. Everyone only insulted and rejected the protagonist, and that was her daily life. But now, she felt as if she was receiving recognition from all those people. Looking at her closely, Vigros regretted that Yola was happy about something so small. Surprised by those words, the protagonist looked at him confusedly, with wide-open eyes. Smiling back, the hero thought they still had a lot to show. Smiling mischievously, the girl completely agreed and, taking the cardinal by the arm, she looked confidently towards the stage. Meanwhile, a white carriage suddenly arrived at the entrance of the black market. Upon seeing the crown prince getting out of it, the guard was in shock and amazement. Handing him a document, Offit arrived there for an inspection. By order of His Imperial Majesty. Looking sternly at the guard, he wanted them to take him to the black market immediately. A short while later, the prince was walking through the building's corridors, accompanied by his knights. Although he knew the corruption of that rotten society, he still had to ignore it. However, Offit knew that the visitors of the black market had already silently identified its owner, who turned out to be Duke Ayola. So this place was not only Vigros's secret refuge, but also the power of those who used it. Most of those present were high-ranking aristocrats, and not even the emperor could easily control this place. To maintain his authority, the imperial family turns a blind eye to the existence of this place, and only conducts patrols. Observing the guests from the balcony, the prince was just making a round. But when he ascended the throne, the first thing he wanted was to destroy this place. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a couple in the distance and, to his horror, he recognized Ayola von Riband. Not even the mask could hide her silver hair, by which anyone could identify the heroine. Confused, the crown prince didn't understand why his fiancée was here. Moreover, it was obvious she was with Vigros. Her black cat mask proved it, symbol of the black market owner. But why were they together? And why was she smiling, as if she truly enjoyed being by his side? Knowing that next to him, she had never smiled like that. Offit ground his teeth with jealousy. The only thing Ayola did in His Highness's presence was demand they break off the engagement. Besides, the mask wouldn't save her. And other people were already starting to recognize the protagonists. And if the truth that the fiancé had betrayed the crown prince by dating another was discovered, the criticism against her would be much greater. Offit horrifically imagined the furious face of Marquis Riband, and what he could do to his daughter when he found out about this. But then, what was the reason Lady Riband was now with that wretch? Upon thinking that perhaps the breaking of the engagement had something to do with the Duke, Offit felt confused. Looking at His Highness, the knights accompanying him hoped he was all right. But suddenly, the heir ordered them to leave immediately, leaving him alone. Looking at the scene sternly, Offit decided he had to meet someone today. When the auction ended, the cardinal said goodbye to Ayola, and then went out for a night stroll. While walking, he marveled at how incredible their date had been. If he had known sooner that the protagonist would be so happy, he would have brought her here much sooner. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone who jumped out from the corner in front of the Duke. Grabbing him by the neck, Offit pushed Vigros against the building wall, and the hero only smiled in response. He was surprised that a nobleman, the crown prince of the empire, came to visit him. Looking sternly at Duke Ayola, Offit wanted to know what he was plotting. Why was he with Ayola, and had the hero brought her just to show off? Or maybe Vigros had even threatened her, which completely puzzled the cardinal. calmly holding the prince's hand that was restraining him. The protagonist could barely control himself. He didn't understand what this nonsense was. Did the heroine really fall for such low tricks as threats? Although Vigros knew that the prince was not as close to his fiancée as to know those things. Offit became furious, not understanding how this guy dared to even challenge him. Calmly removing the prince's hand. The protagonist thought that now the prince was in no position to speak to him like that. Moreover, Offit had abandoned his fiancée and pretended nothing had happened. On top of that, he started dating another girl. And now he wanted to blame the duke. The prince wanted to reply, but he found no words because Vigros was right. Moreover, everyone already knew what had happened. Did His Highness think he could do it? And Ayola not? It was time to stop making excuses and admit that he never had the right to treat a girl like that. Offit was paralyzed, unable to reply. As the protagonist started to leave, that was Duke Hyla's final warning. And the prince should no longer meddle in Ayola's life or affairs. Instead, he should be prepared. Because even if Vigros falls under a curse, or his heart explodes, he won't leave him alone. The protagonist continued on his way, thinking about everything that had happened. He was indignant with Offit because since he appeared, all his good mood had vanished. But the surprises didn't end there. Because suddenly, a girl in a cloak appeared from the corner and bumped into him. Looking at her surprised, Vigros hoped the lady was all right. Meanwhile, Akanda was excited to have finally found him. Because he was her second male protagonist. The one Lady Erna's needed. Rumors circulated among the people that fairies were even being sold in the black market. Akanda, who grew up with strong convictions, could not accept the trade of living beings. Therefore she often hid and helped the fairies escape without being seen. One day, while hiding from the guards again, a knight silently approached her, covering her mouth with his hand. Vigros hoped Miss Erna's would remain as silent as possible. Akanda memorized that scene, so now she could easily find that place. And now that she finally met the cardinal, the girl wasn't planning to let him go. The protagonist himself was shocked that these two decided to appear before him together. Those words took Lady Erna's by surprise, leaving her completely confused. First of all, the Duke wanted to find out what he was plotting, which left Akanda even more perplexed. She didn't understand what was happening, because Vigros couldn't have told her something like that. But upon realizing she had just called him by name, the girl hurried, as it was the first time they met. Looking at Lady Erna's with contempt, the hero understood that, now indeed, he had a real imposter in front of him. Upon hearing that word directed at her for the first time, Akanda was stunned by the shock. She couldn't understand at all what he was talking about, and thought it must be a misunderstanding. So she held out her hand to Vigros. She was convinced she was the protagonist of this story. But suddenly, the cardinal disdainfully pushed her hand away, looking severely at Lady Erna's. He didn't understand how she dared to even touch him. Upon leaving, he also thought that he had never allowed her to say his name with her own mouth. So he wanted her to stop doing it. In her past life, Akanda was the best actress, called Kwaksuji, who won the award for Best Leading Actress. At that time, her heartbreaking performance in the movie moved every viewer to the core. She debuted in film as a child, with outstanding emotionality and acting skills. Upon receiving the award, she sincerely thanked her fans for their support, considering it a great honor for her. However, she had to live as others wanted. And on the internet, detractors always appeared with criticism. And although the girl was full of rage, she tried to control herself and smile, because people wanted to see exactly Kwaksuji on screen. But the real girl constantly heard that many new actresses were appearing in the world now, and talented ones. Due to her intense desire to be unique and unrepeatable, the protagonist started drinking and leading a messy life. She destroyed everything that bothered her, without realizing that it was ruining herself. In the end, she even started harassing other actresses, which ended up infuriating the producer. and he decided it was time for her to leave. It all started with an article about a girl abusing another actress. But Kwak Suji thought she was just giving advice. She was calm because her star reputation wouldn't be affected by such nonsense. After all, she had a bunch of movies under her belt, 20 years of experience, and the devotion of millions of fans. But one day, everything changed when one of the actresses took her own life, leaving a farewell note with the girl's name. In that note, the actress revealed Kwak Suji's abuses, which were the cause of her death. And soon all the media started talking about it. After that, the police started an investigation. And the girl had to hide from everyone. All the fans turned their backs on her. And many people started criticizing the agencies that protected someone who drove drunk. In the end, her whole life collapsed because of that note. And the girl died completely alone, in a dilapidated room where she was hiding. This is how it seemed everything had ended. But suddenly, she heard a voice asking her if she wanted to go to a world where she would be the protagonist, thinking she was already dead. Kwak Suji didn't understand who was talking to her at that moment. Upon kneeling, she saw a black rectangle floating in the air in front of her. That wanted to take her somewhere. Upon realizing it was a book, the girl thought she had definitely gone crazy. However, if she desired it, the book was ready to take her to a happy world, where she would be the only and beloved protagonist. Upon understanding those words, she wished with all her heart to go to a world where everyone loved her, no matter what she did. Upon rejoicing at this, the book began to transform, changing its black cover for the novel's symbol. Now, she was the only protagonist of that world, and she could have everything she wanted. After rereading the novel in her bed, after meeting Vigros, Akanda decided that she was the most important here, and she couldn't allow anyone to take away this world that belonged to her. The next day, a totally unexpected guest arrived at the Ayola duchy. Rake personally accompanied him and introduced him to the Lord, who was in his office. It turned out to be a priest from the temple, the right-hand man of High Priest Eddie's. Vigros thanked the guest for the journey and invited him to sit on the sofa, placing his hand on his shoulder. The Duke thought that, before getting to the point, he had to check something. First, he wanted to clarify if perhaps the priest had come to respond to his proposal. Upon hearing this, Eddie's lowered his gaze, as if he were afraid to say what he thought. The Duke knew that the temple remained a closed place, and conservative, where, in agreement with the emperor, they received prophecies about the saints. Therefore, although he sent a letter there, Vigros didn't have much hope of receiving a response, and certainly didn't think they would send a high-ranking priest. But apparently, the temple was starting to show a more tolerant attitude. Eddie's knew very well that the Duke felt no appreciation for them, but he was here to face the truth, and he had no hidden motives for coming. Therefore, the priest wanted to discover what everyone had refused to see until now. That is, the truth related to the oracles, which left Vigros bewildered. During the last talk with the high priest, Eddie's decided it was time to redeem himself. At that moment, His Holiness handed the assistant a letter sent by Duke Hyla. The high priest also thought that Eddie's should contact him urgently and, from now on, work together. They just wanted to know what truth they would have to face, and what faith they should believe in. Eddie's was surprised that Vigros had sent the letter personally, but the Duke confirmed it. This was quite a surprise for the temple, which greatly amused the protagonist. The priest himself would never have imagined that the Hyla family would make them such a proposal. However, he did not come here to redeem himself, but to face the truth. So, instead of explaining to him, Vigros decided it was better to show him. After the Duke placed his hand on his face, Eddie's suddenly appeared in a strange place, and dark. Not understanding anything, the priest began to look around, stunned by the protagonist's strange power. Suddenly, he heard a man's furious scream, and he saw someone beating a girl who was sitting on the floor. To his horror, Addis recognized Marquis Rivant, who was beating Ayola because he considered her a disgrace to his family. At that moment, he also started hearing the voices of other people, openly insulting her with very dirty words. In a state of shock, he found himself in front of the heroine's body, which lay in a pool of her own blood. He began to choke from the terror that invaded him. And suddenly, the priest returned to the Duke's office. Immediately, he started coughing hard, trying to catch his breath and calm down after what he had seen. Vigros looked at him seriously, hoping that now indeed he had finally understood. Because that was the pain Ayola had suffered. All because of the temple's false oracles. However, Addis couldn't understand how the hero could possess such incredible strength. But at the temple, they simply didn't know that. Among the marginalized, there were sometimes people with such abilities. Upon hearing that, the priest shuddered and looked at the cardinal fearfully. Vigros understood his surprise. Because after all, it was a unique power. Moreover, it was something similar to a miracle, like those used by saints. Quite perplexed by this, Hades had also heard about the relationship between Ayola and Vigros, and in a way understood his behavior. However, because of his excessive concern, the priest wanted to know if the hero also did that to take advantage of his power. By saying also, he referred to the emperor. And the Duke understood immediately. But wasn't it the temple that, until now, sold a place to the holy imperial family? That was total impudence. And since they brought up the topic, Vigros wanted to check the last thing. He wanted to know if Eddies was willing to do something for the saint. Gathering courage, the priest decided he was ready to sacrifice his life for her. The hero hoped he truly believed in his words. Because if not, the emperor could become his enemy. And of the entire temple. But Eddies' decision was final. And he didn't even care if that was the right path. Happy about this and giving his hand, Vigros decided to trust the priest's convictions. After the talk, Rake watched Eddies for a while through the window as he left, doubting if all this was right. At that moment, Vigros calmly enjoyed the scent of the flowers he wanted to give to Ayola. Without understanding the employee's concern, Rake was uneasy about his sudden alliance with the temple, since that was not in his plans. Arranging the ornament on the flowers, the Duke thought there was no reason to worry, since he had everything well planned. So, the servant wanted to know the reason for that decision. Since neither the temple nor the saint were in the plans, he refused to take on that responsibility, without even understanding what was happening. Smiling, the cardinal thought that the reason for everything was incredibly simple. He wanted to show the protagonist how beautiful she was, and that she deserved to be loved. Furthermore, the hero hoped that Ayola, as a saint, would become the favorite of the entire empire. Rumors about her were spreading nonstop throughout the empire. There were all kinds of gossip, and some even said she received the title of false saint thanks to her wealth. And Vigros was curious to know if, after investigating, Rake had understood how unfounded those rumors were. The curious thing was that the good rumors they tried to spread to cover up the bad ones disappeared very quickly. That seemed incredibly strange. And now the worker understood it too. It gave the impression that no one cared about Ayola von Riven's innocence. Rake came to the conclusion that someone was interfering on purpose. And the Duke thought it was a great idea. But that person must have enough power to do it. Besides, it would surely be the one who would lose the most if the protagonist became a saint. Realizing they were directly referring to the emperor, the worker was horrified. However, Vigros personally didn't know anyone capable of something like that, except for that old man. Probably he observed both girls and made a well-considered decision. That is, the monarch decided which of them would be most useful to him. While one side shines to create a perfect future, the other decided to destroy it completely. Ayola had no fault for the unfounded rumors and the criticism against her. Simply, the emperor used her, turning the heroine into the scapegoat. Therefore, Vigros planned to make Ayola a saint and make everyone know her true self. If that happens, no one will dare to criticize her, and she will become the favorite saint of the entire empire. Meanwhile, Offit arrived at the saint's mansion for the scheduled meeting with Akanda. But upon learning she wasn't there, the prince was very surprised and decided to ask the servants where she might have gone. It turned out no one knew. However, Lady Erna's wanted to inform His Highness that it was an urgent matter. The servant tried to look for her, but the prince forbade it, deciding he would come another time. After that, he went out onto the terrace and walked slowly, turning various thoughts over in his head. All this was very strange, as Akanda had never cancelled a meeting with him. Moreover, even her personal maid, Jane, had suddenly disappeared. To make matters worse, he couldn't stop thinking about that night, when he was returning by carriage after meeting Duke Hyla. Looking out the window, he observed the city's night scenery and reflected on the latest events. But suddenly, his gaze fell upon a cloaked girl whose face he recognized as Akanda. Confused, he didn't understand what she was doing there at that hour of the night. If you think objectively, in this alley there was nothing but the black market. Putting aside the idea that she had also met with Vigros, the prince decided that it must have just seemed so to him, and he had been mistaken. At that moment, Offit heard a familiar laugh and a voice coming from the street. Ayola was walking along the path, accompanied by Siana and Karain, chatting happily with them. The prince was curious to know why she was so happy, and since when did she smile so sincerely? If she had always been cold and distant. But suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat, and his heart sank. Offit remembered that her smile was not strange at all. On the contrary, it was her usual expression. It's just that the prince didn't know it, because she had always been cold towards him. And it's true, thinking about it. He was the only person she didn't smile at. Offit didn't understand. Could he, the heir to an entire empire, be affected by something like that? At that moment, the prince finally realized how pathetic he was, even in his own eyes. Meanwhile, Akanda and Jane went straight to the imperial palace for an audience with His Majesty, while Lady Erna's complained to the emperor. The maid stood behind the door, listening to everything attentively. The old man wanted to know who had made the poor girl cry like that, who was dissolving into bitter tears. The emperor thought it was the crown prince who had offended her, but Akanda immediately denied it. However, Offit already has a fiancé, and if he falls in love with Lady Riband, Lady Erna's would become a hindrance to them. The girl feared that if she didn't become a saint, she would probably have to distance herself from the prince. Furious, the old man hit the armrest with his fist. The old man thought all that was nonsense, and decided Akanda had nothing to worry about. According to the emperor, she should have already understood that. Besides her, no one else could be a saint. But Lady Erna's was worried because, without being the fiancé, she had set her sights on His Highness, who lately spent a lot of time with Ayola. Hearing all this, Jane felt true pity for her mistress, shocked to discover that the culprit of everything was that problematic impostor. Unable to stand it any longer, the maid decided she must help her mistress somehow. Meanwhile, the emperor was convinced that Lady Ernest's worries were exaggerated. He thought that clumsy girl could never become a saint. Moreover, rumors reached the old man that Lady Riband, being the crown prince's fiancé, was dating another man. That demonstrated the protagonist's brazen recklessness, and only Akanda was worthy of being a saint in that empire. Looking closely at the monarch, Lady Erna's decided to ask if he was willing to support her. However, for the emperor, that was too obvious, and he wanted to prove his words with actions. So he decided to move up the date of the girl's debut, which left her completely in shock. Soon there will be a grand reception, and when she arrives as Offit's partner, everyone will officially recognize their relationship. Looking intently at Akanda, the monarch wanted to make sure that he wasn't the one who chose her. Something urgent had to be done so everyone knew who would occupy that magnificent place and would be next to Offit. At that moment, unable to contain her excitement, Lady Ernest threw herself to hug His Majesty. Looking at her with compassion, the monarch bitterly thought of all the suffering that sweet girl had endured. He was very happy too. and he hoped the young lady would no longer have to worry. Holding back laughter, Akanda completely agreed with the emperor, anticipating what was going to happen. She was sincerely grateful to that monarch who so kindly took her side. After some time, Ayola was sitting calmly in her room reading a book, with a cup of tea beside her, finishing the page with interest. She reached for the cup without looking, wanting to take a sip. Upon bringing the cup to her lips, and noticing it was very hot, the protagonist began to blow on the tea calmly. At that very moment, Big Rose appeared out of nowhere. He snatched the cup from her hands, and he didn't want Ayola to drink that. Looking at him surprised, the protagonist was in shock from that sudden appearance that scared her. She was curious to know when the hero had arrived, and it turned out it was very recently. Looking at the tea with distaste, the cardinal didn't understand why she would drink that junk, which also contained poison. But Vigrose was even more confused upon hearing that Ayola already knew everything. A few days ago, the heroine saw someone doing something strange to her tea. She decided not to catch Jane in the act, and observe a little. Would she succeed? After all, poison couldn't harm a saint. But the Duke still didn't like the situation at all. Suddenly, a sweet scent gently caressed Ayola's nose, making her smile. She realized that Vigrose had brought her a treat. But the hero wanted her to guess what it was, which left her perplexed. However, by gently caressing her face with his hand, the hero thought that just giving it to her would be very boring. So she just had to guess. And then she would receive her prize. Vigrose leaned in so close, it looked like he was going to kiss Ayola, which made her very nervous. But suddenly, the cardinal quickly moved away, leaving a large basket with sweets in the heroine's hands, and flowers. Upon seeing the gift, the girl was truly surprised, and thought it was very sweet. Then the hero became curious. Did she expect something else from him? She understood that he was just joking with her. But according to Vigrose, it couldn't be any other way, because she was so pretty. Suddenly, the door was knocked, and the heroine invited the visitor in. It was Sienna, who wanted to distract the lady from her book for a while. Ayola received a letter from the imperial palace, which surprised her very much. In the original story, there was never such a letter, and even less so with the imperial seal, which meant the monarch himself had written it. Sienna, for her part, was very excited to finally see the young man of the lady in person. The protagonist thought that perhaps Offit had finally agreed to break off the engagement, because otherwise, why would the emperor write to her personally? The letter informed that, to improve the relationship between the two saint candidates, they asked Joel to attend the banquet with a partner. Upon realizing that they were planning to move up the debut date, the Duke and the protagonist were shocked. That banquet was the most spectacular of all those described in the novel. Both candidates debuted in society after that event, and that's where their real social life began. But then, why did they move the debut right to the time of the banquet? The reason the banquet was held in the second part of the novel was the sacred ceremony. In any case, Ayola was happy that everything was advancing faster than she, and Vigrose expected. The next morning, the crown prince slept peacefully in his bed, illuminated by the rays of the sun. The atmosphere of complete tranquility was broken by the nightmare he was having at that moment. Offit didn't understand since when he started blindly believing in Akanda's holiness, nor why he thought she was his destiny. Why does Lady Erna's appear just when you least expect it? And why did she end up near the black market that day, going there in secret? Suddenly, he discerned the silhouette of Akanda through the dense darkness of the despair enveloping him. Running after her, the prince wished she would stop even for a minute. Finally, through the shadows, his hand reached Lady Erna's shoulder, who had her back to him. When she abruptly turned around and smiled at him, Offit saw, instead of a face, a black mass with narrow eyes and yellowish ones. At that very instant, he woke up screaming, drenched in cold sweat and paralyzed by fear. Trying to catch his breath, the prince took time to realize it had only been a dream. Immediately a knight ran in, hoping His Highness was all right. Upon hearing that he was, the warrior also wanted to inform the prince of a visitor's arrival. The lady was waiting for him outside, and Euphid was curious to know who had come to see him. The knight proudly announced the arrival of Mrs. Akanda, which horrified the prince. It was surprising that he had just dreamed of her, and she was already there, wanting to see him. The knight was surprised by His Highness's reaction, who usually rejoiced at Lady Ernest's visit. Suddenly, Akanda entered the heir's chambers without permission, happy not to have woken him up. Wishing him good morning, the young lady hoped His Highness had slept well. Ophid wanted to find out exactly why she had come to see him. Akanda understood that the prince had probably heard from the emperor that her debut had been postponed until the next banquet. However, there was one detail. To attend, it was necessary to go accompanied by a partner. In other words, Miss Ernest wanted to know if Ophid could accompany her to her debut. At that moment, the prince remembered that terrifying image of Akanda with her face covered in darkness, which filled him with horror. Regaining his composure, he agreed to attend the banquet as her partner, pretending it was a surprise for her. Miss Ernest seemed completely thrilled. Hugging Ophid, she felt truly happy. However, just in case, Kanda made him promise not to cheat on her. Now she had to leave urgently to find the right outfit and start preparing for the banquet. For the moment, Miss Ernest wanted His Highness to rest well, and later she would show off her dress to him. When she left the room, it suddenly occurred to the prince to ask the knight for something. Upon hearing that, starting that day, he must start watching Akanda. The warrior was shocked. Ophid wanted him to investigate everything, even where she went and whom she met. The knight was sure that Miss Ernest would be a saint, and he didn't understand why they would ask him to watch her. However, the prince decided he had to be more careful with his words, which left the warrior completely confused. The sacred ceremony had not yet taken place, so Akanda was only a candidate for now. Moreover, Ophid was furious because his own knight dared to question his orders. Upon hearing those words and seeing the prince's angry face, the warrior froze in fear. Without wasting time, he fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness, promising to carry out the order immediately. The warrior decided to keep a close watch on Miss Akanda and report her every move to His Highness. In addition to all this, Ophid expected him to manage so that no one else found out, except for the two of them. Above all, that information must not reach Lady Ernest's ears in any way. Later, being in his mansion, Vigros was curious to know how Ayola's preparation for the banquet was going. In general, everything was going well, but the protagonist couldn't manage to choose a suitable outfit for the occasion. She wouldn't have worried so much if it weren't for the fact that it was her debut. However, the Duke could not allow her to dress haphazardly, and he wanted to know what her preferences were. Ayola could only say what she definitely did not want to wear, based on her past life. At that time, she had many problems because she wore the same dress as Akanda, although Ayola later discovered the truth, that it was all just a trap. Lady Ernest intentionally praised the protagonist's dress the day before the event, encouraging her to wear it while she promised to go with another. Suddenly, Rieka came up with a great idea. A dress that deserved all the attention had to be extremely rare. And right now, everyone was intrigued to know what dress Lady Riven would wear. Something that had to be taken advantage of, yes. Or yes. Vigros was surprised to discover that the employee had such deep knowledge of women's dresses. He also wanted to know exactly what outfit it was. And Rake hoped the Duke was willing to spend his money. A little later, upon learning from Jane that Ayola would wear Iris's dress to the banquet, Akanda was horrified. However, the maid had heard it directly from the jewelry store owner, someone from the Rivent family. She went to see him to find out if he had any jewelry that matched Iris's dress. Jane was sure that Lady Ribbon couldn't get such a legendary dress, so she was surely lying. According to rumors, Iris's dress was created by mistake by some mages, and it had a unique, soft fabric, and shiny like metal. Furthermore, the dress had the incredible ability to adjust to the figure of whoever wore it, creating a charming silhouette. However, there was a reason why that outfit was considered unattainable. Its price. Even high-ranking aristocrats couldn't afford that legendary dress, which was kept in perfect condition. It was only shown on special occasions, always under the protection of the imperial family. Full of envy, Candace simply couldn't allow Ayola to wear something like that. She also hoped her maid would keep bothering Lady Rabant. It turns out Jane put something in her tea. And surely Ayola drank it without suspecting anything, because she knows nothing about it. So now, the condition of her skin and her health is only a matter of time. Upon confirming that this did not endanger the protagonist's life, Lady Ernaz sincerely thanked her maid for the excellent job. Moreover, thanks to Jane, she finally decided what dress she would wear at the banquet. Meanwhile, Ayola arrived at the imperial palace to meet the prince. The protagonist was fascinated by how magnificent and majestic that place was. And although she herself had sent the letter to Offit asking for a meeting, Ayola didn't think he would reply so quickly. Anyway, this was even better, because they couldn't keep delaying it any longer. Upon entering the reception hall and leaving the document on the table, suddenly she heard a noise nearby. The prince entered flying with joy and uttered the protagonist's name tenderly, surprised by his excessive emotion. Ayola greeted His Highness respectfully. She was also surprised that he had run. But Offit didn't want to keep the protagonist waiting. It was the first time she herself wanted to see him. And the prince was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night, confused by his strange behavior. The protagonist just wanted to sit down and talk to him once and for all. Suddenly, Offit felt a little sad about that treatment, which surprised her even more. He thought that, since they had known each other for a long time, they could talk less formally. Ayola didn't understand why he suddenly became sad, if she always spoke to him like that. Moreover, the general atmosphere was somewhat strange, and the protagonist thought she had simply chosen the wrong day. Normally, Offit was much colder and astute, so it was strange for him to behave so softly and affectionately. Sighing, the protagonist didn't know if she could address him without formalities. Upon hearing his words that they could try to do so from that moment on, Ayola was completely perplexed. Moreover, instead of asking permission to come, now the protagonist could arrive at any time, and without notice. Also, starting from that instant, she could calmly call him just by his name. The protagonist was completely confused, without understanding why he gave her the same rights as Akand. Laughing, she thought that between her and His Highness there had been a misunderstanding. Upon handing him the divorce papers, Ayola hadn't come here to become friends with him. The girl's only wish was to get his signature to officially break off the engagement. From Offit's face, he didn't even imagine things would end this way. Before, he never took the protagonist's words seriously, not even when she asked to break off the engagement. But today, Ayola decided that under no circumstances would she back down from her decision. The status of Crown Prince's fiancé was the perfect excuse for all interventions from the imperial palace. Therefore, before her debut, she had to cut off any relationship with Offit once and for all. However, instead of the reaction she expected, the heir simply reviewed the document silently, which left the protagonist a little confused. She didn't understand if he was trying to joke with her again, or if he wanted to argue about not wanting to break off the engagement. But suddenly, the prince doubted whether truly. This whole time, Ayola wanted to break off the relationship. Not knowing what was wrong with him, the protagonist accepted what he said. Offit smiled and wanted to clarify if, by breaking off the engagement, she would truly be happy. It turned out that for Ayola, breaking off the engagement was the only way to be happy. Surely His Highness, like many others, thought that the most important thing for her was to become a saint. The protagonist studied for that. She competed with others and always faced criticism and offenses. For her, that period of her life was only filled with suffering and pain. And being completely honest, Yola had never felt truly happy. So she no longer wanted to be anyone's fiancé or live just to become a saint. But the protagonist was determined to start living only for herself. At that moment, upon hearing her plans for the future, Offit understood that there was no place for him there. He bitterly thought that Vigros was right, and that he had no right to feel jealous of Yola. Nor did he deserve her smile. In any case, he humbly accepted, and decided to break off the engagement if that was what the protagonist wanted. Yola was perplexed to see that the prince accepted so easily. However, Offit simply couldn't refuse something that could make the protagonist happy. Of course, there could be problems if the emperor found out. But the prince planned to convince his father. Moreover, he set a condition for giving his consent, sincerely hoping it was something reasonable. Yola decided to find out what condition it was. It turned out that the prince wanted, at least every few days, to spend time with the protagonist. Surprised by that ultimatum, Yola didn't understand what he meant, but Offit just wanted to see her as a friend, even if it was only a few hours a day. He hoped that, at least this way, the protagonist would allow him to be near her. Yola didn't understand at all why His Highness suddenly proposed something like that to her. However, if he only wanted to be friends, it wasn't that bad, so she accepted. Now, sometimes they would see each other, not as a couple, but as simple friends. It is quite acceptable, considering that Offit does not cancel the breaking of the engagement. Shaking hands, the prince thanked the girl and apologized to her for everything that happened before. Later, returning home in the carriage, Yola thought again about the conversation she had just had. Before this, it hadn't even crossed her mind that Offit would want to be just her friend. In any case, she hoped everything would be for the better. Upon arriving at the mansion, she started to get out of the carriage, and Kyern offered her his hand kindly. The protagonist thanked him and decided to go rest. But suddenly, one of the servants called her. The man apologized for the surprise, but at that moment, he wanted to accompany the lady somewhere. Upon learning that her father had sent for her, she understood that this day would be very tiring. Later, after slapping her, the Marquis was shocked to discover that his daughter was seeing another man behind the prince's back. Yola didn't understand if truly, in his eyes, she led such an inappropriate life. She was only His Highness's fiancée, not his wife, so she didn't see any problem. For her father, the problem was that, because of her behavior, the crown prince spent more time with Akanda. The protagonist remembered that before. With just one look or gesture from the Marquis, she felt so much fear that she could barely breathe. Even though she was treated worse than an animal, she sincerely struggled to earn his love. Only after dying and being reborn, she finally understood that not all parents love their children. And if so, then children are also not obliged to unconditionally love their parents. So she decided to ask exactly what her father wanted her to do. She had already given them many opportunities to repent, to try to fix things, and even apologize to her. Sometimes she thought they didn't do it because they were programmed characters from a book. In that case, won't that be the dark element that turns Ayola von Rivent into a villain? However, there were people who changed, even if they were fixed characters, wanting to change their destiny. The protagonist decided not to marry for convenience someone she didn't love. Upon hearing that she also had the right to be happy, the parents were speechless with shock. From that moment, Ayola planned to live only for her own well-being. The mother and father wanted to protest, but suddenly, Ginas tried to calm them down. Although they immediately silenced him, the Marquis was shocked by those words, believing the girl only existed thanks to them. Then, the protagonist remembered how they always dressed her in rags. They insulted her and thought she could never win over the prince. Really, after all that, do you believe you have the right to behave like this? Yola decided she would no longer tolerate that treatment, and that, even if they apologized, she would not accept their apologies. Taking out the magic contract, she decided that from that moment on, she had nothing to do with the Marquis Ribband family. Upon seeing the document floating in the air, the father didn't understand where she got it from. According to imperial law, saint candidates are considered saints, and therefore the empire must protect them. From that instant, the Marquis and his wife were no longer legally her relatives, and they had no right to intervene in the protagonist's life. The man thought she wouldn't get away with it, but the girl knew she didn't even need his signature. All the documents were already certified, and the saint protection law could be applied unilaterally, without their consent. Now she saw no point in staying with them, and she calmly headed towards the exit. The mother started begging her to listen to her father, and thought they would forgive their daughter if she apologized. So Ayola decided to clarify that it wasn't them abandoning her, but her abandoning them. The Marquis ordered his son to catch his sister immediately, but Ginas remained paralyzed, ignoring the screams of her former family. The girl sat calmly in the cart and continued on her way. Suddenly, Siana asked if they would now have to wander the world. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed heartily, which left the maid even more confused. According to Ayola, there was no reason to worry, because she was sure she could take care of her companions. Upon learning that she already had a place in mind to stay, Curran and Siana were very surprised. Meanwhile, they were just arriving at their destination. Right next to the carriage, the protagonist was greeted by Vigrose, who could no longer stand still from excitement. Turning to her friends, Ayola was happy to introduce them to that man, who was so talked about, known as the fearsome Duke Illa. Upon seeing the boy's kind face, the heroes couldn't believe he was capable of quieting even a crying baby. Later, having tea with him, the girl didn't understand why Big Rose looked at her so mysteriously. He was very happy to see her at his home, and he didn't expect her to arrive so soon. Moreover, he wanted to clarify that the matter of the breakup document was not as simple as it seemed. Of course, the hero was ready to destroy those people as soon as he could. But for Ayola, they were the family she had lived with all her life. So he thought she would need time to make such a decision. In fact, she did feel uncomfortable when she first received the breakup document. But at the same time, she began to think about the future and about the direction she should take. The protagonist understood what she wanted and decided she would not lose again. She was no longer willing to endure either the physical or psychological abuse from those supposed family members. Nor did she want Akanda to become empress, proclaiming herself a true saint. Ayola no longer wanted to lose the things that were valuable to her, and so she thought about how to protect them. Thinking about that, she decided to become a free saint, without any ties to the imperial family. Perhaps a long time ago, something like that was possible in the empire. A completely free saint, loved by God. Vigrose had previously thought that he was the only one who longed for freedom. And now, thanks to the protagonist, he felt alive again. Seeing him smile, she was curious to know the reason. The hero, of course, could answer all her questions, but she was too curious. So she decided to keep the secret. Wanting to change the subject, she asked him how he knew about her arrival that day. It turned out he learned about it from Ginas, who went to see him personally. The protagonist was so surprised by the news that she opened her eyes wide, looking at Vigrose. The Duke expected that sooner or later they would meet. But he also didn't think that person would come to him on their own. Ayola remembered how, during the last meeting with her father, her brother started to calm him down. Upon presenting himself before Vigrose, Ginas apologized for the unexpected visit and introduced himself. The first thing the Duke wanted to know was how that person had reached him. It was all because of the rumors that those who bothered the protagonist would be cursed. Somehow, the hero found out that Duke Illa had helped his sister. Hearing this, Vigrose thought that Ginas wanted to start threatening him. But instead, the hero decided that he knew how to save his sister. He had no details, but hoped the Duke would allow him to help. Vigrose was surprised by his words, knowing that this man had treated the girl badly and neglected her. Ginas perfectly understood that he should be ashamed to mention his past. But if he didn't, maybe they would never see her again. The Duke thought that if he really cared that much about his sister, the best thing was simply not to intervene. Instead, he could limit himself to observing what steps she took. Moreover, to make Gina feel calmer, he didn't have to repent for anything or apologize to Ayola. Bowing his head humbly, the hero decided to keep it in mind. Also, Big Rose wanted to clarify that the heroine never asked him for help. He simply was always by her side, while she saved herself by her own means. Soon the long-awaited day of the grand banquet arrived. Among the guests circulated rumors that the heroine had been kicked out of her own house. Everyone thought that now she was a commoner, so she could no longer be a saint candidate. Meanwhile, His Highness Offid's arrival at the banquet was announced, and Miss Akanda von Ernz. Everyone was shocked to see that the girl was wearing Ernz's dress, and they thought it was unlikely that Ayola would show up here. The guests were fascinated by how good they looked together, deciding they were the most beautiful couple. After greeting the guests, the prince decided that his lady could go talk to the others. Smiling, Akanda approached the ladies and started flattering their appearance, receiving compliments in return. Suddenly, everyone noticed that her very expensive dress was adorned with an equally rare and costly flower-shaped brooch. It turned out she had received it as a gift from the prince, in honor of her debut. Akanda knew that today was the climax of the novel, in which she was the protagonist. Feigning surprise, Miss Ernest thought Ayola was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the family of Marquis Rivent was present, but the protagonist was not with them. Surprised by Akanda's ignorance, the ladies rushed to clarify that they had recently thrown Lady Rivent out of their house. Thoughtfully, Miss Ernest understood that the biggest problem now was that no one knew where that girl was. Since she was a saint candidate, the imperial family had taken her search very seriously, but they hadn't managed to find any clues. And in the entire empire, only one person could be beyond the reach of the imperial family: Duke Ayola, laughing kindly in front of the ladies. Akanda didn't expect the protagonist to miss the debutante's ball. But now that they had kicked her out of the Marquis's house, surely she wouldn't dare show up here. Suddenly, the hall filled with the announcement of Lady Ribbon's arrival at the banquet. And then Ayola came out to greet the guests. Upon seeing how majestic she looked, not even her parents could believe she had always been so beautiful. Akanda was also shocked by her appearance, and by her arrival in general, clenching her teeth in anger. Upon approaching the protagonist, she greeted her happily and pretended they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Seeing her brooch, Ayola understood that the lady was really trying her best to look better than her. Suddenly, Akanda noticed that the protagonist's dress was quite unusual. Upon learning that it was also an iris dress, she was completely confused. Ayola knew that, according to Lady Ernest, there was only one such dress in the world. The protagonist thought the same. That's why she was surprised when Vigrose decided to buy it. It turned out that Iris's dress could indeed be ordered, and that it was rare for another reason. The problem was its astronomical price, that no one could afford. For Vigrose, the price didn't matter, because it was the debut of his precious saint, and he didn't want her to wear a dress from 100 years ago. And now, standing in front of Ayola, Akanda was in shock to see her wearing that dress. Making a sad face, she thought the protagonist only wanted to mock her by wearing that outfit. Upon hearing her words, the protagonist was confused. Did Mrs. Ernest really think her dress was a fake? The guests were bewildered, since they believed there was only one dress like Ernst's, and that the prince wouldn't give Akanda a fake copy. Ayola didn't understand why the lady suddenly thought she was imitating her. If you looked closely, their dresses were totally different, and Akanda's was a bit faded. Mrs. Ernest was indignant and started yelling, convinced that her dress was unique in the entire empire. The protagonist agreed that it used to be like that, since she had her dress made especially for that event. Akanda thought that was impossible, because she couldn't have that much money. Ayola was surprised, since according to her, after being expelled from the family, she was left penniless. Moreover, there was another very important difference between their outfits. The valuable flower-shaped brooch was embroidered all over the protagonist's dress, while the lady only had 3 buds. Therefore, they cannot look the same under any circumstances. Trembling with rage, Akanda couldn't believe she dared to humiliate her in public. At that moment, the emperor entered the hall, and the guests were immediately informed. Offit approached him and greeted his father respectfully. Looking at Akanda behind him, the emperor thought his son had come with a rather pretty girl. He also hoped the prince remembered his announcement. The old man trusted his son and knew he would make the right decision. After that, Offit walked to the center of the hall and caught the attention of the guests, apologizing for interrupting everyone present so suddenly. He wanted to make an important announcement. Upon hearing that he was officially breaking off the engagement with Lady Riband, Akanda was filled with joy. According to the plan, Offit should now also announce his intention to marry Lady Ernest. However, the prince suddenly fell silent and looked down at the floor, which left Akanda completely shocked. She was even more surprised when he turned his gaze towards Ayola and watched her for a long time. Unable to endure all this, Lady Ernest ran towards His Highness and took his hand. She wanted to know why he suddenly decided not to follow the script. At that moment, another unexpected guest entered the banquet hall. Everyone was in shock, not understanding what had brought the Duke Ilu himself there. Even for the emperor, his appearance at the banquet was an unpleasant surprise. Apologizing for his unexpected visit, Vigros would not have come if it were a common banquet. After that, he approached and gently kissed the heroine's hand, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ayola decided that nothing was wrong. Still in shock, people couldn't believe that this was the famous lover of Lady Riband. Hugging the protagonist by the waist, Vigros smiled and confirmed that all the rumors about them were entirely true. Therefore, now he sincerely hoped that everyone would stop looking at the girl with such contempt. Ayola wasn't sure if that was okay, since everyone around her was confused. However, seeing the Duke so elegant, just to support her, made the protagonist feel very happy, and her heart beat faster. They had been together many times, and she didn't expect surprises like that. But it was great to break the rules from time to time. Suddenly, a servant approached with the news that the emperor was calling Vigros. Smiling, he ruffled her hair and decided he would return to her soon. Ayola was left alone, surrounded by the gazes of the guests, and hoping everything would turn out well. Meanwhile, in a fit of fury, His Majesty threw a vase on the floor, and he couldn't believe that the protagonist's lover was Duke Ilu. The hero clarified that, since she wasn't a saint yet, they had decided not to talk about their relationship. The emperor was shocked to find all this out only now. Saints belong to the imperial family, and Vigros knew it perfectly well. Moreover, the ruler had many complaints and questions for Offit, who surprised him greatly today. If he already announced that he was breaking off the engagement with Ayola, why didn't he even mention marrying Akanda? The prince pretended he had forgotten, but His Majesty didn't want to hear any excuses. Meanwhile, the Duke didn't understand at all why the emperor was so angry, if in the end he wasn't going to lose anything. In response, the old man decided to clarify whether Vigros was aware of who he was talking to at that moment. The protagonist thought that image suited him better, and he was already tired of the emperor's flattering kindness. That was the same greedy appearance with which he ruined Vigros's parents, and turned Vigros himself into a chained beast. Meanwhile, Ayola poured wine into her glass, thinking that the protagonist was taking too long. Suddenly, Akanda approached her with an empty glass, thinking that the protagonist was also waiting for her partner. Ayola reluctantly agreed, not understanding why she approached her in the first place. Smiling kindly, Lady Ernest wanted to toast with her for the long-awaited debut. The ball's protagonist was perplexed by this proposal upon seeing the empty glass in the girl's hand. Feigning that she just noticed, Akanda didn't see any servant nearby, so she expected Ayola not to refuse to serve her wine from the bottle she had nearby. The protagonist reluctantly fulfilled the request, still suspecting that something was wrong. Toasting to that debut, the girls took a sip, each from her own glass. At that very instant, both vomited blood and fell unconscious. In the imperial palace, there was a poison that only the ruler knew about, and it killed anyone with a single sip. But it did not affect saints. In the original story, Ayola thought that poison also killed saints, so she secretly stole it from the emperor to give it to Akanda. But Mrs. Ernest, who bled after the first sip, woke up and thus proved she was a saint. Upon seeing Akanda faint, Big Rose started yelling at Offit and demanded that Ayola be killed. However, this time Mrs. Ernest approached by herself, and the protagonist served her wine. Upon taking a sip and tasting blood in her mouth, Ayola understood everything. Upon hearing the screams from the hall, the emperor, the prince, and the duke rushed to find out what had happened. The servants clarified that both saints vomited blood and fainted. Offit couldn't believe it and ran towards them. But upon seeing everything with his own eyes, he was paralyzed with shock. His Majesty, meanwhile, ordered the entrance to be closed and the doctor urgently called. He remembered how Kanda recently asked him for a poison called Saint's Tears, and he was intrigued to know where she planned to use it. The old man didn't know how she knew about that poison, but now it was an excellent opportunity to test the authenticity of the true saint. Suddenly, Ayola opened her eyes and began to get up little by little, leaving the emperor completely shocked. Vigros hoped she would be fine, and the protagonist hurried to assure that she was in perfect condition. Of course, from the beginning she knew she wouldn't die, but she didn't think it would hurt so much. Suddenly, one of the female guests decided that, since only Mrs. Ribband had woken up, then surely she had planned everything. Everyone also found it suspicious, since Akanda still hadn't regained consciousness. Offit took Mrs. Ernest in his arms and ordered everyone to remain silent and to stop drawing hasty conclusions. The protagonist was surprised that he really tried to protect her from the attacks. If things continued like this, Akanda would simply die. And maybe that suited her. But then it would be revealed that Ayola was a saint, and the emperor would start using her. Therefore, now the protagonist wanted the lady to finally wake up. Upon seeing how Ayola sat next to Akanda and put a precious flower brooch on her lips, one of the ladies thought she was trying to harm her. The protagonist decided to remind them that she had also just vomited blood. But instead of worrying about her condition, the ladies only pressured her. Moreover, who in their right mind would harm someone in a place full of aristocrats, and with the emperor present? As for the precious flower she put on the girls' lips, there was nothing to worry about, and they would see for themselves soon enough. A few seconds later, Akanda suddenly opened her eyes. Upon waking, she expected to proudly demonstrate that she was a saint, and then mock the deceased Ayola. But upon seeing another scene after waking up, she didn't understand at all what had happened. The emperor looked at the protagonist with distrust, and he also wanted to hear her explanations. Before that, she wanted to express her sincere gratitude to Duke Hyla. She pretended that she could only wake up thanks to the precious flower he gave her. Some guests wondered how a simple brooch could save her life. Ayola knew that if you touched that flower, it miraculously eliminated any poison from the body. His Majesty wanted to know where she had heard that. But the protagonist decided that the most important thing now was Lady Ernest's awakening, because that effect was incredible, like a true holy miracle. Later, upon going outside, Ayola felt a lightness never before experienced. She hoped that Vigros also liked the emperor's face, who was so nervous that he couldn't even find words. However, the duke noticed nothing strange about him. The hero remembered his promise that everything happening today would be part of the plan. But he didn't expect to see her cough up blood. Vigros had to make a great effort not to wipe that woman off the map. At that moment, Kanda approached her, happy to finally have found Ayola. The protagonist had fled so quickly that the lady couldn't even thank her. So now she wanted to talk to her in private. Upon accepting her request, Ayola also admitted that she had wanted that for a long time. Upon stepping away with her, Lady Ernas decided to ask who she really was. Akanda was sure that everything had gone well until now. And she didn't understand why the protagonist had changed so much. She started appearing all the time in front of the lady and ruining her life. Ayola was surprised by her words and didn't understand what she meant, realizing that she was just feigning naivety. Lady Ernas decided to ask what kind of world this was. Everything here, including Offit, Vigros, and even the protagonist's clothes, was supposed to belong only to her. Ayola didn't understand since when her partner had become someone else's. According to Akanda, that's how it should have been from the start. Because this whole world existed only for her. She was the one and only beloved protagonist. Whereas Lady Ribband was only supposed to cause problems for everyone around her. That's why Lady Ernas didn't understand why the protagonist was still alive. And perhaps it would be better if she died. Ayola sincerely hoped that the girl had finally understood everything. But she remained naive. Does Akanda really still believe this world was only for her? The protagonist was curious if she thought so, because this was the world of the Holy Maiden Flower. Lady Ernas was very confused by those words. And Ayola decided to clarify that she was not the only one who had come to this world. And if Akanda is the protagonist, why when they drank the poison and they fainted, only Ayola survived? If we follow that logic, then the one who survived was the real protagonist. Lady Ernas was in shock and couldn't answer. She also couldn't believe what she had just heard. She didn't understand where that pathetic secondary villain got so much courage from. Suddenly, Akanda decided to scream and show who was in charge here. But the protagonist slapped her hand over her mouth at once. Ayola didn't understand. Was she really going to start with the same thing again? And call people to pity her? But would people really believe her? Or were they afraid people would believe the protagonist? Meanwhile, the guests at the banquet wondered if Lady Ernas was truly a saint, since the protagonist was the first to react. However, to be a saint candidate, one had to be of noble birth. And Ayola now didn't even belong to the Ribbons. Nor was she the Crown Prince's fiancée. Realizing how hard the protagonist had struggled all this time, many thought they had been too hard on her. Jane at that moment understood nothing, because they were supposed to only pity Saint Lady Ernas. Suddenly, a loud woman's scream was heard from the street, and conversations stopped dead. Thinking it was a sign from Mrs. Akanda, her maid immediately sent people to the garden. But upon running out and seeing what was happening, Jane was paralyzed with shock. Ayola was sitting on the floor in front of Lady Ernas, with a sad face and covering her injured cheek with her hand. The gathered crowd was in shock, and no one understood. Did Akanda really hit the protagonist? Suddenly Offit appeared and, making his way through the crowd, he decided to find out what was happening. Upon seeing Ayola sitting on the floor, he was perplexed. Upon observing him run towards the protagonist, Mrs. Ernas was deeply shocked. The prince couldn't believe Akanda had done something like that. And then the lady started accusing the protagonist of lying. But at that moment Vigros arrived, who had seen the whole situation with his own eyes. And he sided with Ayola. The protagonist didn't feel well, and she was thinking of leaving earlier, but suddenly Akanda called her to talk. And the Duke left them alone. He thought Mrs. Ernas wanted to thank her. But a short time later, he heard her start yelling. Peeking in at that moment, he saw Ayola fall to the ground with a reddened cheek. Akanda started getting indignant, and she considered all those words a blatant lie. Offit looked furiously at Mrs. Ernas and wanted to know if she had really hit the girl just because she was no longer part of the Rivend family. Akanda didn't understand what was happening or why the prince, who always protected her, had suddenly become so serious. She was in shock from his distrust. And then Offit decided to ask why the protagonist had a wound on her cheek. She was fine when she left the banquet hall. So who hit her then? The people around began to openly condemn Mrs. Ernas's behavior. who had hit the person who saved her life. Akanda didn't understand why they were scolding her. If she was the protagonist, and the only one who deserved reproaches was Ayola. She recalled the protagonist's recent words about whether people truly loved her and trusted her, not understanding how that wretch dared to humiliate her. Lady Erna's decided she wouldn't let things go like that. A short time later, Vigros successfully teleported to the mansion with Ayola in his arms. The protagonist thought it was unnecessary, since they could have gone by carriage. However, the Duke saw no point in using a carriage when he was near. Moreover, he noticed that the girl was quite worried about something. Suddenly, Ayola thought that today she looked like a true villainess. Vigros partly agreed. And he thought that today she truly shone brighter than anyone. She had always hoped people would start seeing her, not as a false saint, but as a true one. But only today did she realize how painful it was to see how she attracted the gazes of others. Later, sitting on the bed, she felt disappointed. Unbelievable that the people's gazes. That did not change during a long and hard struggle, changed in a single instant. But the most surprising thing was that Akanda truly believed in her own holiness. It seemed that, for her, everything was normal, and she didn't suspect anything. Now it is unknown what Lady Ernest will do. And the Emperor, but one had to be prepared for everything. His Majesty pretends to worry about his people, but in reality, he only thinks about his own benefit. Recalling the conversation with Akanda, the protagonist suddenly realized that she expected an apology from her. Ayola thought her words had been very harsh, but the protagonist wanted her to stop playing the villainess. She decided that she knew what she was doing, and that from now on, she wanted to be firmer to protect what mattered to her. Vigros was very happy to hear that, and he thought it was about time she became selfish. Determined to have everything, the protagonist also wanted the Duke to promise her that he wouldn't lose control, no matter what happened. She also didn't want him to think about destroying the world or himself. In the original story, Vigros was a true villain who fell in love with the protagonist Akanda. She rejected him, and then he turned to the side of evil, destroying the world and himself. Ayola only wanted him to be free from the Emperor and from everyone else, and that he could live happily. The protagonist often had similar thoughts about destroying the world, and he was surprised that she knew it. It wasn't the first time the girl had this idea. So now he didn't have to worry, and he just had to promise it. Vigros smiled and did so, and afterwards they sealed the promise by interlocking their pinkies. He also decided that, since she had started this, there was no turning back. He remembered Ayola's words about how they would enjoy life together. Now they can enjoy whenever they want, and wherever they want. And the Duke was willing to run after her until the end of the world. After that, he leaned abruptly towards her, and the protagonist thought they were about to kiss. Closing her eyes, she felt Vigros's soft lips gently brush against her forehead. Thinking it was already too late, the hero stood up and prepared to leave, stroking Ayola's head. He wished her sweet dreams, remaining paralyzed with shock and shame. She didn't understand how he could leave so easily, knowing that everything was lost. She always tried not to force herself to feel anything. But if the Duke kept acting like this, she wouldn't be able to resist wanting him. Meanwhile, Akanda was furious in her room, and she didn't understand why that supporting character believed herself to be a true saint. The lady remembered the words in the book that said she would be the protagonist. So why did that fool end up being the saint? Driven by her rage, she decided to burn that book. Suddenly, the book opened, and a dark energy started coming out of it. From the darkness, a voice was heard that wanted to give Akanda the power and the chance to change everything. The book was about to grant her the greatest power in this world, so she could regain her place as saint. The lady was completely ready, and she wanted to obtain that power at that very instant. A bright flash filled the room and, in a second, Akanda was sitting on the floor, surrounded by book pages falling around her. Feeling that unstoppable power in her body, she decided that now she truly could become the protagonist of this world. in the Holy Maiden Flower. One of the key moments was the hunting competitions. Traditionally, the saint rewards the winner of the hunting tournament and also grants them her blessing. However, the most important thing will be what happens after the competition. Everything depended on the ceremony to choose the true saint, and the decision had to be made in advance. While going by carriage to the tournament location, Vigros expected everything to go according to plans smoothly. Ayola didn't understand if he truly worried about her, thinking he was scared. But the hero simply knew that this time the emperor had secretly gathered the aristocrats, who were clearly plotting something. In any case, the duke would not let anyone dare to touch the protagonist, not even with a finger. Ayola thought she was completely fine, because she had someone as strong as him on her side. Of course, unexpected situations can always arise, but they were prepared for everything. Therefore, she wanted him to think about his own safety first. The duke decided that, if that was the order from his precious saint, he would not disobey her for anything in the world. In time, all the participants of the hunting tournament presented themselves before His Majesty and the saints. After thanking everyone for coming, the emperor commented that, this year, the competition held much more importance. This time, the saint candidates were with them, and His Majesty wanted them to join the hunters in the forest. Vigros immediately understood his intentions, since he wanted to send the saints right where swords were flying and arrows. From Akanda's calm smile, it seemed she had already arranged everything with the emperor. As expected, she humbly accepted His Majesty's decision. Turning towards Ayola, the emperor also wanted to hear her opinion. The protagonist didn't understand why they were asking her, if they had already decided everything. Smiling, she thought the idea was quite tempting. If it was important to His Majesty that they bless their companions during the hunt, then they should fulfill his will. Moreover, Ayola decided that yes, or she would keep the emperor's prize head. Frowning and nodding, His Majesty decided that the candidates should convey their wishes to their companions. Akanda blessed Ophid and Ayola blessed Vigros. The duke wanted to remind the protagonist that he would protect her at all costs in that forest. Moreover, no matter what happened, he would always be by her side. All preparations were ready, and the hunting tournament was declared open. Ayola and Vigros entered the canopy of the forest, following a small path. It seemed strange to the protagonist that over time the fog around her began to thicken. Suddenly, the space around began to distort, and the hero understood that it was illusion magic. Since there was no warning, it became clear that the emperor and the aristocrats were conspiring. However, that magic did not cause harm. And turning towards the girl, the duke wanted her not to leave his side even a step. But there was no one behind him, and he froze in place. Upon starting to call Ayola, Vigros was completely bewildered. At that moment, the protagonist also couldn't understand where the duke had disappeared to, the one she was talking to a minute ago. Upon hearing a strange sound behind her, she thought it was Vigros and quickly turned there. Suddenly, from the bushes came the truck that ran her over in her past life. Screaming in terror, the girl jumped abruptly to the side. With difficulty catching her breath, she looked around and saw nothing. Upon being shocked by that illusion, she relived the same sensation she had at the moment of her death. Calming down and regaining control, she decided that it was only hallucinations caused by the fog. Upon looking for Vigros again, suddenly she felt someone grabbing her clothes. Upon turning, she horrifiedly saw a copy of herself sitting on the floor, screaming in fear. At that moment, her father appeared, who took her for an idiot and slapped her with all his might. The protagonist started observing from outside how he insulted and humiliated her copy. She tried to calm herself, telling herself that all that was just illusions. Upon hearing constant reproaches from others in her mind, she lost consciousness and fell to the floor. At that instant, the duke cut the magic with his sword and freed himself from the chains of illusion. He found those disgusting habits of interfering with other people's minds repulsive. and filling them with negative thoughts. Seeing him from afar, Akanda knew that wouldn't be enough to defeat him. The hero was quite bewildered upon discovering that it was all her doing. Smiling, Lady Ernest removed her hood and clarified that she had come to give her a chance. She wanted to give her one last chance to side with her. Right at that moment, considering it foolish, Vigrose decided that she did not interest him at all. So he wanted to end this little game quickly and ask her where Yola was now. Upon hearing her name, Akanda became enraged, not understanding why he was chasing that imposter. Apparently, the Duke never understood that the true protagonist of this world was Lady Ernest, and that he also belonged to her. The hero kept staring at her, not understanding absolutely anything. For him, it didn't matter which of them was the true saint. Yola was the only person he wanted to be with. Upon hearing that he would never choose her, Akanda ended up losing her mind from rage. Suddenly calm, she decided that Vigrose would deeply regret his choice. Taking a red stone from her pocket, she considered the Duke a mere scrap. Looking at the stone with surprise, the hero truly didn't understand what she was planning. At that very instant, an intense pain suddenly pierced his body. Falling to his knees and starting to cough, he didn't understand what she had done to him or how. While the lady pointed the stone at him, he clearly felt an invisible hand squeezing his neck.